cancer screening side, but it's just this, that you actually have through, first you would have to have a conversation virtually on a phone or a chat and find out if you do qualify for testing, and then a test kit, just like anything else in our lives these days, can come to you even in the same day within a couple of hours. Directions to just take a simple swab through your nose and the process to do it, and then you put it back in the kit. A lot of us are doing this, spitting saliva for DNA, simple type of analogies, and then that kit is safely mailed someplace else where it's processed. So the actual specimen collection, you're watching people doing drive-through testing and having physicians like myself getting kind of geared up in a mask and gloves, etc. But doing it in the comfort of your own kind of quarantined home makes a lot of sense. So this is, and I think as your previous guest said, there are so many things about this that are going to be a new normal, and I do believe that this will help so that we're not having, Americans kind of huddled in their living rooms trying to figure out, do I qualify for a test? When can I get a test? And so this we hope can really accelerate the process.
Yeah, and with all technologies brought us for virtual, whatever we do online, I mean, seems like a no-brainer. This would be a real advantage and a lifesaver to do it's not only that, but maybe even talk to your doctor or the diagnosis if you have questions, but also have the virtual conversation about a test from your home. How do you think we're doing, Doctor, at this point? Are we closing the gap that we had in terms of not doing enough testing? I see these numbers bandied about 4 million by the end of the week, things like that. Are we ramping up in time?
I mean, we're ramping up. I think it's not a question of in time. It's going to be a question of necessity. And what I'm concerned with, I've got contacts across the country that are telling me these are major labs, major universities' names that are literally posting online the fact that they've got internal tests that they can process in the hospitals, but they're missing a reagent, or they don't have enough cotton swabs for collection, or they need one specific chemical that's produced by a separate vendor in, believe it or not, Italy of all places, or France of all places. So the issue is absolutely going to be, how is our supply chain activated, and what are we doing in order to have kind of an ecosystem that now supports this supply chain that we're trying to induce demand for. So I do think that we are not going to have enough tests. I had to talk to a patient yesterday who had pretty compelling symptoms, but the truth is we just don't have enough to test today. We will have more in a week and hopefully even more in a month, but there are people working on this concept of self-testing, because it does feel like, again, there's going to be some aspects of the new normal in another season if we have another COVID-19 season.
Doctor, we have a great, I guess it's a professional association, a huge one here of physicians. I won't mention the name, but we got instructions yesterday online about who should be tested and who shouldn't. And if you're at home anyway and you plan on taking this seriously, the testing would be something that would be beneficial, but not as important if we hadn't taken all of these recent actions. And they aren't even offering testing. They gave exact guidelines depending on your age and your health of what you should do and whether you should even attempt to go. They won't give any tests. They're saying, reschedule your appointments with us. Don't even come anywhere near our facility. But I understand how important testing is, but have we made some social distancing? Have we reacted? And people say if you feel like you're overreacting, it's the right amount of reaction of what you're doing. That's where we are right now in this country, isn't it?
Oh yes, there's no question that the kind of closure of schools, grocery store, the only thing that's open really are grocery stores, pharmacies, and banks, kind of like Italy to some degree, but closures of restaurants and schools and workout areas, that's absolutely the right thing to do. I think the question is how much of an impact will that have made in, not whether we have 10,000 deaths, but 100,000 deaths or more than that, because I do feel like this is, you've heard the statistics, anywhere from 40, Governor Cuomo said anywhere from 40 to 60% will have it, and then some of those will get hospitalized and some of those will die. So the first rule of thumb, any kind of public health emergency, which is what we're in, is exactly what you said, to do these types of things. I think the issue of testing is not because the testing itself is going to make this dramatic difference in, what the outcome of one person's health is. It's the ability to also understand this disease from a societal perspective. You've heard a lot of people saying, and I've said it before, there are more cases out there than we realize, and that's why I think people do need to have a
We've got breaking news right now from Regeneron. Sorry, we have to get to this. Meg Terrell joins us on the phone with that news. Meg.
Well, good morning, guys. This is some positive news. It is very early, but Regeneron saying it is speeding up its timeline to get doses of potential drugs for the coronavirus ready to start human clinical trials by early summer. Now, this is a different program than the one that we've been talking about yesterday with Regeneron's rheumatoid arthritis drug. That's an approved drug that it plans to roll out in clinical trials and is already starting those. Now, simultaneously with that, the company is developing antibody-based drugs. These are new drugs that could be both protective against the coronavirus infection and also treat the coronavirus infection. Just 2 weeks ago, the company had given us a timeline when Len Schleifer, the CEO, joined us on air, saying by the end of the summer, they aim to have hundreds of thousands of doses ready for human clinical trials. Now they are saying they aim to have some doses ready for clinical testing, a couple months earlier than that, by the beginning of the summer. So this is some good news. I talked to George Yancopoulos, the chief scientific officer, last night, who told me, things are going really well. They're hitting all of their internal timelines, their best numbers, their best projections. They do say, of course, this is biology. Things could still go wrong, but right now this is moving pretty quickly, and this is encouraging news.
Meg, can you give us you say early summer? What does that mean in your mind in terms of a true date?
In my mind, that means probably June. We've been talking about around August for originally starting human testing with those hundreds of thousands of doses, so potentially 2 months earlier than that.
And then how many people do you think would be part of that test?
We haven't seen numbers in terms of that testing yet. In terms of the Kevzara test, that's the rheumatoid arthritis drug, it was a few hundred patients they plan to enroll there. Early clinical trials can be just a few dozen patients. We'll have to see how that goes. But they do have the capacity to ramp this up in terms of getting lots of doses pretty quickly. So if it proves out to work, and remember, they have done this before with Ebola successfully, they could be treating quite a lot of people. And one of the great things is this is potentially protective. So they could be protecting healthcare workers.
So if in fact these tests prove to be successful starting in June, what's the timeline then for a larger rollout?
So by the end of summer, having those hundreds of thousands of doses they can potentially be producing every month, they'd still have to be in testing. But we're hearing about companies doing things very creatively and very quickly, along with regulators and the government, to, while they're testing things, potentially be, using things in emergency settings. So you could kind of see these things potentially rolling out concurrently. We're just going to have to see how the data look. But right now, the news is they've identified hundreds of antibodies that neutralize the virus. That's good news. Now they're selecting the best ones to ramp up and have for human clinical testing in a few months, and potentially June.
Okay. Meg Terrell, thank you so very much.
Guys, I want to point out, Kramer's got him on tonight.
Jim Kramer's. We're all here, Andrew. We're all here. I was going to talk to Meg, but Jim Kramer actually has got Regeneron on tonight. So, all right.
That's huge.
It was. Meanwhile, it was the worst. Yeah, big. It was the worst day since Black Monday for the Dow. The drop coming even after the Fed slashed interest rates to zero and announced the $750 billion asset purchasing program. Let's see if this is. Where is Steve? We're going to get Steve from Casa Leisman. And we've got Casa Quick, Casa Kernan, and we also have Eamon Javers. Steve has more on the Federal Reserve and the economy. First, though, we're going to start with Eamon Javers, who is in Washington covering the government's response. Hey, Eamon.
Yeah, good morning again, Joe. We are waiting for Congress to take some action on that bill. They passed the technical corrections in the House side last night. Now it's going to be up to the Senate to take its own steps. There are some senators who are concerned that the measure contemplated by Pelosi and Mnuchin doesn't go far enough. So we'll see where they land today. We do know the Treasury Secretary Mnuchin is going to be up on Capitol Hill later on today to talk to Senate Republicans and work through some of the concerns that they might have about this Step 2 bill. Meanwhile, for the president's part, he is undertaking a number of meetings with affected industries this morning. He's got meetings today with the tourism industry, with restaurant executives, and with supply retailers and wholesalers. All of those are closed press. That means we're not expecting to see them throughout the day, but the White House has been adjusting in fairly dramatic fashion to the news cycle here. We're seeing an entirely different attitude and approach from the White House this week than, for example, we saw last week. The president yesterday in the briefing room was asked, well, what about any kind of national travel restrictions? Here's what he said.
We're not really. We hope we don't have to, Steve. We think that hopefully we won't have to do that, but it's certainly something that we talk about every day. We haven't made that decision.
So we'll see another briefing from the coronavirus task force today. And as we've said, guys, this is changing. Every 24-hour news cycle is an entirely different political universe. We expect that will continue throughout the week. So the administration's responses here, I think, can change and scale up as we go throughout the week. So nothing is set in stone as at this point. The president here saying he doesn't expect to see any kind of travel restrictions as of right now. Let's get over to Steve Leisman for the latest there. Steve?
Eamon, thanks. The day after the Federal Reserve came with those emergency measures, really historic measures, three messages from the markets. One, it wasn't enough. Second, it did have some modest effect. And third, the Fed needs to do more, likely in the commercial paper market. A couple things happened. The Fed encouraged overnight banks to use the discount window, and the banks did come together, 8 of them, and did, in fact, use it to encourage others. This is something that's had a stigma for a long time, where if a bank access the discount window, there was concern about its solvency, so they all got together with the Fed's encouragement and went to the window, apparently, I do not know in how much size, but try to remove that stigma. Now, the Fed also yesterday did an unscheduled $500 billion repo operation in the afternoon. Not a lot of take-up on it. In fact, relative to what the Fed offered, there was $129 billion taken up in the morning and $19 billion in the afternoon. The Fed also bought $40 billion of treasuries as part of its $700 billion of purchases it said it was going to make. All of that, according to Medley, says the Fed operations are beginning to have an effect. For example, overnight, repo spike normalized, treasury swap spread forward narrowed, 30-year treasury notes bid-ask spreads tightened. That's pretty good news, but it's not enough, according to people. Morgan Stanley writing this morning, and I just got to make this a little bigger here, economic activity is contracting, and we see GDP posting a significant drop in second quarter. Monetary and fiscal policy support have been provided, and more is coming. Not yet enough to calm financial market unrest. Guys, I think there's a couple ways to think. The first is that you have an unexpected shock to the economy, and so existing trades out there need to be unwound and weren't profitable and didn't have the right risk profile. And then you have this new thing come along with this new risk, and the question is, it's like a hot potato in the economy. Who's going to hold the risk as we get from here to there? Some people are not going to be able to pay their mortgage. That's going to have an effect on the mortgage debt that's out there. Some companies won't be able to pay their loans out there. That'll have an effect on corporate debt. So who will hold it? The Wall Street Journal has an interesting editorial this morning asking a basic question. Where will the liquidity come to get us from here to there? That's precisely what the market that we've been following, the internal machinations, the internal plumbing of the financial system, is trying to figure out. And it's a hot potato, and every day it seems to move from here to there. I guess I'm tossing back to Joe or Becky or Andrew or somebody somewhere.
Well, Steve, I had a question just about the commercial paper market. Yeah. You mentioned that. You said the Fed's kind of looking into what they need to do there. But I think that's kind of important. Those are the areas that we watched back in 2008 when the commercial paper market was freezing up. And at that time, we were talking about companies like GE, who was our employer at that point, where maybe they wouldn't be able to make payroll if they didn't do something about the commercial paper market because they had been rolling stuff so frequently. What's it look like there? What's the Fed considering?
It's still a problem. It's a front line of the problem. What I understand is that the Federal Reserve, if it were to come in, would have to come in with the backing of the Treasury. And this is as a result, in part, of the changes to Dodd-Frank and the Emergency Powers Act of the Fed that came in the wake of the financial crisis. And so the thinking among people in the market is that the Fed and the Treasury are now talking, maybe horse trading, I'm not quite sure what they're horse trading about, and maybe devising a plan. People I talked to, former Fed officials, said to me, hey, we're probably a bandwidth issue. The Fed did so much on Sunday night, they couldn't come in. It may have to hold on something in reserve.
Okay.
So,
I think we're having some technical issues from the Leisman Bureau. Back?
Yeah, I can hear you. I thought that was just me. Neil, we keep using the phrase necessary but not sufficient, but necessary, that's the first step that you got to take care of. And what the Fed has orchestrated so far, you would feel that it's appropriate and necessary for where we are.
Absolutely, and good morning. Thanks for having me on. You know, our first job at the Fed is to make sure that the financial plumbing is working, that the Treasury market has liquidity and is functioning appropriately, that the mortgage market, the agency MBS market is also functioning. Those are core functions and jobs of a central bank, and we're going to use our tools aggressively, and we are using our tools aggressively to make sure that those markets are functioning, because most other financial markets in the U.S. at least are priced off of those markets. So making sure those foundations are acting in an orderly manner is a core part of our job, and we're doing the appropriate steps.
And the pushing on a string analogy, and you've had to deal with criticism like that, Neil, that we've got nothing left in the tank and we've got no dry powder, and what are we cutting now for when we'll have nothing when we actually need to do it? You know, after the 100 basis point move, the market had one of the biggest drops in history, but that's not what the Fed necessarily can control. They need to do, their job is to, as you just described it, is to keep everything running properly. Whatever the market does, they can't be looking back and saying, oh my God, maybe we spooked the markets and shouldn't have done that. They need to take care of what they can control. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and you and your guests over the last several weeks have noted, I mean, first and foremost, this is a healthcare crisis, and the first responders are going to be the healthcare experts, the doctors, and the health policy experts. The second responders are all of us, just so you're all quarantining yourself at home. We're working from home at the Minneapolis Fed. That's an important part of the response for all of the American people to take. The third round of defense, of course, are the fiscal actors, Congress and the White House. And then the fourth round are the central bankers. So we are not at the front line of this, but we do have a job to do, and we are using our tools aggressively to try to make sure that the financial system is ultimately working. And I think the actions that we took on Sunday were right. And by the way, the notion that we shouldn't have cut 100 basis points because we got to save our powder is just flat wrong. A lot of commentators say it. It's completely wrong. The right analogy is you're driving down the highway and you're worried that there might be a hill coming up. Do you accelerate now or do you wait to accelerate later? If you accelerate early, that doesn't mean you've spent your powder and you can't then get over the hill. So the notion that if we should save our cuts for later, it's a colorful metaphor, but it's just flat out wrong.
Hey, Neil, you helped write the original Break the Glass plan and the TARP plan that ultimately came after it back in 2008. And I wanted to speak to you about the fiscal side of this, as Washington and so many companies are going, or will likely be going hand in hand. We're already seeing the airlines do it. I've been talking about this idea of a national bridge loan for companies, if you will, that would be offered by the country, something, by the way, that could cost trillions of dollars ultimately. How would you approach it if you were in Treasury right now?
Well, I think, you know, the government knows how to deal with airlines and autos and a handful of very large companies, and whether those are loan guarantees or some other type of support, I think the policymakers know how to do that. The really hard challenge that I'm thinking of is what to do with the thousands, tens of thousands of small businesses across the country, the restaurants, the bars, the health clubs that are going to be shut for weeks or maybe longer than that. How does one structure a program to give them assistance? You know, if your restaurant is shut for literally months, I don't know what a loan is going to do for you, because how are you ever going to pay it back?
But Neil,
so it would likely need to be.
I'll tell you how I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking a 4-month bridge loan, interest-free, something on the order of 2 to 5 years to pay back. I think that if you came out big like that, and you run it through the banks, you have the banks maybe take only a 5% tail of the thing, so at least they have some risk in terms of how they're offering these things. There will be fraud, there'll be abuse, all sorts of things. But I think it would create, if you're trying to create some kind of confidence and stability in the system to return to some semblance of normal, I think people would say, okay, we can do this. This will work.
Okay, Andrew, I agree with the spirit of what you're saying. The right answer, one of the we made in 2008, is we were always slow and we were always too timid because we didn't know how bad the crisis was going to be. We didn't want to overreact. As you said and others, the right answer is, in fact, to overreact, to try to avoid the worst economic outcomes. And so something like you described in concept sounds right. Erring on the side of doing too much. Don't worry about the wrong people getting it. Just try to do what we can to support the economy. That sounds like the right approach.
Well, but the other flip side is the politics of it and the political morass that comes after you've lived through it and know it so well. You're already hearing it with the airlines right now, which is to say that people are saying, look, the airlines bought back all this stock over all of these years. You know, consumers don't feel they're being treated right. If taxpayers are going to be offering them money, it's going to come with lots of strings attached.
Yes, I understand. And, you know, the airlines seem to, like, every 10 or 20 years, something happens where they need some type of support. And I think it's appropriate for the American people and policymakers to ask, what is the long-term answer here so that we aren't back in the situation all the time? But for, you know, again, I think that that's an easier one to solve. The harder one in my mind are the small businesses who did not take unnecessary risks, for whom this is not a regular occurrence, the restaurant owners, et cetera. That, for me, is where I would be focusing my attention on how to get them assistance.
Do you think there's any private market for this kind of assistance right now? I mean, by the way, for some of the big companies especially, I'm thinking of the airlines. Do you think there's a private market? Do you think somebody could offer them a loan right now, some kind of bridge loan at a interest rate that, you know, doesn't bankrupt the companies themselves?
Well, it's very hard to see because the range of economic scenarios going forward, are we going to be following a path of Japan and South Korea, which is maybe a mild recession, or are we going to be following a path of Italy where we have to shut down the U.S. economy for an indefinite period of time? That huge range of uncertainty makes it impossible. It makes our job with the Fed very difficult, but it also makes it almost impossible for financial markets to price risk.
What's the estimate inside the Fed right now? Meaning timeline inside the Fed?
I can only speak for myself. My baseline scenario is that we will have a recession this year. I'm hoping it is a 2001 type recession, a mild recession such as after 9/11. But if the worst case scenario happens and the virus spreads and we have to effectively lock down the U.S. economy, then we're looking at more like an Italy scenario where it could be more like 2008. That's why policymakers across the spectrum should be erring on the side of being aggressive so that we're in the mild scenario, not in the severe downturn.
But that scenario accounts for how many months of activity that are slowed down? Meaning right now, where everybody's working from home, how long is that going for in your scenario?
In the better case scenario, it's, you know, a few weeks, a month, something like that, and schools can reopen and people can start to go back to, you know, it's really about giving the healthcare workers and the healthcare system time to catch up. The one possible good news is when summer comes, like the flu, it's not the flu, but if like the flu, the virus itself tends to tamp down, that would give the healthcare workers and the healthcare experts time to catch up to prepare for the fall. That would be the rosy scenario, but that's highly uncertain right now if that's in fact going to happen.
So, Neil, what else you got? What else you got in the tank?
Well,
here we got plenty of tools. We got plenty of tools left. Like what?
Well, just like in 2008, I mean, the Federal Reserve's authority, especially the emergency authorities, the 13.3 authorities, are very powerful if the Fed chairman, and I think in consultation with the Treasury Secretary, chooses to use them. And I think, you know, nothing is completely off the table. We need to see what is necessary to keep the economy moving. And again, we're going to do our part. But I can't tell you right now exactly what is coming in the future.
You can go below zero?
as the Fed chairman said, I don't think there's much interest in going below zero. None of us want to say no, never. You could imagine a scenario where if Treasury yields across the curve continue to fall, imagine hypothetically, I'm not forecasting this, hypothetically, if the 10-year Treasury were at zero, just due to market forces, might we want to have a positively sloping yield curve? I could make that argument. That might be a reason to go negative on the front end, but that's not something any of us are planning for or expect to happen.
I think Becky's got a question.
But you don't
Neil,
think...
can I just ask, you mentioned the 13.3.
Yes.
You mentioned the 13.3 powers that the Treasury would be granting to the Treasury would have to sign up and say and do these things. Steve Leisman was just talking about how maybe the commercial paper markets would be a good place for that sort of action. You got any comments on that?
Well, I think we're all watching the commercial paper markets closely. We see the fact that there are strains there. I can't comment beyond that. Obviously, in 2008, the Fed did take action in the commercial paper market. So I think that that's something that we would look at, and not to mention a range. In my view, I think we should be looking at a range of markets to make sure that there's basic market functioning. And it's not the Fed's job to bail out airlines. That would not be something that I would certainly be advocating, and I don't think my colleagues would either. That's the job of Congress and the White House and the Treasury. But basic market functioning is a core responsibility of central banks, and I think we are going to take appropriate action to make sure the financial markets are functioning.
But Neil, you don't have the fear that not getting back to what people thought what was a normal, non-emergency rate a couple of years ago to go back to higher yields when we missed our opportunity. You don't think we're seeing that scenario that so many people were worried about, that we stayed too low for too long, so the next time we have a real serious crisis, which this certainly is, that we're not going to be in a position and we actually we're watching the Fed basically unable to come in and save things now and pushing on a string. You don't think that we're watching that play out?
I don't. I think the fundamental concept here is, what is the neutral interest rate that neither stimulates the economy nor restrains it? We don't set the neutral rate. The neutral rate is set by broader macroeconomic forces such as demographics, technology. The balance of savings and investment ultimately is what sets where neutral is. The neutral rate in advanced economies around the world has gradually been declining for 30 years. And we set interest rates around that neutral rate, but we don't control the neutral rate. And so many folks have said, boy, I wish interest rates had been higher for the last several years. Well, I would say to them, I wish the neutral rate had been higher. I wish there was more demand for investment capital, which would push that neutral rate up, and then we would respond to that. And so I understand the concept. People want to go back to the old days when interest rates were 5%, but that's going to depend on broader macroeconomic forces. Central bankers can't control that. And if we had, by the way, Joe, if we had just said, no, we're going to raise rates anyway, then we would have likely been putting the economy into recession, because we would have been running monetary policy much higher than the economic fundamentals would require.
Yeah, people think there was a window, not recently when we had to come down after December of 2000, whatever it was, when we were worried, but 2 or 3 years prior to that, when we had such low rates and a pretty good economy. We'll see, Neil, I guess, but we appreciate. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, as you know, that I was one of the few people arguing against those rate increases, just because I didn't see any evidence that the labor market was overheating, and I think that that's true. The labor markets continued to exceed expectations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Meantime, states around the country are unveiling guidelines to help fight the spread of coronavirus, including the governors of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. I want to welcome Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont to the program this morning. Governor, thank you for joining us under these uncertain times. Tell us what's taking place in your state right now as you see it.
Well, Andrew, I'd say just as the Federal Reserve is trying to figure out what type of a recession to prevent and prepare for, we're trying to figure out what type of pandemic we can avoid. I see two very different scenarios as I look around the world. You can see what's going on in South Korea and Hong Kong and Singapore, where they really did exact pretty strict social distancing rules, and they were able to flatten the curve in a real way that saved lives. Then you look at the pictures of Italy, which are probably, just 2 weeks ahead of us. And they did not take the social distancing early enough, serious enough. People were out at the cafes until recently, and I think they're paying a price for it. And we had to be very strong working with our regional governors. I mean, our bars were filled until day before yesterday, and last night they're closed.
What is your total count right now in the state of Connecticut, identified?
It doubles every day or so, and right now we have 41 people who have tested positive.
And what's your anticipation of the real number, given the lack of testing?
Many-fold more than that. I think we have community spread, certainly in the southern part of the state. You know, one reason is you can't look at this in terms of states. Obviously, with New Rochelle and Westchester right next to Fairfield County, that was one region, and it came right up hard. So Fairfield County is where probably 3/4 of our infected people are right now.
And in terms of your hospital capacity, ventilators and beds, what's it look like?
We have a long way to go there. You know, I got to say, our nurses are putting in overtime. Our hospitals are going full out. We do have some capacity at this point, but I am worried. If we cannot flatten that curve, as they say, we could be overwhelmed. So that's why the social distancing and everything we can do in terms of prevention is so important.
I don't know if you were on this call yesterday, but there was a report that President Trump told a group of governors effectively, now you're on your own, but you know what? Go get everything yourself as much as you can, because the federal government may not be able to do it for you.
Well, I'm not counting on the federal government, and you don't just go to Amazon to get a ventilator, but I was on the phone all day for hours yesterday with a hospital saying, this may be on us, and we got to take the lead on this. Where do you source this? What can I do to help?
Becky's got a question for you.
Hey, Governor, I heard an interview with another governor who was on that call yesterday. It was the governor, I believe, of Maryland, who said that those reports were taken a little bit out of context, just in terms of what the president said. That he said, go ahead and look for things yourself, but that was because they wanted everybody doing everything at the same time. Could you give a little context to it? What really is taking place on that?
Well, Becky, I hope they were taken out of context. I hope that the Surgeon General and the rest of the healthcare team there are going to take the lead in helping us source the equipment, everything we need from PPE to ventilators. But I'm going to hope for the best, but we're going to keep doing everything we can at our level to make sure.
Were you on that call?
Can I?
Yes.
And was it taken out of context or not?
I can't. I was in and out on different calls, so I'm not going to opine on that.
I think Becky had another question.
Can I just ask you very quickly also about the primaries? I think they're scheduled for April 28th in Connecticut. We've seen what's happened in Ohio with Governor DeWine canceling or closing the polls even after a judge kind of pushed to have it open. He thinks it was not safe to do that right now. April 28th is still a ways out, but do you have any plans to change the primaries in Connecticut at this point?
Again, our those states, including New Jersey and New York and Connecticut, talked yesterday. I think they're leaning definitely towards postponing. Give us a little more time. Give us options in terms of absentee ballots. We can't rush it now.
And finally, Governor Cuomo has called on the president to have the Army of Engineers come and start building hospitals here in the state of New York. Would you be asking for the same thing?
You know, I would. I mean, I think we're going to need capacity in terms of beds, I think we can commandeer a lot of beds. We have our universities down right now. We have hotels that aren't fully occupied. So that's a little less urgent to me in terms of my list of priorities.
Okay. Governor, we appreciate your time this morning. We wish you lots of luck. Stay safe out there, and we hope to talk to you soon.
Keep informing people. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
All right, coming up, the New York Times columnist and Pulitzer Prize-winning author Tom Friedman is going to join us. Here are the futures at this hour. They've been stronger. They've been less strong, up about 463 points right now on the Dow. NASDAQ up 174, S&P up 56. We're coming right back.
in navigating markets?
Green is the theme across the board.
What signs point to opportunities?
Gold hitting a near 7-year high.
In economic political crossroads,
Will slow down growth. Central banks are feeling the pressure.
how do you brace for the risks ahead?
Debt levels in the world are rising.
Set your money on track with Nancy Hungerford and Denver Gill. Get up to speed with the day's biggest moves, real-time updates, actionable insights, street signs on CNBC.
CNBC brings you conversations with the world's greatest minds. From the world of politics.
We are not going to pay any single cent for such a stupid war.
To the boardroom.
Failure is not the opposite of success, it's a stepping stone to success.
And royalty to Hollywood royalty.
I want to give a cultural face to older women.
The biggest topics and the biggest names, all on the CNBC Conversation.
Hey, come on, Griff, take it easy.
I didn't do your homework, okay? I'm not scared of you.
Opening bell action.
Global markets under some pressure this morning.
Financials are the best performers right now.
Isn't there a risk here? Look at these stocks.
Squawk on the Street, weekdays.
Breaking drug news this morning. Regeneron says it has identified antibodies to treat the coronavirus. Pfizer is teaming up with a BioNTech in Germany to develop a possible vaccine against the virus. This is the clinical news we're hearing this morning, or the research news. Meg Terrell joins us on the news line. So the Regeneron doesn't seem that. It doesn't seem like a big leap. You get some antibodies and they from mice, and they fully humanize, which we've been doing for years now. They humanize the antibodies so that there's no immune response, and this seems to work. I mean, this is very promising in your view, Meg.
Yes, Joe. I mean, they have 4 approved drugs using this technology already for things like high cholesterol, rheumatoid arthritis, other maladies. So they've used this technology successfully a number of times. And, you know, what's actually kind of crazy, the way they do this is they've created mice. They've genetically engineered them to have human immune systems. So then what they do is expose the mice to the proteins that they want them to generate an immune response against. So in the case of the virus, a part of the virus, and the mice develop these human antibodies, and then they choose the best ones to develop into medicines. And so this could potentially be both protective if you give it in advance of infection and potentially treat the infection. But it is still in early testing right now. It's not even in people yet, but the news this morning is that they aim to start human clinical trials by the beginning of the summer.
And the proof of, like they do in technology, I mean, this has worked, and it's worked without adverse side effects in other treatments to this exact method. So in principle, you should be able to design it possibly for COVID-19.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it'll have to go through the barrage of human testing to make sure that it is safe and that it does work. And that, of course, takes time. We shouldn't be telling people there's going to be a treatment by the beginning of the summer, but they will begin testing it then, and they'll soon see data after that within a few months, presumably.
Works for Ebola, too, right?
It did work for Ebola. They were able to do exactly the same thing. And what they did was they chose 3 antibodies that attacked that virus. They made them into a cocktail treatment. And that drug was tested along with a few others in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there's an ongoing outbreak. It showed that fewer people with Ebola died taking that drug than other drugs. So it actually saved lives in that clinical trial. And now that drug is up for FDA approval for Ebola. This has worked. There's also some news on vaccines this morning. Pfizer has announced that it's partnering with a German biotech company, BioNTech, to develop a messenger RNA-based vaccine. Now, that's the same technology as Moderna's vaccine, which is partnered with the National Institutes of Health. And they also have an incredibly fast timeline for starting human clinical trials. They're saying by the end of April, they hope to be in human clinical trials. That's just about a month behind Moderna's vaccine. Now, of course, this is going to be a year-long, at least, development process until we get a vaccine. But these timelines are faster than we've ever seen in history for vaccine development.
Right, and the difference between a vaccine and a therapeutic, just in a nutshell, how long do you think it is? Is it a whole year, would you think, delay for a vaccine versus a therapeutic, Meg?
Well, it certainly could be, because some of the therapeutics that are being tested are already on the market. So Regeneron's rheumatoid arthritis drug, which was announced yesterday, it's starting clinical trials of, that could potentially treat the most severe patients who have this immune response in their lungs. If that's successful in this trial, which has already begun, that drug's available immediately. So that's why therapeutics could go faster. For new drugs like the one Regeneron's developing with this antibody-based technology, that's also moving faster than the vaccine timelines. I don't know if it'll be a year difference between when it would be available, but that is also on an expedited timeline.
Hey, Meg, the drug's already available. How quickly could it ramp up to meet global demand if it turns out that it actually works and is approved?
Right. I talked to George Yancopoulos, the chief scientific officer of Regeneron, about this last night. So that drug Kevzara for rheumatoid arthritis, they have the capacity to make this in huge quantities. And, I asked him, if this works, it would be such a miracle that they would have a drug to treat COVID-19 right now in the severest patients. He said they could dedicate their entire capacity to making that antibody if they needed to. And that, I asked him, would that affect your ability to manufacture other drugs that people need? And he said, they've got supply of those. So they could transfer the manufacturing capacity if they needed to. He also talked about the possibility of other companies in the industry using their manufacturing capacity to make Regeneron's antibodies if they prove to work. Just talking about the kinds of things, we don't often hear about companies working together and using their manufacturing capacity in this way for anything that proves to be successful against this virus.
Right, and as we have pointed out, Regeneron is going to be with Jim tonight on Mad Money, so that'll be something to tune in for. Thank you, Meg. Now let's get back to there. You can see George Yancopoulos will be on, CEO exclusive with Jim. All right, Mike Santoli joins us live from the NYSE with. I want to see your shot. Yeah, you're still in a place like that. If we toss us Santoli. Do we have that?
I live in this pond, more or less, so I'm kind of doing it the other way around as opposed to bringing the camera home. Let's take a snapshot of this market. I mean, it's been moving so fast, taking parts of the past year's return in such big chunks that we're getting, I guess, the long shot bear case from not long ago, that 2018 low. We almost got there yesterday, not quite. That's about 23.51. We closed 23.68, looking like we're going to bounce today. Big Monday declines almost always get you at least an attempt at a bounce on Tuesday, but the threshold is pretty high for any bounce being very meaningful right here. I'd say you'd have to go maybe 15-20% off this level before people start to say, okay, that might be something more than a reflex bounce, but probably not bad that we're holding this level. By the way, it's also for some people who look at these kind of key ratios, it's 38% of the whole increase. So essentially, it's a Fibonacci number, if you care about that sort of stuff, is around 23.51 as well. But we have to look at other things. Look at the muni bond market. This is one thing that I think perhaps spooked the Fed. The muni bond ETF in white right here has just gone right south. Liquidity's dried up. That's the equivalent Treasury ETF. So obviously, there's a huge reduction in the amount of kind of arbitrage money, market-making money out there. And flight is causing stress in parts of the market. So if we get an equity rally, we have to look at stress in the other parts of the capital markets to see if it's easing alongside. Take a look at the volatility index. Now, look, you could squint and look at yesterday's decline and actually see it as being less intense than last Thursday in terms of selling volumes and other measures, but this is not. So we're up around 80. We're at all-time highs. That really has to come down and make a spike on the chart to say that a rally might get some footing.
All right, Mike, thank you. Let's bring in Tom Friedman, the well-known book author and New York Times columnist. He's been looking at this from a very broad perspective, a high-level one. Tom, yesterday you said that you've been looking at this from 30,000 feet up. What's the view look like from there?
Well, Becky, it sort of fits in with what you guys have been talking about. We're kind of up against two exponentials, and one of the hardest things for the human mind to grasp is the power of an exponential. What happens when something just keeps doubling and doubling and doubling? So we've got a negative exponential in this COVID virus that just keeps doubling and doubling and doubling very quietly, and we still don't know the impact of it. But right now it's like a hurricane that's actually still offshore. The eye hasn't even made landfall yet. And so I was actually talking to Bill Joy, one of the co-founders of Sun Microsystems, the other day, and just asking him, what is a simple way to express the power of this exponential? He said, well, let's put it in terms that the average businessman could understand. The virus is like a loan shark who charges 25% interest a day. So think of it that we borrowed $1. That was the first day the coronavirus appeared, patient number one. Then we kind of fiddled around for 40 days. Now we owe that loan shark actually $7,500. If we wait 3 more weeks to repay our loan shark, we're going to owe them almost $1 million. That's the power of the exponential driving this virus. Now, at the same time, I would argue that there's an exponential that offers us hope, and you've just been talking about this morning with Regeneron and other companies, and it's the power of Moore's Law. The power of Moore's Law, coined by Gordon Moore in 1965, argued that the speed and power of microchips would double roughly every 24 months. And Moore's Law is alive and well today, and it's what's given us the amazing compute power and technological power that we now have all these companies being able to offer possibly rapid both cures and vaccines. I don't know how rapid. We need to keep our feet firmly grounded here because remember, we still don't have a vaccine for HIV or malaria. These are diseases that have been around a long time that many people around the world have suffered from. But the power of compute today to rapidly give us the kinds of cures or therapies we need, I'm a huge believer of it. And again, to express the power of that exponential on the upside, several years ago I was out actually to Intel, and I was asking them, what's an example of how Moore's Law works on the upside? And Intel had actually asked its engineers once to take a 1971 Volkswagen Beetle and try to guess if that Volkswagen Beetle had improved at the same rate microchips had since 1971, what would it look like today? And they calculated that if that were the case, that Beetle today, that Volkswagen Beetle, would go 300,000 miles an hour, get 2 million miles per gallon, and it would cost you 4 cents to buy. You'd be able to drive it your entire life on a single tank of gas. So that's the other exponential we have here. And what I see, the story from 30,000 feet, we've got a race between these two exponentials. Basically, the exponential spread of a viral epidemic and the exponential power of compute. And the thing that will I think save us, though, the key metric, and all of your guests this morning have been talking about, I'm only looking at one number. It's not the Fed, it's not the 10-year. It's the number of patients, the ratio of patients per beds and ICU units, and can we keep, and you had a wonderful graph on this morning, can we keep the number of patients at the peak here below the number of beds and ICU units so that we don't get social disorder? That's what I'm most worried about, that you get a runaway there, and so that's how I see it.
I love the compound interest and sort of exponential things, and that's something that does make sense to many people in our audience because of compound interesting and what they watch with the markets. Let's talk, though, about the response that we've been watching from authorities, because I have to say, last week, even this weekend, I was concerned that they weren't doing enough. It seemed to me that there was a decisive tone shift yesterday from the Trump administration, taking this much more serious, hardcore look at this, and from a lot of the state governments, too, that have been taking much more extreme steps to try and shut this down, including what Governor DeWine did in Ohio of overruling that judge and saying, forget it, we're not going to open the polls today.
Well, thank God for that. I still wish the president would even take a more urgent tone. I mean, we had some very irresponsible lawmakers, the governor of Oklahoma, Devin Nunes, over the weekend, tweeting about how they were in restaurants and everyone should come on out. That was insane, basically. You cannot social distance enough right now when you're up against this kind of exponential to prevent it from running out of control. And the beauty of America, we have this federal system where mayors and governors can act. You've been having these people on, and I think they've acted very responsibly. I don't know if it's in the nick of time or near the nick of time. I think it's giving us a chance, at least, for the good exponential and technology to win this race.
Hey, Tom, I wanted to ask you about the political morass of bailouts and the moment we're in, given that the airlines are now going hand in hand, and I have to imagine there's going to be lots of other industries and lots of conversation about this. We saw the aftermath of the bailouts in 2008, which may very well have worked, but politically clearly did not, and we're still living with it. How do you see it playing out this time?
Well, let's just talk about the underlying structure. And Neil Kashkari, was alluding to this morning. There are millions of owners and employers out there today who are long some asset they assume would go up in a stock, a company, a home, a restaurant, a convenience store, and they're long that asset with borrowed money, money they can't now repay or not going to be able to very shortly. So we not only need the Fed to backstop their banks to prevent a total meltdown, we're going to need these banks to restructure these debts, and we're going to need to get fresh money into the pockets of their workers so they can eat after their last paycheck comes in the mail this week. So I'm totally in alignment with those who say, write every American a check, backstop everybody. We'll let Andrew Ross Sorkin write another fantastic book, as he did about the bailout, in 2008, and we can argue about that later. But you have to protect the system, because without the system, if the system starts to crack, there's not going to be any debate about anything.
Do you think that this time do you think this time is different insofar as a lot of people looked at that crisis as a man-made crisis? Do you think people treat this like a 9/11? Like a Katrina, like something more in a natural disaster category, and so the public, again, this goes to the larger sort of social issues. People talk about inequality in this country and the having of what's taking place here. Do people, you think, accept that in a way that they might not have a little over a decade ago?
I do, and I think that, again, I really feel that, and I think that two things really impact me, Andrew. One is that my initial journalism experience in life was living inside a civil war in Lebanon, 1979 to 1984. Most of that time, I actually saw society break down. One of the most searing experiences I had as a journalist was watching a car basically going 50 miles an hour backward down a street to get away from fighting. People in America are so innocent and naive about how thin is the veneer of civilization once the system breaks, and they're also naive about what we're up against. We're up against Mother Nature here, okay? The downsides of Mother Nature, the spread of viruses. One of my real teachers and friend, Rob Watson, who invented Green Bill, Rob likes to say, Mother Nature is just chemistry, biology, and physics. That's all she is. You can't talk her up. You can't talk her down. You can't say, Mother Nature, we're having a recession here. Could you kind of lay off the viruses for a while? She's going to do whatever chemistry, biology, and physics dictate. And Mother Nature always bats last, and she always bats 1,000. Do not mess with Mother Nature. And that's what we're up against. This is different than 2008. This is different from anything we have experienced. We're up against this relentless, exponential force, and in the face of that, we have to take extraordinary measures to protect the system, because that is what is potentially at stake.
Hey, Tom, on that cheery note, we're going to leave it there, but we will talk to you again soon.
Sorry, thank you, guys.
This morning. No, thank you.
All right, let's get the latest on the pandemic itself, the coronavirus pandemic. Kate Rogers joins us now with more. Hello again, Kate.
Hi again, Joe. Good morning. We'll begin again with cases today with more than 183,300 around the globe, with more than 7,100 deaths. In the United States, cases have surpassed 4,600 with 85 deaths. Notably, while China recorded an additional 20 new cases on Monday, just one new locally originated infection was recorded in Wuhan. Others were among travelers who had arrived from abroad. Now, the Trump administration did release those new guidelines Monday to help slow the spread of coronavirus. The moves include closing schools, pausing discretionary travel, avoiding bars and restaurants, as well as groups of more than 10 people. The guidelines will apply for 15 days. And as more people stay home and shop online, Amazon says it plans to hire 100,000 employees across the U.S. The company says it plans to increase pay for workers in fulfillment centers, transportation, stores, and deliveries by $2 an hour. Amazon does pay $15 an hour starting wages to workers in fulfillment centers around the U.S. The company also recently extended its sick leave policy to include part-time warehouse workers. Guys, back over to you.
Hey, thank you, Kate. For more on the fight against coronavirus, we want to welcome Michael Ostrom. He is the director of the University of Minnesota's Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy. Help us this morning. What are you seeing out there that's positive? I'm hoping.
Well, I think, first of all, for having me on, I think the world is finally waking up that we cannot ignore this, whether it be a public health issue, a medical issue, or even a business issue. And I'm optimistic that we are now finally having the discussions and taking the actions that we really needed to do to address this.
Do you think that we're going to bend the curve? I mean, you look at some of the numbers in Italy, you've looked at some of the numbers in South Korea and elsewhere. Where do you think we really stand?
Well, I think, first of all, there's a tremendous misconception about bending the curve. This virus is likely going to be here until we have a vaccine, which if I were to be optimistic, I'd say 18 months. And every time we try to bend the curve, as you discussed, we're suppressing cases, but all we're doing is postponing those cases. We're not eliminating them. And so I think the challenge is how many cases can we suppress or prevent until we get a vaccine. I hear this notion that we'll be in it until April and then August. I think we're going to be in this for many, many months. We have to bend the curve every day, not just one time.
Well, look, the great conundrum is the more you try to bend the curve, the longer this actually is going to take place for, and the more, arguably, hopefully, will help with the human damage, but we will also create economic damage. And so there's going to be this very complicated, I hate to say that there should even be a balance, because I think that the human element is so critical here, and nobody's going to, I think people are going to say whatever it costs, but that's where we are.
I think you said it very well. We have to continue to consider what it means to die from this virus. It's a very, very difficult and tragic situation. But we also have to have a conversation about how we're going to live with it. And we have to figure that out. Are these kind of measures that we're taking right now, do they work, number one? And number two, do we envision America that for the next 18 months will be in complete lockdown? Right now, we just heard the numbers from China. And as soon as China goes back to work and people are back on subways and trains and all the different forms of transportation, and when they're cheek to jowl in manufacturing plants, when they're in public places, I, for one, believe that we're going to see a resurgence of cases back in China.
Have we made a mistake then? Is this approach a mistake? I mean, what you're advocating, or it sounds like, is a little bit like what Boris Johnson was doing up until about 48 hours ago.
No, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't try to bend the curve. What I'm saying that is, just as you articulated so well, we have a natural tension here. Postponing cases means that they're just going to happen later, which means that we continue to drag this out. That's the hope. We have to do that. But the hope also includes having a vaccine then that one day will get us out. Otherwise, eventually, the 20 to 60% of Americans that we believe will get this. And so our hope is that we suppress it, but we will only be saved, really, when we have a vaccine.
Hey, Michael, I get your point, and I agree with you 100%, understand about trying to bend the curve. But if you're right, and if this lasts for 18 months, and every time anybody leaves and goes back to school, goes back to home, or back to work after that, you almost start to think that you're better off getting sick earlier rather than later, before you've seen the healthcare system overrun, while there's still, ventilators around, while there's still beds around.
You asked me at the top of this interview, what's the good news? Just the very fact that you just said that, that's good news. We're starting to think about this in a much more realistic way. It's not knee-jerk. It's not pie in the sky. It's not, oh, we're all going to die, and it's not a problem. This is hard. This is really hard. But we can get through this, but we're going to have the very discussion that you just articulated so well. We have to learn to both how we're going to die with this virus, but also how we're going to live with it. And that's, to me, the most important message today.
Michael, we appreciate you joining us this morning. Please stay safe out there.
Thank you.
A lot more ahead on Squawk Box this morning. Let's show you the latest on the markets, the coronavirus outbreak. We're going to talk about all of it, including what you need to watch ahead of the open, the government's response to the virus, and so much more. Right now, the future's looking to open. The Dow would open higher, about 377 points, 386 points higher, trying to push back against that fall yesterday, historic fall. NASDAQ looking to open about 135 points higher. The S&P 500 looking to open up about 45 points higher. We're going to talk all about it. Squawk returns in a moment.
I was racing mountain bikes in the UK, and I wanted to continue to compete when I came to Dubai.
I grew up in Minnesota, and I've been in Dubai for 14 years, and I really thought it was all desert. Now I wake up and I think, which mountain should I go to today?
It's not just beaches, hotels, and deserts.
I can kayak, bike, go skiing, go to the desert. It's all here.
A lot of these activities are initially community-led, and now are strengthening the quality of life that Dubai can give.
Candidate Michael Bloomberg met a dog for what I guess was the first time, and this happened.
In the age of digital disruption, get fresh business perspectives on the fast-changing world of tech, innovation, and startups from one place. CNBC.com/technology.
Breaking news, markets making wild swings ahead of the opening bell following the Dow's worst day since the 1987 crash. Stores are closing, cities are shutting down, and life is quickly changing, with President Trump recommending that Americans not gather in groups larger than 10 people. But this morning, we're also getting some potential positives. One biotech company is now looking to have doses of a possible virus drug ready to start clinical trials earlier than expected. And other companies say they are getting closer on a vaccine front. CNBC's breaking news coverage of the coronavirus and historic market volatility continues right now.
Good morning. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Becky Quick and Andrew Ross Sorkin. We're together in spirit, but we are now coming to you from separate locations. As you can see at the bottom, Casa Kernan, Casa Quick, and Casa NASDAQ, which is now Casa Andrew, at least for the time being. U.S. equity futures this morning are now kind of in the middle of the range that we've seen for most of the session. A little weaker than some of the very good levels. Good if you're hoping for a rebound that we saw earlier. NASDAQ indicated up 84, 85 points. In the S&P up 32. Obviously, this is all after yesterday's really severe Wall Street pain. The market, you know, just selling off into the close to new low levels. The Dow and the S&P posting the worst days since the market crash of 1987. The NASDAQ had its worst day of all time. The major averages are now down roughly 30% in the last month. And Treasury yields this morning, I saw the 10-year more or less stabilizing somewhere around 8.8%. We're at 0.78%. Andrew.
Okay, we've got team coverage of all of this and the global impact of the coronavirus, what it's doing to stocks, key industries, and business operations in America and around the world, and the U.S. government's evolving response to the crisis. I want to get over to Steve Leisman right now with the latest. Steve.
Andrew, I'm just not hearing good things about how markets are working this morning. There's some concern that the certain rates may trade outside or above the federal funds rate. There's a lot of talk right now that the Federal Reserve needs to come in and really unclog the commercial paper market and other markets that are out there. I have a screen here, hopefully you have it, about what's going on in the commercial paper market. Basically, companies are trying to issue or need to issue debt to raise short-term cash for all sorts of reasons. And if they don't, they have to go in and buy and tap their credit lines. Pressure on the banks. Meanwhile, the money market funds, I'm told, are having an outflow of cash here because big institutional investors are pulling their money out of those funds. Everybody's trying to batten down the hatches. So when you have the borrowers needing to borrow and the lenders really unable to lend, that's when you have things gummed up, and that's where there's concern about what's happening. A series of sort of internal plumbing rates are trading well above where they should be. I have a quote here from a report from last night from Bank of America that said the Fed needs to signal that these programs are coming as soon as possible to reduce credit concerns and funding markets. A statement today, and this was from last night, would help, Bank of America said. So there is some indication. I don't know if you want to wait for Eamon to provide that. He's the one who heard it, that the Treasury market or administration is saying that the Federal Reserve could come in with additional programs. But we do not have any indication yet from the Fed itself that some of these programs are coming. And I just want to pass along that we're not hearing the best news from the money markets and from the different plumbing parts of the financial system coming after
Steve,
the Fed did those big operations Sunday night.
This is really important. I don't know if you heard Neel Kashkari. I don't know if you heard Neel Kashkari when we were talking to him just in the last hour. I mean, this is important when we asked him about the possibility of the Fed coming in on the commercial paper markets, too. You know, he kind of acknowledged that's something they're watching, wouldn't give us any other information on that point. But, I mean, this is what is so reminiscent of 2008. Obviously, this is an entirely different situation. This is a virus that's spreading. It's not something we control or that was created by any of these companies. But this is what is so reminiscent, watching commercial paper markets, watching banks go to the lending window, hearing what happened with some of these and kind of waiting to see.
What I hear, Becky, is that the dealers, the primary dealers, the big banks, just do not have the capacity for a variety of reasons to provide the liquidity this market needs or provide the balance sheet that's needed. And that's why the Fed's balance sheet is needed. I think what you have here, and I'd be interested in Andrew's thought about this, is in 2008, you had a financial crisis that created an economic crisis. Right. And now you have an economic crisis that, unless certain steps are taken right now, could create a financial crisis. It's really a financial crisis, really 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Doesn't matter how you get there. But the idea being, who's going to provide the liquidity to get the economy from here to there? Right. Who is going to hold the risk of certain defaults that are going to happen in the economy over the next several months? That's what's being sorted out now. And the risk you have is that a certain panic takes place, a bank run on prime credits, on top quality assets and collateral, unless the Fed steps in here. I really just got off the phone with somebody who said, why aren't they in here? What's going on? And they've actually urged me to urge the Fed, which is obviously
Steve, what did you make of the banks going to the discount window, announcing last night that they're going to go to the discount window, and Morgan Stanley going yesterday?
I don't think it's a big deal, really. It looks more cosmetic. I think the Fed wants that to be a replacement. I have
given
to do
some
a
of the
little
comments
more.
you're making, you're making me a little more anxious about it.
Well, can I
have to do a little more
I don't know that
reporting
everybody
on the
understands.
effect it's going to have.
Right. Becky?
Steve, maybe you can walk through this a little bit more. I don't know that everybody entirely understands why the commercial paper market is so important. That's where companies can get short-term lending to make sure that it frees them up for all sorts of things. When that market freezes up, as it's been doing, that's when you have them start to go to the banks and draw on their lines that are there. Have everybody draw on those lines at the same time, particularly with some of what's happening with the regulators, and that's where you start to see things like, okay, we never had those lines really drawn by the big banks back in 2008 to say, or to shut down those lines to say you can't get access to that. But if everybody tries to do that at the same time because they can't get access to the commercial paper market, that puts an incredible amount of stress, particularly from these banks that are now being monitored so closely, to say you can't have things that are out of whack where you have too much out. They get in trouble with the regulators for that.
Right, and hey guys, I'm sorry folks, we have to talk on air to our control room, but guys on air, I made a full screen that sort of explained the commercial paper problem. If you could put that up, it really walks people. Knew that this time, and in some
Steve,
cases,
I don't know
they brought them down.
True. Most of the big banks did not. Most of the big banks didn't. I mean, but the
back in
commercial
08?
paper markets,
Back in 08?
Yeah, but I mean, most of the big banks didn't do that. What you saw was them free up the commercial paper market before that was really necessary.
Okay, well, my understanding was they yanked them, but I don't think it's worth debating history here. The point is that what I've been told was that companies were afraid they'd be yanked this time and stepped in and took them down earlier than they might have.
That's a natural
They still
reaction.
need to access the commercial paper market.
Toilet paper.
Right.
Right. It's the same as us going out and loading up on groceries, thinking I better make sure that I'm prepared for several months.
Becky, it's probably too early for levity, but somebody I talked to, a senior person in this market, said what's going on in the Treasury market is the exact equivalent of people going out and buying toilet paper. It's funny you use that metaphor because that's exactly what a senior person in the market told me. So let me walk you through this commercial paper thing very quickly. Companies are the borrowers. They need to issue to raise short-term cash. If they don't, they draw on the bank's lines of credit. The money market funds, they're the lenders. They need to sell to raise cash ahead of expected withdrawals. I don't want to tell you what happens if all this thing shuts down, but basically I've the idea of putting gates on money markets, things like that. There's concern if the Fed doesn't step in here that this will happen. And again, people tell me, why is this not happening? Why hasn't the Fed done this already?
Steve, thank you. A full screen. What is that's a thing that covers the. Is that what you were referring to with these are technical things? Let me get to Eamon Javers now on the Washington response. Eamon, we saw you a little bit earlier. What can you tell us now?
Well, here's what we know as of now. You heard Steve talking about some of my reporting. Steve is working the phones and talking to his sources. I'm working the phones and talking to my sources. I can tell you, and we have to be careful about this because we're doing this reporting in real time. So we want to make sure that we tell the audience what we know and also what we don't know. This is one source. It's a well-placed senior administration official. This senior administration official saying you may see action from the Fed today. Short-term credit for businesses is under serious discussion. So this senior administration official saying that the Fed is discussing short-term credit for businesses. Now, obviously, an administration official is not the same as a Fed official, so we're going to wait for more clarity before we jump the gun on assuming what that means necessarily. But there is an indication now from the administration that something may be coming from the Fed. We'll wait and see how all that plays out. Separately, Treasury Secretary Mnuchin is set to go up to Capitol Hill today. We are told by a senior administration official, sorry to quote all these senior administration officials, that the Treasury Secretary is going to be requesting a large package. Larry Kudlow yesterday discussed it in terms of $800 billion. There are reports this morning of $850 billion. My source would not confirm the size of that Treasury request to to Congress for a new fiscal stimulus package, but ultimately we are expecting Mnuchin to make a large ask on Capitol Hill later today. Details to come of what exactly is in that. Now, how long is all of this going to last? Yesterday, the president gave us some indication of line in the briefing, as we said.
We'll see what happens, but they think August, could be July, could be longer than that. But I've asked that question many, many times.
So the president there saying August or July in terms of the entire lifespan of this virus crisis. That lines up with what I was reporting yesterday, that the task force inside the White House has got two scenarios it's working on right now. One suggesting that the peak of the virus would be about April 14th. The other one suggesting, in a worst case scenario, that the peak would happen 3 months out and actually be much longer duration. That would put the tail end somewhere around the end of summer, beginning of fall. So if you look at the curve here and how bad this is going to get, it looks like the president there is citing that worst case scenario of this thing tailing off by August or the beginning of the fall. That gives you a sense of how much the economy is going to have to absorb here and how urgent it is that Congress and the Fed and Treasury and everybody in Washington starts to take action, guys.
Hey, Eamon, it's probably worth pointing out again. Go ahead, Jeff.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say that we're used to the news cycle being really since the election, I think, November of 2016.
Sure.
But we saw the fastest 10% correction. We saw the fastest bear market in terms of time. Now we've seen the fastest move down 30% in history. Is this the fastest time we've ever gone from a boom economy of 3.5%, 3.3% unemployment, and we're talking about extraordinary measures just to prop up this economy. This is unbelievable just watching it play out. How quickly you've had to react to.
I mean,
that was 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago when we were talking about this economy is just rip-roaring. To now where we're looking back and it's the perfect storm of Katrina and 2008 and 9/11 all in one.
Yeah, look, Joe, we are living through a stark moment in history. It's a clean break with what happened before just weeks ago. The world has changed entirely. Politics has changed entirely. The economy has changed entirely. You're starting to see people like Mitt Romney suddenly sound like Andrew Yang talking about distributing cash to Americans and just writing checks. I mean, the political system here is undergoing a convulsion as people try to figure out what's necessary, how fast they can deliver it, and exactly what form that's going to take. Add to that the complexity of the fact that you've got continuity of government issues in terms of Congress leaving town. If the airlines are affected, if domestic travel bans kick in, that's not guaranteed that that's going to happen, but certainly one possibility. You're going to look at a possibility that a lot of members of Congress, if they return to their home districts, will not be able to get back to Washington, D.C. to vote. You saw the president yesterday being asked, why are he and Mike Pence in the same room at the same time? Again, continuity of government concerns there. If one or the other of them would contract the virus, you would want the vice president or the president to be in a separate location. All of those kinds of thoughts you have to overlay here on top of all this. And as I say, what we're doing right now is real-time reporting with sources, trying to gather information and relay it to you in the markets as clearly and carefully as we can. And so I want to emphasize that what I just said about the Fed, that is one source, well-placed source. I wouldn't bring it to you if it wasn't somebody solid, but one source, and we're going to have to do more reporting on it as we go along.
Okay. Can I just add to that, Eamon? I think it's important if you hear that you have a source saying potentially, administration source saying potentially you'd see action from the Fed today. Because again, what everyone needs to realize is that the Fed can't take some of these steps until the Treasury Department gives them authorization to do it. So you would have to have your sources and Steve Leisman's sources from the Fed kind of confirming this and saying from both sides. And that's very important for people to kind of hear.
Eamon, though, how much of this ultimately, I understand the plan involves the Fed, but how much of it ultimately could be done by Treasury if approved by Congress?
Well, a lot, and I think the package that you're going to see Mnuchin ask for today, that there are, again, reports out there of $850 billion. We've had Larry Kudlow citing a number of $800 billion. That package would be Congress and the administration working together, separate from what the Fed is doing, as it's all envisioned here.
Right. Okay. Eamon,
Becky, I think in answer to your question, an answer to your question, Becky, is that the Treasury is not set up to do this. The Fed is. The Fed is somebody who can get into some of these markets. The Fed is set up to do this sort of lending. You remember back in the financial crisis what it did with things like Maiden Lane. You remember the commercial paper facility back then. I believe the revision of the Emergency Powers Act of the Fed that happened after the financial crisis requires the Federal Reserve to get Treasury approval for some of these things. And that may be what stopped this from happening up to this point. I will emphasize. Yeah, I'll emphasize that I cannot confirm Andrew's reporting. It seems a little strange, although it's possible that it would leak from the Treasury. But the Fed has to get its ducks in a row here, I'll tell you. Sorry, Amos reporting. In order to actually do these programs, the Fed has to set up facilities to make it happen. So the Treasury can say it's going to happen, and maybe the Fed can say it's going to happen, but in terms of getting these things together, the Fed has to create the facilities to buy the paper, issue the loans. Specific targeted loans to different industries is a very difficult thing. The Treasury might be able to do that. It's worth remembering, and Andrew's going to remember this too, Hank Paulson brought in a bunch of guys from Goldman just for a few weeks in some cases. I think Kashkari, by the way, was one of those Goldman people brought in to do some of these financial things at the Treasury. And some of them were there just for a couple of weeks to put some of these programs in place.
That's exactly right. And by the way, I should tell you, just from the sources I've been talking to, a lot of the old gang, if you will, has been consulting with the White House and Treasury and others over the past week on some of the steps that they may or may not take.
That's
so we're going to look for that to try to see what happens next. Exactly.
All right, thank you. Just unbelievable. I mean, we barely got through. We just had impeachment, right? Andrew, we should have known in Davos. We should have known in Davos that this was coming. It was the most positive Davos meeting we've ever had, and here we are anyway. We are watching the financials this morning. The 8 largest U.S. banks announced that they would be jointly accessing funding from the Federal Reserve so-called discount window in an effort to show their strength in times of turmoil. Joining us to talk more about how companies, political leaders, and investors are responding to the coronavirus, let's welcome Eric Cantor, the former House Majority Leader who is now Vice Chairman and Managing Director with Moelis & Company. Were you in on that last conversation, Eric? And how do you think, what do you think is going on behind the scenes right now in your view?
Yeah, well, good morning, Joe. Listen, you got a couple things that are sort of in place, and I think you heard Neil Kashkari say this earlier on behalf of the Fed, that they are going to err on the side of overreacting in a crisis situation like this. And I think you've got some things in place that will make it so that the Capitol Hill also respond in a way. Number one, I think there isn't anyone now who left who doesn't understand the disaster that this could potentially be from a human life standpoint and certainly from an economic standpoint. So that's number one. Number two, you have divided government, right? And so anytime you've got divided government, the spending restraint mechanisms that are typically in place, at least when my party used to be about focused on fiscal discipline, I think all bets are off. And then thirdly, this, as I think Becky had pointed out earlier, this is sort of eerily similar, but not exactly like either 9/11 or like 08 or 09, both of which I served in Congress. I mean, because you have an exogenous event, just like 9/11 wasn't created by anyone, so it's no one's fault. So the blame game can't start right now. But yeah, you have, and the problem is starting out with the small and medium-sized businesses, because that's where I think the real challenge is going to be. And now all of that from those businesses, the large businesses, are placing stress on the banking and the financial markets. So all of this, I think, points to the fact that you're going to see massive action on the part of government.
And go ahead, Andrew.
Eric, I was just going to ask what you think, and maybe I'm trying to think too long-term about this, but what you think the political implications of all of this are ultimately going to be. Because we are going from crisis to crisis. We don't have a rainy day kitty, a rainy day fund at all. That's clear as day. Every time we have a crisis, we're willing to throw as much money at it as possible. When we're in good times, we seem to not try to do much about it. And I just wonder whether this is going to change the political landscape in terms of how we think about these types of fundings.
Listen, I think there is going to be huge political repercussions at some point down the line. I'm not sure that there's going to be anywhere near a majority of members of Congress who are going to actually think about sort of the fiscal aspects of this, given the amount of debt that's been amassed over the last, decade plus in this country. And I think at some point that certainly will arise again as a political issue. Right now, I want to stress again, I think that most people want to make sure that the employees at a hotel or at a coffee shop or a florist who now all of a sudden find themselves out of work, that they get the assistance in the same way that we're talking about the big companies, the airlines, the banks, and others who, as you rightly pointed out earlier, Andrew, have engaged in share buybacks and the rest, and there's going to be finger pointing along those lines if you don't help the individual as well as the small and medium-sized businesses.
Eric, as far as the divided government you just alluded to, would you say that Mnuchin talking to Nancy Pelosi for different times and coming together, does that portend that we're going to be, at least while the crisis is front and center, that we're going to have some cooperation and we'll end up doing the right thing like we did with TARP, and that we can count on policymakers to put aside their differences for at least a while?
Well, listen, it's always at a time of crisis that I think Washington in the end will actually step up and act. And then I think history will then be able to look back to say whether it was the right thing or not. I do think that there is an urgency here, and that everyone is aware that of the situation that no one caused, that we're all now reacting to. So I do think, and I look at that number that's being talked about that Eamon just discussed, about $850 billion. You remember the stimulus package post-08, when Obama first came into office, it was about that size. Obviously, the economy's bigger. And again, this is a different situation. In a way, you think about the 08-09 crisis, that started. It was generated out of the financial system and the capital markets, and it started sort of inward and went outward. This one, much like, or at least similar to 9/11, the impact is being felt across the country now in all the business establishments, big and large. Big and small. So the real challenge is going to be, what's the delivery or distribution mechanism for aid to small and medium-sized businesses? Because I think, Andrew, you may have said earlier, well, we rely on the banks and let them push out the money. And that means, are you going to allow the community banks across the country and anybody who steps up to, say, let's push out the money? Well, again, there's not a lot of controls there, and there could be a large potential for abuse in a system like that. Those are the kind of questions, Joe, I think you're still going to have when the policymakers, the politicians are trying to affect a positive result here in a very, very tense time.
All right, Leader Cantor, thank you. We appreciate it, and I don't know where you are, but stay where you are, and keep your social distance, as they say. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Talking about social distancing, in this time of social distancing, one tech entrepreneur is shouting from the rooftops, literally, that staying home saves lives. Joining us right now is Reddit and Initialize co-founder Alexis Ohanian. He bought billboards in Times Square urging people to self-isolate. You can see it right there. 100,000 person conference canceled, saves 200 lives. Alexis, thank you for joining us this morning. When did you get this idea to do this, and where did it come from?
I spent a lot of time, whether it was co-founding Reddit or even just spent a lot of time on social media, and one of the things I found is that out-of-home advertising not only works in the physical locations where you're advertising, but it also can generate quite a story. It's like the one ad format that can go viral. And so it was probably just up one night, and it popped in my head.
How many days ago?
Reading Twitter. Now, just a few days ago. We turned it around pretty quick. I was pretty proud of the initialized team to get it all up. Probably
what's a billboard in Times Square go for these days?
It's actually surprisingly reasonable, all things considered.
You want to help us in case I may want to buy a billboard? I'm just asking as a friend.
It totally varies based on location, but it ranges from anywhere in the thousands to hundreds of thousands.
So how about Times Square if I were to buy one?
It genuinely depends. You have to go on ad quick.
You're being politic. We'll leave it alone. Let me ask you a different question, which is about millennials and so many of the young people out there. Some of them taking it very seriously, but so many not. I'm looking at a tweet right now. The coronavirus made flights so cheap, I think it's finally time to start traveling. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So what do you make of that? And you see that all over social media right now.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Look, I think that sort of apathy towards coronavirus it's not just millennials. I think across the board, a large percentage of folks have not taken it seriously. I think in large part because they're not appreciating the fact that you can not display symptoms and still be carrying it, and you could, get it, but still recover if you are healthy. And I think that as Americans right now is to decide that the greater good, the people in our society, specifically the elderly and those with health conditions, weakened immune systems, they are a priority right now. And it's incumbent on us to, not go to war, but really just go to our sofas and
Alex,
stay home.
Alexis, I'm sorry. Here's the question, which is, how do you do it? And the reason I say how do you do it is, I constantly am being told, don't panic, people. Don't panic, viewers. Don't panic, anybody. Frankly, if I'm being honest about it, I wish that we had panicked people more and earlier.
With exponential growth, that is usually actually the best bet. You would rather do more earlier to try to stave off that kind of growth versus doing less and then wondering how much more you could have done. And so, look, I think this is now an effort that all of us are required to participate in, and I want to see. We're seeing more people talking about supporting their local small businesses with gift certificates. Things like that are going to be vital because we've got a lot of folks who are going to be severely economically affected by this. And, frankly, a guy like Andrew Yang's $1,000 a month proposition doesn't seem so unreasonable right now at a time when I think even just some small direct cash infusion would make a huge difference on a lot of American lives in the next 6 months.
Alexis, finally, what do you make of the misinformation that does seem to be spreading on social media? Facebook has tried to tamp down on it. It's actually become a unique and interesting issue insofar as that, at least up until now, Facebook's policy has been not to try to tamp down on some of this misinformation. On this, they say they will. I don't know if you think this is going to change the dynamic when it comes to politics and everything else in the future as well, but what do you think that social media companies should be doing?
Well, I think it sets a really good precedent that actually just earlier today, all the major companies, all the major social media companies, including Reddit, announced steps and actions they're taking to prevent the spread of misinformation about coronavirus. And I think there are going to be new procedures in place as a result of this, because this event forces the hand of all these social media companies to say that, yes, we can actually editorialize. And, when it's the public good at stake, I think it's absolutely the right decision. And for what's worth, there are also companies that are finding opportunities, and I think that's the thing that's very heartening to me. We see so many companies across the board that are looking for ways to pivot and try to turn their resources and their expertise to help. A food kit company, Gobble, is making semi-prepped meals very, very accessible now to as many people across the country as they can, because going out to have a nice meal isn't viable, and with more people at home preparing their own food, these sorts of things are going to become much more important, not just for families, but for folks who are living alone and are among those who would be most affected. So,
Alexis, thank you for calling in.
Sure.
I really appreciate it. I want to get over to Becky, who I know has got some more news coming at us.
Actually, let's get down to Rick Santelli at the CME. He's got retail sales numbers that are just out. Rick, what are you seeing?
Yes, well, obviously they're a bit weak. February retail sales headline expected to be up 0.2 is down 0.5, down 0.5%. So it's 0.7 below expectations. If you strip out X autos, so retail sales X autos, it's down 0.4. X autos and retail gas, it's down 0.2. I don't see the control number out yet, but these numbers are definitely weaker than expected. They shouldn't be shocking considering all the conversations we've had. All right, the control number's out at a 0. Now, it's interesting that it is at 0 because the last time it was 0 was October. So it's not a horrible number to be 0. That's going to be plugged in other data points higher up the food chain. But we should get used to some of these negative numbers as we now get into some of the data that takes into account the areas of February that were affected, of course, and moving forward. We still have industrial production and capacity utilization to come out at 9 o'clock Eastern, and at 10 o'clock, we're going to have JOLTS, really the first of our job numbers. So, Becky, right now, equities, interest rates are a little bit higher. I think the big story overnight really is the dollar. The dollar is back up close to its highs of the year, and the highs of the year took it back to May of 17. Actually, they were established in 2019, the highs that I'm referencing, just shy of 100. And for anybody thinking about emerging markets and all the dollar appetite for funding that is driving the dollar demand, think about this. The CRB, commodity prices, they're at the lowest level in almost 21 years. Becky, back to you.
Rick, where are you? I thought you were on the floor of the CME, but that does not look like that.
Well, we're not on the floor of the CME. We're in a building in the corporate headquarters, so we have enough various systems to monitor as many markets as we possibly can during these trying times to, of course, keep listeners and viewers and many traders, of course, that aren't in their offices, aren't able to see all their different screens. We're just trying to hold it together. So all you folks in the CNBC family are going to keep the media and everybody focused on what's going on with coronavirus. I'm going to do my best to keep you all focused on different parts of the markets domestically and globally, at least the best I can under current situation.
Good job. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you. Thanks, Beck. Airlines are taking dramatic measures and seeking billions of dollars in aid to deal with severely crimped demand stemming from the coronavirus outbreak. Last night, President Trump tweeted that the government would be, in his words, powerfully supporting industries in need, like the airlines. And Phil LeBeau joins us now with the latest. And just as an aside, Phil, I've been tweeting a little bit about this and just wondering, and I'm very serious about this now because the airlines are in such dire straits, but it was February 14th you had Ed Bastian on announcing that billion-dollar initiative to get to carbon zero that at the time seemed like a noble aspiration, but sometimes reality comes back, and you just, will we hear from Delta whether they've rescinded that entire idea? Do you know? Have you heard anything? Would you spend $100 million a year on planting trees in Africa at this point?
Well, Joe, I have not asked them that specific question because the more immediate concern for Delta and for all the airlines right now, their liquidity. And that's an interesting point that you bring up, and I'm sure that at some point we'll get to that, but we're in a bit of a triage mode right now when you look at the airlines, and the focus right now is on their balance sheets and making sure that they do have enough liquidity because, look, demand is not showing anywhere close to being near a bottom. Delta and American, they are both now, according to a number of reports, seeking short-term loans. Again, this is all about making sure that they have the cash on hand over the next couple of months. Meanwhile, take a look at Southwest Airlines. Late yesterday, it dropped another 8K, the second one in the last couple of weeks. Their March capacity or load factors, how many seats in the planes are being filled, they're only 2/3 full. 67% full right now, but here's the scary thing. They're going down to only half full, and that's happening quickly, according to the airline. They are expecting to cut about 20% of their available seat miles, and this is the reason why the airline, the airports, Boeing, and the aviation industry, they're all looking for some type of an aid package from Washington. The airlines are seeking $50 billion, including $25 billion in grants that do not need to be repaid immediately so that they have the funding in place for whatever happens over the next month or two. Another $8 billion for the cargo operators, and then $10 billion the airport industry, various airports around the country, they're seeking $10 billion. Speaking of Boeing, the company yesterday was put on having its credit cut by S&P, cut down to BBB. It is now, in the eyes of S&P, the big concern being cash flow. Remember, they're getting hit with a double whammy here. You've got the 737 MAX, which we've talked about for months on end, and then you've got the airlines who are ordering planes who may not want to take plane deliveries in the future because of their current financial situation. And finally, when you take a look at Boeing, you also have to take a look at Airbus. Airbus and Boeing essentially are trading in tandem, and they're both way off. Why? Airbus saying that it is going to be shutting down 4 of its plants in Spain and France because of coronavirus. And guys, the focus right now for Boeing and Airbus, not just their financial situation, but also what happens in terms of production.
Hey, Phil, thank you. And Joe, to your point, just watching what companies are trying to deal with, I don't know if you saw it last night. There's been so much news that's been passing, but ExxonMobil late last night put out a statement saying that it's looking for ways to significantly reduce spending just because of a result of how the markets have changed. You look at them with oil and everything else, they are looking to significantly cut their spending on just about any way they can. They didn't give specifics, but remember, it's been less than a week and a half since we spoke with the chairman and CEO, Darren Woods, and since he talked to the street and gave them their expectations, too. You have to imagine that is happening at every company right now.
Remember on Valentine's Day, it was also, they announced an initiative to do some profit sharing with employees, which was part of that, that whole initiative Delta brought us down. I wonder about, is that still on? It's, I mean, things can change so quickly.
You can't share profits if you don't have any. I mean,
the other complicated part about this is when people talk about trying to wipe out, or if you're going to do a bailout and you want to wipe out shareholders, in the case of Delta, for example, you're not just wiping out the shareholders, you may be wiping out the employees. So it's going to become a very complicated conversation.
Okay. All right, let's bring in another voice on this topic. Gordon Bethune. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
No, I'm done. It's just the airlines, I feel, I mean, they're out of all the industries. It's just unbelievable to watch what's happening for an industry we're going to need. I mean, you know, we could have bought some, you know, Toyotas. We shouldn't have let the auto industry go, but, I mean, without the airline industry, I just can't imagine, so.
Well, let's bring in Gordon Bethune. He's the former chairman and CEO of Continental Airlines. And Gordon, I'm guessing you got to be pretty glad you're not running an airline these days.
You bet, Becky. It's a rough road to hoe for them today. I really sympathize with them.
What would you be doing at this point? What should we be thinking about as citizens, and then what should policymakers be thinking about when they look at what's happening at these companies right now?
Well, like your other guests and other industries, they're cutting costs as dramatically and quickly as they can. Obviously, it's hard to get ahead of such a precipitous fall in demand. And of course, they have a cash constraint, and so they're trying to amass cash while conserving the cash they do have, which can get awful ugly. Taking airplanes out of service and returning them to lessors it's very hard to get them back and get things up and running. So every day it's going to be more and more difficult for them to return to normal.
Hey, Gordon, I didn't realize until very recently kind of how airlines operated, just using the ticket fees that you charge customers. That's kind of like their float, right? Like you're using the money that you're being paid for future bookings as a way to keep the company afloat and kind of get it out to that position. What happens when customers dry up and nobody's booking? We were talking to Phil LeBeau earlier about how steeply bookings dropped off in March, and it looks like it's going to rapidly accelerate.
Well, that's when your credit line comes into play, and of course a revolver is set up normally in most companies to be able to tap into that credit reserve. But you're right, Becky, there's a 90-day kind of window, and you're selling tickets 90 days in advance. That means you're getting that revenue in today, but you're not creating the liability for 90 days. So that has to be a moving target, and hopefully this one will be a shorter gap to catch up with, but every day, you know, every day it gets deeper.
Hey, Gordon, can you talk about how you might think a bailout should be structured? And the reason I ask is we've now gone through booms and busts of the airline business over the last 20 years. You know, there's one view which is that we should just help all corporations, in which case, invariably, the airlines would be helped too. There's a different one, which is, I think, where Joe was talking about, which is how important the airlines are to the economy. And if we were to bail out the airlines and do it specifically to the airlines, the question is whether the approach would have to ultimately be different, which is to say that you'd want, I think, as taxpayers, to say to the airlines, okay, we're happy to bail you out. We don't want to ever do this again. Therefore, we're going to treat you like the banks. You're going to have to create a rainy day fund. You're not going to be able to do stock buybacks many years until you can build a cushion so that the next time something like this happens, you can withstand it and we don't have to do this ourselves.
Well, that might be part of a regulatory solution. Obviously, as Joe pointed out, this place, the world, doesn't work without aviation. You can't get to Tokyo for a meeting. You can't do anything. Hawaii closes. So it's part and parcel of the daily heartbeat of this company. And if it goes away or it gets inhibited so much that it can't meet demand, you're going to temper growth in the economy. So there's a fine balance. I think the government should step in with at least loan reserves or guaranteed loan reserves or direct loans.
You don't think private money would come in if it went through a typical bankruptcy?
Well, I don't know. You know, that's so catastrophic to so many people that they're going to avoid that to the extent they can. I don't think our country should let that happen. I mean, if we're going to bankrupt companies from loss of demand, they have operating certificates issued by the government to provide this transportation, and they ought to remain in place. I really hate to see a bankruptcy occur. I don't think the government should let it happen.
Gordon, I want to thank you for your time today, and I have the feeling we'll need to talk to you again in the days and weeks to come. Good to see you again. Gordon Pethune, who is the former chairman and CEO of Continental. Right now, let's get over to Dr. Scott Gottlieb. He's the former FDA commissioner. He's a CNBC contributor, and he also serves on the boards of Illumina and Pfizer. We've been talking about what's been happening with the coronavirus. At this point in the United States, there are 85 deaths that have been reported, more than 4,600 infections reported across the country. We've been hearing from the CDC about making sure people maintain social distancing, don't get into crowds. President Trump even saying he does not want to see people congregating in crowds of more than 10 people. Dr. Gottlieb, where do things stand right now, just in terms of how long you think this lasts?
Well, I think we're going to start entering a period where it's going to accelerate, and the case counts are going to start to rise pretty quickly, especially now that the diagnostics are going to start to be deployed more broadly. We're going to be turning over the card on more cases. You know, sort of an optimistic case, and it's not an unreasonable case, is that this, again, peaks out sometime late April, early May. And then we're coming down the epidemic curve. So that means it still lasts well into June, through June, into July, but you're peaking out in terms of the number of daily cases that you're reporting sometime towards the end of April, early May. And that's if we put in place mitigation steps, and it extends out a little longer because we're trying to keep the peak of the epidemic down. And then you hopefully see a tail-off in cases in the deep summer, July and August. Probably still get some transfer of this. You still get some transmission because it's so novel, but you don't see the epidemic spread. And then I worry a lot about the fall. Your guest before talked about this fact. This doesn't go away. We're going to need a vaccine or a therapeutic. The reality is we can get a therapeutic, I believe, by the fall, as well as a point-of-care diagnostic that lets doctors diagnose this much more quickly so we can isolate and contain people. But we really need to put a lot of effort behind that. And I don't see the sense of urgency that I believe we need to try to get that.
When you say sense of urgency, what has to happen and who has to do it?
Well, look, I think the government should be trying to put real resources behind this and a real concerted effort. And you can create a special task force inside the Food and Drug and detail the people to it and have them work in a dedicated way on the development of therapeutics for the coronavirus. A vaccine is going to hopefully be obtainable, but it's a long way off. I mean, year and a half, 2 years. In the interim, we can have antivirals that are directly acting on the virus for people who get into trouble with it. We can have an antibody-based prophylaxis that could protect frontline healthcare workers, the elderly, immunocompromised cancer patients. That's the product that Regeneron's working on. And then you couple that with a point-of-care diagnostic that literally sits in the doctor's office like the flu swab or Cepheid's gene expert. You adapt that for the detection of coronavirus. And then doctors can diagnose people very quickly
quickly. You can get them into quarantine. You can contain local outbreaks, and then you can use your therapeutics to try to protect the people who get themselves into trouble with this, who end up in the hospital.
Meg Terrell was telling us a little bit about Regeneron earlier today, just the idea that its rheumatoid arthritis drug, Kevzara, looks like it could be going into clinical trials earlier by summer. I'm not even sure I'm getting these details right, but what do you know about Regeneron, what it's working on, and how promising that might look?
Well, there's also products that can help treat people who get sick. We're learning much more about this disease and how to treat people who get sick. And one of the things we believe is that part of the reason why some people get so severely ill, not everyone, but some of them, is what we call a cytokine storm. It's an overwhelming immune response to the virus. The body mounts a very active response, and it's actually the immune response that starts to your lungs and your tissue. And so if you can interrupt that immune response, or some aspects of that immune response, you can avert some of the destructive effects of the virus. And so there's drugs that can do that. They've been used in China. They're showing promise. Some of them into clinical trials. There's some clinical trials already underway in China. So that's also a measure of the fact that we're learning to treat this better. That's why I think we're in better shape than we would have been 2 months ago, because we understand how to use technology in a more robust way to help people who get very sick. But we can have far better tools by the fall. This is achievable. We know how to develop antiviral drugs and things that target viruses. And Regeneron, for example, developed an antibody-based prophylaxis against Ebola, and they had a product in development against MERS as well that I believe was in primates. And so that company has done this before. There's others working on it as well, but Regeneron does have the capacity to do this at scale.
Dr. Gottlieb, thank you very much. It's good talking to you.
Thanks a lot.
Meantime, the coronavirus is already putting extreme pressure on some big-name retailers with curtailed hours and store closures. But for some chains that were financially strained to begin with, well, the virus could prove to be fatal. Courtney Reagan joins us right now with more on that. Courtney.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. So there are a number of retailers that have frankly been flashing some warning signs for some time. Now, add in the coronavirus pandemic, and there are retailers that may not survive much longer. We've got quarantines issued. There are stores that are closed. Consumers are practicing social distancing, and frankly, when they're buying essentials, and mainly just essentials. Sources I spoke to use various stress test measures to evaluate whether a retailer has the ability to cover its financial obligations over the next 6 months to 2 years. So they're looking at things like debt to EBITDA ratios, cash flow, credit ratings, and even exposure to pressured mall and those locations. Those are all among the metrics that are being used. So here are some retailers that could struggle to continue operations in the near future. JCPenney, it's been struggling to reignite its business under several different CEOs for years now for little success. Debt payments loom, and many fear that JCPenney is frankly running out of time. Jill, Moody's recently downgraded its debt even further, noting approaching maturities and high execution risk associated with its languishing turnaround as well. Ascena Retail Group, this is the parent company of Ann Taylor, Loft, Lane Bryant, and more. They've got thousands of stores, many of them in the mall. S&P Global points to, quote, the likelihood of a conventional default or broad-based restructuring in the next 6 months. Though an Ascena spokesperson tells CNBC, quote, bankruptcy is not being considered and that it, quote, remains in full compliance with all of its obligations under its financing agreements and intends to remain so. GNC Holdings, the vitamin seller, says it's operating under, quote, going concern, or that means it does believe that it's financially stable enough to continue its business foreseeable future, but many aren't so sure, and they've delayed their 8K filing. Party City, Rite Aid, J.Crew, and Neiman Marcus, and what's remaining of Sears, those are all also on the distress list for a number of different experts for effectively all the same reasons we just went through. And many of these names just may not make it through this, may not recover. Back over to you.
Okay, Courtney, thank you. Our fingers crossed for them. Meantime, I want to get to CNBC's headquarters. Jim Cramer joins us now. Jim, as I see it, and I'm curious what you think the answer is. At this point, if you're an investor in the market, you are betting on policy response. And the question is when it's going to come and what it's going to look like. It may very well be this $800 billion, $850 billion plan. And what I don't know is whether you think the market rips on that news. I also remember the market ripping in 2008 when TARP first came. And then, of course, the plan didn't get approved. The market went the opposite direction, and then it ripped again. I mean, we went through this back and forth. So how should investors think about it?
Well, to me, it's a biological problem, not a financial problem. It's the cart before the horse. Dr. Gottlieb's dead right. I mean, you need to have more of a Manhattan Project than we have. I have Regeneron on tonight, and I'm very buoyed by what they were, when I was talking about them with the weekend. Really felt very good. I'm glad that they came out with this news. It has to be 1-2 punch, and the one is the biology, and the two is the fiscal. Obviously, the fiscal is trying to get ahead of that. The only reason I say that is because of what you just said about TARP. Absolutely right. They get TARP, and there's a big sigh of relief. And then we just go into the real cataclysm because we have no idea how to handle it. We just take the banks off the table. We've already taken the banks off the table with what was done Sunday. There'll be people who disagree with that, but those people are wrong. They've made things very good. They learned their lesson from 2007, 2009. They did not have a playbook for small and medium-sized business. They just don't have one yet. So this will obviously help if they try to figure out if it's payroll tax cut. These people are on the payroll. So it's a little kind of like what the rich people would do. They know people who are on a payroll because they work with big companies where there are payrolls. Most of these people are 1099 employees. They have no real hope of getting any money. You have to put the money in their pocket. But yeah, once you get the money in the pocket, it doesn't matter, Andrew, until we realize that there's light at the end of the tunnel in terms of the flattening of the curve. So you can put money in people's pockets, and you're just going to put more money in their pockets because, well, you can't open a store.
We are going to look forward to that interview that you have, Jim, later today with the CEO of Regeneron. It's an important one, and folks should make sure they watch that at 6 p.m. Eastern Time tonight.
You guys have done a fabulous job. I mean, I think that your whole tenor of your program is one that says no false hope, but there's a lot of possibilities out there. I do want to get away from the minutiae. I do believe the Treasury Secretary and the Federal Reserve will work out what's best. However, it's really Dr. Fauci that has to tell us that we're all clear, not the Fed chief.
Okay. Jim Cramer, we'll see you in just a little bit on Squawk on the Street. Meantime, Joe, over to Casa Kernan.
Thanks, Andrew. Yes, Casa Kernan. President Trump says that the U.S. may be heading into a recession because of the coronavirus. The Federal Reserve has cut interest rates to near zero in an attempt to strengthen the U.S. financial system. Joining us now, John Taylor, Hoover Institution Senior Fellow, and the author of Choose Economic Freedom, and Sarah Bloom Raskin, former Federal Reserve Governor and former Deputy Secretary of the Treasury. Just to get the ground rules straight, John and Sarah, do either of you have advanced degrees in biological science? I guess not, right, John?
Which I had to use for right now.
Exactly.
Exactly. So we all have opinions about how this is going to work out. It's just the unknown is quite daunting, John. So I guess we'll just go to the policy response, either fiscally or monetarily, and we saying necessary but not sufficient. What do you make so far of what the Fed has tried to orchestrate, and what do policymakers need to do from here?
Well, the Fed certainly laid out all it had. I think it needs to be more specific about what's next. People are worried about that. They've had this experience with forward guidance, so to speak, in the past. I think they also need to be very specific about what they're doing. I think there's still a little question about what the interventions are for. They weren't taken up completely. So I would say more specificity. You know, in 2008, 2009, we had the term auction facility. People were talking about using that again. It wasn't clear it worked at the time. More specific actions and the reasons are important for the Fed right now.
Your comments, Sarah?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with John. He's got that right. I mean, not only, first of all, we all know QE is not an infectious disease cure. That aside, the Fed could be not just more aggressive, but I would say to be really more forceful on that emergency lending piece, because it has yet to trickle down to the small businesses. Businesses at this point are really facing really treacherous decisions in terms of their ability to continue. If they can't max out on their lines of credit without being penalized in terms of delinquencies and defaults, they're going to have a hard decision to make, which is going to be to lay off people. And we know when that happens that it really is almost too late. We can't let firms engage in massive layoffs, because of course what we do to consumer demand at that point is going to be very hard to turn around. So the more ability we can be giving small businesses now in terms of staying afloat, I think the better. And even though the Fed, of course, did what it did on emergency lending, it's really going to be up to the banks to be taking it up aggressively and saying more to their borrowers than just, do you need any help? It's got to be a real sit down with them to work with them and give them the opportunity to actually restructure their lines or give them the advantage of these very, very cheap lines of credit so that small businesses can be staying afloat right now. And we're talking here, we're talking the restaurants and the dry cleaners, the bars, the realtors, the Uber drivers. By the way, speaking of that side of the equation, I think there's quite a bit of work that has to be done here with expanding the use of unemployment insurance. The unemployment insurance mechanism really comes too late in this for issues like this. That is for people who have already lost their jobs, but we do have to do something for people whose hours have been cut back, or for people who have 1099 and Schedule C income and are right now having a very hard time figuring out how to pay their bills.
Right. So, Professor
So
Taylor,
I would say fine, but it's got to be much more aggressive, more aggressive.
Right. And that's what I was going to ask you, Professor Taylor, because Sarah's proposing basically a wartime fiscal stimulus program. Not the greatest time in terms of $1 trillion and possible $2 trillion deficit. Are you on board? Andrew, you have suggested like almost a shock and awe type response to this. And
I think it's the only way, Joe. I think the only way to, look, we all know that medically the only way to solve this is going to be science. But from a financial perspective, the only way to make the country feel like they're going to be able to get through this, I think, is a shock and awe. We are going to effectively blanket coverage, if you will, everybody, from businesses to individuals. And I think that until we do that, we will be waiting on time and science. And by the way, hopefully the science will help us get there faster than we are expecting.
So any governors...
That's exactly right. And by the way, the stuff being discussed is not what I would call wartime fiscal stimulus. I mean, a $1,000 check is going to be laughable. It is going to get the same kind of reaction that a lot of the Fed interventions got. So I would not call, writing checks for $1,000 per person a wartime fiscal stimulus.
Go ahead, Professor.
I think they got to get this House bill out now. It's got some specifics. Right, for sick leave testing, just get that, show there could be some bipartisan working together. I think some notion that there is some automaticity to the system. Don't forget that. It occurs instantaneously. And the big effects, the $1,000, the rebates, people will pocket that money. It won't have the effects. So be specific about what the problem is being addressed. Design a program for that. That's what worked in the past, and that's what will work again. But the more general shock and awe without a purpose, it's not going to affect it. Purposeful changes are so important.
Right. And that's why I would focus this on an existing system that is already up and running, that we don't have to wait for Congress for. It is a state-by-state system. Take the unemployment insurance mechanisms which exist in every state and currently are there for people who don't have jobs, and expand it to people whose hours have been reduced, expand it to people who are small business owners and their incomes have been reduced because of this coronavirus. And then keep it only, and then for your your idea of keeping it, having it be able to turn off, it's on as long as there's a national emergency. And then when we don't have a national emergency anymore, it turns off.
Right. We've got to end it there. Thank you very much, Sarah Bloom-Rathman. Thank you, Professor Taylor. Thank you, Andrew and Becky.
Thank you, Joe.
And someday we'll talk about sports. Someday we'll talk about sports again, and we'll realize that Tom Brady is leaving the Patriots. But anyway,
we'll be back tomorrow. CNBC's special coverage continues right now.
Hey, thanks for a good show, guys. Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to CNBC's special coverage of these volatile markets. I'm Carl Quintanilla at the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer's at CNBC Global Headquarters. Faber is going to join us later this hour. Whipsaw futures as a stimulus package is in front of the Senate. President guides us to hunker down for 15 days. Lots of news on test kits and potential therapeutics. Europe's down about 1% and oil is steady. Speaking of volatility, here's a look at the roller coaster ride that futures have taken since yesterday's 3,000-point drop. Jim, you've never been a huge fan of futures, but you think they are especially irrelevant now.
Right. I mean, these are fraud. I think that people look at these, and I got up at 3. Boy, the market looked great. It was like a bull market. It was going to make up half of what we lost yesterday. Then I go work out, I come back, and we're down. We're going to start losing a lot of what we even tried to gain midday yesterday before the fall part in the last hour with the press conference. So let's just stay focused on the individual stocks. I know individual stocks are all being brought down by the indices. The great opportunities, and yes, I'm willing to use that word, come from the obliteration of the futures. Meanwhile, there are companies that are actually doing well. Obviously, the companies are doing quite poorly, and we'll go over both. But there are going to be opportunities today because there's a lot of give up.
Yeah, I want to get, I've got a lot of specific questions for you this morning. I know you got Regeneron tonight, and in terms of signs of hope, whether it's test kits on from Roche, therapeutics, you heard Gottlieb a moment ago talking about those 3 things, test, therapeutics, vaccines. We are starting to see, obviously, very early signs of progress.
Absolutely. You take a look at tests. Last night we had just an absolutely terrific interchange with Mark Casper from Thermo Fisher. They're going to have 5 million tests available next week. 5 million test kits. I mean, you can imagine that's up from nothing just a couple of weeks ago. So I thought that was very heartening. You know, Legislature reached out with me, and I'm going to have Dr. Yancopoulos on tonight. They were the guys who, believe it or not, solved Ebola. We don't talk about the people who have been through, and this is a second rodeo, not the first. They have something both therapeutic, people who are sick, and also for something as preventative. It's far ahead of where I thought. We're going to talk about the immediate term. We also have a new narrative, Carl, that I think is very exciting, which is the public-private partnership. And we're going to have 2 executives on today talking about that. Bill McDermott from ServiceNow later. Getting there. I just got an announcement from Facebook. Sheryl Sandberg going to be on Mad Money tonight talking about $1 million to help 30,000 small businesses here in 30 countries. This is what has to happen. We're all waiting for the Federal Reserve Chairman. We're all waiting for Secretary Mnuchin. But America is not waiting for these people. America is waiting for no one. And the companies are starting to help everybody. I think that's a major theme in order to be able to get us through this morass. We can't just count on the government. The government, yes, we need that money, and they're going to get it to us in some form. But I like the fact that a Facebook stepping up, or Cisco stepping up, or a ServiceNow stepping up.
Yeah, I agree. Even Jack Ma sending masks really all around the world. Sandberg did say yesterday that they're going to work on fixing, in ways they really haven't talked about before, Jim, fixing misinformation, especially when it comes to COVID, whether that's a celebrity, whether that's a politician, an influencer of any kind. That's kind of a narrative shift.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I wish that people would start publishing the numbers out of Italy, the true numbers, because actually, I mean, look, no deaths. Any death is, of course, terrible, but we are getting some very heartening data out of Italy, which shows you basically that if you're 39 or younger, you're just highly unlikely to die. Unfortunately, the people
I don't think there's been one, at least in Lombardy, not one fatality under 30.
Exactly. And so what happens, Carl, is, and where I think we're in a jam, is you see younger people on the beach and they're having a great time. And why are they having a great time? Because they have it, or many of them have it, and they don't know. And then they come home to us, and we find that we get it from them, but in particularly some cases, like me, you can't afford it because the numbers show that you can't afford to get sick, particularly after 70. So in many ways, unfortunately, our children are our worst enemy in this. And I think that should be talked about in terms of quarantining the elderly. Quarantining those with pre-existing, particularly high blood pressure, but also diabetes, because they're getting it from their family members who are younger, grandchildren, children. And that's what we have to worry about, I actually think, more than we worry about crowd gathering. Because it's our own sons and daughters who are giving it to us.
Yep, I know. My dad lives around the corner. I can't see him. I don't know if you saw Mel Brooks and his kid with a tweet yesterday talking behind a pane glass window. That's what separation is.
Well, he's 2,000 years old, so we can get a good sense of that. I'm not with my stepson. Why bother? Rather just. And by the way, if I have to do TV, I'll do it from some basement room like I'm seeing. Not a snuff film, though.
We got a lot to watch today, Jim, especially commercial paper. We'll be looking for actions by the Fed. We got the unscheduled repo yesterday. Let's get to our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, checking in on what we're seeing in the credit markets. Hey, Steve.
Yeah, I'm not hearing good things. I've been on the phone all morning with people in the market, and they say they are just not performing well. There's maybe one or two of these markets, for example, the trading of yen or borrowing in yen, lending in dollars, borrowing in yen, not trading all that well. I'll give you a couple of bullet points that I've seen here. One, there's concern about outflows from money market funds this morning. One person said to me the commercial paper market is shut. Finally, the repo trading is priced above Fed funds, so that's not performing all that well this morning. If you want to, the commercial paper issue is quite specific, and what's happened here is that the money markets are the lenders to this market, but there's concern that they will have funds withdrawn from them from big institutional investors. The companies are the borrowers in this market. They're trying to raise cash. If they don't raise cash, they have to go over and draw down their bank credit lines. That puts additional pressure on the bank. So talking to a lot of people this morning, there's a little consternation as to why the Federal Reserve has not acted so far yet in this process yet in the commercial paper market, Carl.
All right, so Steve, what do you expect to happen?
You know, I think the Fed is going to come in here. I'm drawing on the reporting that Eamon Javers has done from a senior administration official. I don't know if you have him on in this hour, but he has people saying that they expect the Federal Reserve to act. In my knowledge of the Fed, I said a day or two ago that I did expect the Fed to come in the commercial paper market. It might just be a matter of getting ducks in a row. The Fed has been moving very, very fast here. What they did Sunday night was a whole bunch of crisis year programs rolled out over months. They did all that in a single night. It's a matter of getting ducks in a row because they do have to coordinate this with Treasury. But my expectation is the Federal Reserve will act here in the commercial paper market and maybe in other markets as well.
Jim, you got anything?
Sure. What I want to do, I mean, first on that, trying frantically, of course, to get a hold of different people. What I want to do is, look, we can panic people on this, Steve. We know that if everyone withdraws money at once, it breaks the buck. And I think that that's foolish. There was no need to do it in 2007, 2009. I went over with the federal government yesterday the commercial paper situation. I'm not saying it's at hand. I am saying that if it's necessary, this is not 2007, 2009, where we're worried about people who have done wrong. We're worried about, as you know and I know, moral hazard. I think that these markets may be seizing up, but I think that the Federal Reserve is up to the task. Maybe they need to hear it from us. But if people take action on that and they sell stocks, I think that's a shame because it's ephemeral. It's not like when I look through a series of days, particularly the days October 10 through 20, you could take down the American system. The American system's so much stronger that it's great that we alert people to something like commercial paper, into a dollar-yen trade. But when I come here and look at the companies that I look at, you're going to get a great opportunity because of what we can say about these things that is not going to end up being significant 2 weeks from now. I feel very strongly about that. And actually, it's just very important to make that point to people, that the dollar-yen is not going to bring down the Treasury.
Well understood, Jim. And we have.
I think it's important.
Sadly, we have experiences from about a decade ago where we have learned some tough lessons, and hopefully they come into play now.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, we're going to have right now we're bringing in Chuck Robbins, and I think Chuck can speak to the idea. There's two markets here. There's the financial market, which I think people want to try to say are broken, and I just say, will you please have some forbearance? And then there's the real market, and the real market is the economy, and that's what Chuck Robbins is good at. He's the chairman and CEO of Cisco. Chuck, thank you so much for coming on the show. It is always great to see you. I want you to describe what you see out there because there is without a doubt, a narrative which just says the world's breaking down, and I see there's another narrative, which is that the private enterprise is going to save the day.
Well, first of all, Jim, thanks to you and Carl, and thanks for all the work you're doing to report on this accurately and try to help people navigate the complexity. I think of this in three ways. I think there's the medical response, which, look, there's a great deal of human ingenuity in this country, and I think will prevail. And I think will probably prevail faster than people think. Secondly, there's the fiscal side, which you guys understand and you're talking about on a regular basis. And then there's two other pieces there. There's the piece of customers remain productive during this time, and also helping our communities, frankly, because it's a real difficult time, frankly, for the most vulnerable people, those hourly contract workers, as well as the homeless and others in our society, and we have to come together. So we're working on both those latter two day and night, and I feel good about where we are. Companies are coming together. We convened about 35 companies on Friday in Silicon Valley to try to tackle issues of helping people financially who are struggling right now. Volunteers, frankly, are not showing up at homeless shelters and not showing up at food banks where they're worried about getting the virus, and we have to backfill those folks and figure that out. We have to deal with hunger with students being out of school. So there's an awful lot going on, and I think business is really beginning to step up in a big way.
Okay, you say we have to deal with, and we're in a different time. I think that when you and I were younger, this would be something that the federal government would handle because the federal government's bigger than all of us. It sounds like that to some degree what's happened is these problems are either not being addressed correctly by the federal government is slow, or private enterprise to social change in the country. Do you think it's the latter, or do you think you're leading and the feds don't understand, or the federal government kind of routinely focused not on the people who are 1099 employees, people who have just been laid off, but the people who actually have a paycheck coming from a solvent company? You seem to be involved in trying to help the people who do not have that.
Well, I actually think that it's a combination of both that have to solve this problem. I mean, I spoke to Governor Newsom yesterday, and he's made some great moves relative to, moratoriums on evictions, moratoriums on foreclosures, moratoriums on services being cut off, utilities, internet, etc. And I think there's a lot of work going on to provide hotel space for those who are vulnerable. But I think that I think it is both, and I think that look, sometimes it takes the government longer to get some of the things moving that you guys have been talking about for a couple of days now. And I think in the interim we have to step in. And many of the companies have made the commitment to continue paying our hourly contract workers, those workers who would have been in our cafeterias, those workers who have been in our custodial staffs. I mean, those are the ones who are going to suffer. And so making the commitment to pay them at 100% during this crisis are easy things that some of us can do, but unfortunately every company can't do that, and we have to find a way to make sure we're helping those who aren't in that situation.
Those are the people who are being overlooked so far. Chuck, in the meantime, there's a big change in the way people do work. People working from home. I see you, I'm not sure exactly where you are. It's certainly not, it looks good. But you have a thing called WebEx, and WebEx is what big companies use to be able to make it so that you don't have to go to the office. Is there a fundamental change? And if I were to call you today for WebEx, would you be able to just say, sure, Jim, no problem? Or is it, say, 10 times the demand that you had a few weeks ago?
Well, I have to say the volumes are unprecedented. In the last 10 or 11 days, our volume has literally doubled. And since the outbreak in China, we saw 22 times the traffic coming out of China. We've seen 4 to 5 times the traffic in Korea, Japan, and other areas. And we were already the biggest platform globally in the world. I'll give you a statistic. Yesterday, we held 3.2 million meetings globally on WebEx, and that doesn't include one-on-ones. These are multi-individual meetings. And in the first 11 business days of March, we had 5.5 billion meeting minutes. So, look, we're just building as fast as we can. Our teams are working 7x24. We're trying to boost our collaboration team and our security team's spirits because they're working around the clock. Everybody's working from home. They're having an increase in capacity of their VPN connections and security, cloud security. We're giving a lot of that technology away for free for now until we get through this issue. So, we're working as hard as we can. A lot of our competitors, a lot of our peers are doing similar things. And I think it's just, it's great to just see everybody coming together to try to keep the companies productive while we're going through this crisis.
Hey, Chuck, it's Carl. You talk about getting through this issue. I mean, there is this hopeful narrative that China and Korea, as you mentioned, are a quarter, maybe half a quarter ahead of us in this whole nightmare, and that they will offer demonstration that there is a door at the other side. Are you seeing any signs of that?
Well, I see the same things you guys see, and I listen to the medical experts who I think have been just very steady through this whole thing. You listen to folks like Gottlieb, and they know what needs to happen. And I heard this morning 5 million tests, Jim, I think you talked about, and then I've talked to some of my friends in the pharma industry, and that's where this notion of this human ingenuity that's going to come through. And I think that we are the most innovative and country in the world, and we have lived through crises, and I think we'll get through this one. Now, how long it takes, I leave that to the medical experts, but in the interim, I think it's our job is to focus on helping those in our communities to the extent we can and making sure that our customers are taken care of as well, and our employees.
Chuck, I also know that you took a lead. Mark Benioff gets a lot of credit. We love Mark here for doing this, but to try to help the homeless, I did want to say that for some degree, your company has been a leader in this, and I want to talk about the evolution of what I regard as ESG, particularly for the younger viewers out there. I'm listening to you. My Chapel Trust is Cisco shareholder. How do I, as a shareholder, how do I justify all the money you're spending on these things? And I'm just being devil's advocate. I obviously feel that these things are very important, and you and I both know each other off screen. But how do you justify this to the shareholders that this is the right thing to do, given the fact that, that it's going to hurt the quarter?
Well, I'll tell you what, we have, one thing I've learned in the last few years is that these community issues and giving back in your communities and helping those who are less fortunate is critical to our employees. And they want to work, and increasingly, we talk about the millennials, but it's every generation. Employees want to work for companies with a purpose. Employees want to work for companies that care about the communities in which they live. And so I think that we get the best employees when we do these things. They're more motivated when we do these things. They innovate more. They're more excited about coming to work. I think that's one of the big things. I think our customers appreciate it. And I think in general, it actually fits very well into the overall economic strategy that we have for our business plan. I think that look, the more motivated your employees are, the more they innovate, the more excited they are about coming to work, the better job they're going to do. And I think that's how I've figured out that this is really the right thing to do. But as it relates to this crisis and this quarter, I think we all just have to do the right thing for our people and not worry about the quarter.
I'm so glad to hear you say that. One last thing, Chuck. We've seen this illness ravage whole countries. And they're countries you do a lot of business in. And some people feel they've started to come out on the other side. In the interest of actually being optimistic for a second, how's business in South Korea? How's business in Japan?
Well, we have, look, there's huge demand for our video conferencing, our conferencing technologies, our security products. I mean, companies are trying to build out capacity to support all these companies working from, our employees working from home. But we've been singularly focused on just getting whatever equipment these countries need. We've taken equipment into these pop-up health clinics in China and Korea. We've been bringing in WebEx and universities to try to help them get back up and running. So I think it's too early to tell sort of what the business conditions are going to be after they come out of this. But I think during the crisis, we're simply focused on trying to help them with whatever needs they have.
Finally, Chuck, I mean, it's so notable that you're working to help others. You also got to help yourselves, though, keep the balance sheet strong. Can you talk about any efforts to bolster up credit, things like that in terms of building a bridge for Cisco over the next couple of months or quarters?
Well, we're fortunate, obviously, that we have a very strong balance sheet, and we think that, over the next few quarters, our customers likely are going to come out of this, and I think they'll realize that this crisis has demonstrated that they need to beef up their infrastructure even more. So I think that, right now, the irony is that what we need are companies that understand how to build at-scale infrastructure to support on in the world. This is unprecedented. I mean, can you imagine thinking Like when we designed a lot of our technology, can you imagine me telling our teams, I need you to build this so that it can accommodate every person on the planet working for a company. They're going to go home and work from home, and you need a skill to support that. So I think it's bringing new requirements to bear. I think our balance sheet is strong. I think we'll get through these short-term issues, and then I think we'll do very well going forward, Carl.
Chuck, thank you so much. And I know Carl and I share, Carl shares this. It's just good to hear a kind of different tone. There's a sense that I think that corporate America is really rallying, not running from, but running to help. And I want to thank you, Chuck Robbins, CEO at Cisco, for your comments and for doing something that longer term is going to help everyone. And by the way, short, I wouldn't be surprised, as you said, we are going to come through this. It may not be years, it may not be seasons, it may just be months. Thank you so much, Chuck. Good to see you.
Right. Thank you, guys.
Jim, not to pile on too much, but you got to think about the responsibilities Chuck and all of his peers trying to lead big businesses have right now, and the willingness to come on and share just a message, right? Doesn't have to be too specific, but just to get out there and communicate is really key right now.
That's all it takes. Thank you, Carl. We've got some more, right?
Yeah, we got a ton of headlines to get to, of course. Kate Rogers going to walk us through all the headlines regarding the virus today. Hey, Kate.
Hey, Carl. Good morning. We'll begin with new cases today, more than 183,300 around the globe, with more than 7,100 deaths. In the United States, cases have surpassed 4,600 with 85 deaths. Notably, while China recorded an additional 20 new cases Monday, just one new locally originated was recorded in Wuhan. Others were among travelers who had arrived from abroad. The Trump administration released new guidelines Monday to help slow the spread of coronavirus. Closing schools, pausing discretionary travel, avoiding bars and restaurants, as well as groups of more than 10 people at a time. Those guidelines will apply for 15 days. 7 counties in Northern California have now been ordered to shelter in place for the next 3 weeks beginning today. Residents have been told to stay home except for essentials, things like going to buy food or caring for pets. These are now the most restrictive measures we've seen so far in the United States. This comes after the governors of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut banded together yesterday to impose curfews and steer Americans away from bars and restaurants, moving to takeout only. Casinos, gyms, theaters, and more are also temporarily closed, and gatherings are now limited to 50 people. And as more people stay home and shop online, Amazon says it plans to hire 100,000 employees across the United States. The company says it plans to increase pay for workers in fulfillment centers, transportation, stores, and deliveries by $2 an hour. For more on coronavirus coverage, head over to CNBC.com. Back over to you.
All right, Kate, that's just a taste of all the corporate headlines we got in the last 18 hours. Jim, let's get to some Mad Dash. I know you're watching now this morning.
Right. I mean, I had Jim Fitterling on Mad Money last night. I'm putting this out because I think a lot of people are worried about something that Chuck Robbins just mentioned in that interview, which is, he said, listen, we have a good balance sheet. Well, and therefore, of course, his dividend is not in question. We have a lot of people who are starting to think, when am I going to get some income? How do I get income? Because obviously CD's rolling over. There's no money to be made in the Treasury market. Cisco has a 4.25 yield. Well, last night I had Dow Chemical on, and Jim Fitterling, well, you know, we're looking at a company that's selling it maybe at 5 times earnings. It's got a 12% dividend yield, and you know, he's just saying, listen, I'm buying stock. 2 members of my board are buying stock because we think the dividend's safe. He actually knows the coverage, and by the way, I think what's one of the most important, kind of emblematic of where we are, China's back up and running. And I think that people have to recognize that China got through this. Kate just mentioned that excellent report. Only one new case in China last night. One. And Jim Fitterling says China is doing okay. So I just want to caution people who are panicked or saying, listen, I see all the retailers closing. You know, this may be shorter-lived. Look, I don't know. I'm not Dr. Fauci. But there are companies that are doing okay.
Yeah, I think we want to get to that day where recoveries exceed new cases, and that day will come. Jim, I want to mention 2 things. You talk about dividend. S&P dividend yield is now 126 basis points above Treasury. That's a record. And in terms of insider buying, Charlie Scharf buys 173,000 shares of Wells on Friday at $28.69. So there is activity.
Yeah, look, I know Charlie pretty well. You know, and there's a sense that I knew Charlie from the old days because he's a terrific CEO. And you can say, well, holy cow, he actually is not doing well in that insider buy. Of course, obviously, insiders can't sell for a long time. I'm thinking that Charlie Scharf's buy reminds me a lot of Jamie Dimon's bottom call. Now, we know Look, Steve Leisman talking about the idea that there are real seize-ups. And we know there will be seize-ups. There were seize-ups in 2007, 2008. And then what happened during the seize-ups? Well, American Express traded at 10. Well, I guess that was the time to get rid of American Express? No, it was the time to buy. Which one's Washington Mutual? I don't know. I don't think it's Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo, largest retail bank. And Charlie, maybe one of the great bankers of all time. Remember, he was at Visa before and then Bank of New York. I thought his was a statement buy, but more importantly, this is a guy who didn't need to buy. And why did he buy? Well, I think he bought because he said, what, I'm really selling at 5 times earnings? My dividend's fine, 7.7. Just got a new chairman that I get along with, and I've got a whole new team coming. So, look, do you want to buy Wells with Charlie Scharf? I don't know. Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, is Charlie just throwing money away? Charlie, I first met Charlie, and he kind of schooled me. Of course, sometimes you meet these guys and you just say, okay, I'm an idiot, tell me everything. Then the second time, I felt like an idiot. The third time, I felt like I wasn't as dumb as I thought. He is a really, really smart guy, and for him to take that swing is not idle. I was trying to love to have Charlie on. Charlie's not the kind of guy who likes TV, because I've been trying to get him on for, I don't know, maybe 40 times. But that was a sign of hopefulness. Again, I'm not saying that we're going to front-run Fauci. I'm using Fauci as code for when we can come out of our hovels. But, and I know that the retailers are obviously strapped and working back and forth with Secretary Mnuchin to figure out what the deal is there. But I'm just saying that it's not the end of the world. It's certainly not a great time.
Yeah. Jim, speaking of retailers and consumer products, maybe we'll do this day after day. I don't know. I mean, and I don't know the degree to which it is relevant, but the upgrade list today includes Walmart, Pepsi, EA, Square, B of A, Procter, JD.com, by the way, Jim, where Bernstein is talking about 31% upside. They take their revenue growth to 18 this year, largely based on the peak that we seem to have seen in China.
Look, I've never recommended Chinese stocks other than Alibaba. It's time to buy them. I mean, look, I'm not saying... Well, let's go back to November of 1918 in our country. We had just lost 550,000 people with a flu that you got in the morning and you were dead by the evening. That's 1.7 million people now. And then it killed everybody it was going to kill. Now, that's certainly not the way you want a flu to end. You obviously like Regeneron, which is on Mad Money tonight, to solve the problem, or Moderna, or one of 10 companies who don't even know they're working on it. I wish there were 100 companies working on it. But when you have one case, let's just say that the Chinese are dissembling. Let's say there's 500 cases. Well, it certainly means that they're through the worst. So I like Alibaba here. If you want to do JD, you want to be second tier, that's fine. That would be like I like J&J. You want to go be in Teva, be my guest. Right. But let's talk about that Walmart upgrade. I mean, when we get out to the other side, the companies that have the best balance sheet are going to be kings. And Walmart's got the best balance sheet. They've got a very forgiving board, which is family. Walmart, the only problem is Walmart's not down that much. I was looking at the stocks that were down more or less than they were in the Powell bear market of 2018, and that's not one that's cheap enough. But they have an unbelievable balance sheet, and they're going to come through, and it's going to be survival of the fittest in retail unless we get this thing finished quickly.
No, not. Oppenheimer, as you say, Jim, they go to outperform, but they do point out it's down 11% from March 10 versus 17 on the S&P.
Yeah.
So not the wipeout that some others have seen.
Walmart traded $85 on 12/24, which is the day that Powell kind of declared uncle. So you're not really getting a big bargain there. One of the things that I think is very interesting is the Procter upgrade. Procter was at $87 in that beta day when we thought we were going to go into recession. Now it's at 108. And so to me, it says, be careful. These stocks, we're not this. I remember that, we could have a TARP-like moment where I was talking with Andrew in a crosstalk, where you had TARP pass and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then you just got completely gobsmacked. So don't be too aggressive. If you like the call, remember you're paying up today versus the people who were smart enough to buy in the last half hour during the press conference that I think we remembered is like, well, wow, that was one of the... I thought the press conference was okay, but they were selling throughout that. And I think so, be careful when you come in and you buy up, because it's not been a rewarding situation for a single day in this stance. Yeah. Single day, it's been a mistake. So maybe today's different. I would bet on it.
So you are still in a sell the rallies and cover the crashes? I mean, at least until you get a sense that the bottom is truly reached.
Yeah, it's really the opposite of the buy the dips. I do think that selling, I think now instead of selling, I kind of felt like you should sell everything on a big rally like Friday afternoon. Now I think you only sell lower quality, and you do have to start thinking about buying because let's say Regeneron does it right, Carl. Holy cow, you're going to really miss something.
Yeah. Let's get this bell, Jim, and get a look at the S&P at the CNBC Real-Time Exchange. With the big board, it's Tom Green, Vice President of NYSE Building Operations. We do thank them for keeping all of us safe here on the floor and staying open. At the NASDAQ Green Alliance, a New York City organization dedicated to early literacy. Jim, it's not just you and me this morning. We got Faber calling in. Hey, David.
David?
Good morning.
Good morning,
David. It's good to hear your voice. Talk about what you're hearing this week.
You know, there's so many dislocations. First of all, I'm very sorry that I'm not there with you. I hope I will be soon. You know, there's so many different things to cover in a market like this, as you guys well know. Far beyond the markets as well, we got to keep an eye on the real economy. You know, the days are obviously filled with a lot of phone calls and texts. You never stop, regardless of whether I haven't been able to get there. And I'm keeping an eye on a lot of different things, including the dislocations in various markets that you guys are talking about. Also, just the way the markets are functioning right now, because you do have so many traders who are working from home for the first time. Maybe they were at a remote location. Maybe they still are in some ways. But, you know, unfortunately, some people are either potentially getting the virus or fear they have it, and then you're breaking these teams apart. You do have a lot of people now working from their homes, and there is a concern among some out there that, well, how well is that going to go? You know, can I really have my principal trades, significant ones, conducted by somebody sitting in their living room? We'll see. The hope is it will work seamlessly, but there is a concern there as people really do move, even from remote locations, to their actual homes in terms of trading desks being broken apart, in part because, unfortunately, somebody may have the virus, and obviously you don't want anybody sitting near anyone else. Beyond that, guys, I'm trying to keep an eye on the real economy, and I'm hearing a lot about that. I know you're talking a great deal about it, of course, whether it's retail, hotel, leisure, anything related to restaurants or those things. We are talking about companies that are finding their cash dramatically falling and their ability to pay vendors obviously falling for those who provide to these industries. And the prospect of enormous layoffs coming because companies, even if they don't have a great deal of debt, are at a point where, well, can I hang in there? Do I need to lay off 50% of my staff today, or can I wait a bit? The idea of forbearance certainly is one that a lot of people are talking about. Jim, and you know, you talked about it even as long ago as last week, but it's very difficult to figure out a way and a mechanism to have forbearance go throughout the chain so that we don't have defaults and we don't have concerns about that amongst many of these companies.
Well, you're so right, David. I mean, you deal with small business. Small business, they run on a shoestring, and they're laying people off. Most of the bars and restaurants in New York City are going to try to make it so that employees get, say, 50% of what they normally make over the next 2 weeks. Obviously, that's not enough for them to make ends meet, but the chain begins with your rent, and then it goes with your insurance, it goes with the electric bill. No one's going to offer you forbearance. A lot of people on 1099 are not covered by the payroll tax cut. There seems to be a little disconnect between Washington and the real people who are in trouble. I'd like to think Treasury very much on the side of working people. But, David, I think the big problem here is how do you get money? And how do you get money to people? I don't think we're being creative at all. We've got this great private sector. I mean, if I were the Treasury Secretary, I would call up the CEO of Intuit, okay? I'd say, listen, you guys are really, really tuned into what we do. Brad Smith, he's fantastic. Brad, how do I get the money into people? You do almost all the small business returns. Tell us how to do it. They need to rely on business more, David, because the government has been so denuded of resources over the last 25 years that they're no longer capable of waging the war that we need against this disease. They have to bring in people like the CEO of Intuit, and they have to bring in the CEO of Square. They have to bring in the CEO of Visa. Do you see any of this, David? Do you see any recognition that the only people who can handle this now are the big business people because the problem's just gotten too large?
You know, what I do hear from people is that the Secretary of the Treasury does get it at the very
Yes, he does.
and understands the scope of the problem and the fact that it's not necessarily just going to be a government-led solution, and obviously not just by the Fed, certainly. So, Jim, there is that, but we've never dealt with anything quite like this before, and how you actually go about creating the mechanisms that we're talking about so that companies do not feel pressure to lay people off in the face of declining cash flows that are down 70–80% is still unclear. And by the way, you know this, we all know this, time is of the essence here. This is not something that can be discussed and debated over the next week. This is something that has to take place very, very soon. And that continues to be a real concern, at least amongst, now I'm talking to a lot of the people who finance these companies and are sort of reading the stories to me of, 10 companies with 150,000 employees that they're talking to, they're saying on the verge of bankruptcy. So it's got to move fast, Jim. I think you're right. There are ways to get at it. I think the good news is everything I hear indicates that the Treasury Secretary gets it, but how you actually implement it is still something that's very much unclear.
Hey, David, we're all on the lookout for any potential Fed headlines today. We're obviously watching commercial paper. The Journal editorial board does float this piece last night in which they echo what Warsh said earlier in the week. They're looking at this, which I'm sure we'll become very familiar with potentially, the Section 13.3, which would allow the Fed to lend directly to industries other than financial services, presumably airlines, hotels, casinos, you name it. How much is that getting talked about?
It's part of the conversation in terms of at least people who are trying to work through capital structures right now that are unsustainable when your revenues are down 50, 60, 70%, Carl. But I don't know specifically what the expectation is there. And then the question is, how far does it range, right? We're talking now about retail as well that's starting to close. I mean, I guess malls are still somewhat open, but that's probably not very much for much longer. In that industry we've watched, Jim, we've looked at some of the names there. I know Macerich cut its dividend yesterday. Simon Property down 25%. How far and wide would that even go? It's unclear. But again, we've never seen anything like this. We've obviously dealt with the depths of a financial crisis in which many of us were worried about the soundness of the financial system. But this is sort of different in a different level. And it's going to require, as Jim said, I think, Carl, creative solutions that do include the private sector in a great way. And don't forget, even if you are a company that provides services to many of these companies and feel as though you're insulated, you're not, because obviously if they are not there to buy those services, that does have its way of trickling through and can do fairly quickly. So, Jim, you've been talking to a lot of companies out there that potentially are in a position to provide some sort of support, but I still find it hard to understand exactly how we're going to get this forbearance to move through the system entirely.
No, you're right, David. I don't want to pick on him, but the couple that were commented on in research today, Dave & Buster's, a very good outfit, fun to take your kids there, but it's actually a great place to congregate. Well, there's the most dangerous word in the English language right now, congregating. So there's a stock that was at 59 and now is at 7. A fantastic company, really well run, Ruth's Hospitality Group. And the stock was at 27 not that long ago, and now it's at 7. But you know what, David? I don't know. What do you do when you run an establishment that's illegal to open?
I know, but you ran it, to your point, you ran it well. You executed well. This is obviously nothing that is your fault in any way in terms of your own mistakes that you're suffering for in the capital markets as a result, Jim. And we're talking, even though the market caps now in these companies may be small, tens of thousands of employees. Right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, this is... it is the equivalent of just an act of God just going right through and just leveling all sorts of industries. And you'd say to yourself, well, wait a second, if we could just get through to the other side, if we just get through the vaccine, if we get through to an antiviral, then all these companies would come back to life. Does it mean that they should be doomed? Does the federal government have any responsibility to Ruth's Hospitality? Does it have any responsibility to Royal Caribbean? Or is it just going to be Walmart, that rules the roost because they've got the great balance sheet. And David, I mean, talk about moral hazard. I mean, these companies did nothing. And look, I deal with the Restaurant Association. You know, all the Restaurant Association is trying to say in New York is, all right, well, look, try to keep your people on for a while. I mean, that is... those are the words that sound very much like 1932, and we don't want that. But I don't know what the Treasury Secretary can do short of saying, you know what, we're going to guarantee lines of credit to every retailer. They can't do that. I mean, maybe what's happened, David, is that we're going to be in an abyss for a short time. We'll come back, but the companies that have a lot of debt, David, you know, what are you going to just call up J.P. Morgan and say, you know what, Corona, no pay? Well, that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't, unless J.P. Morgan says fine. There's, you know, nothing, no debts are due for the next 3 weeks while we figure this out. And you get unlimited liquidity somehow. You're right. I don't know how it works, Jim. I don't quite know, but I do know that there are any number of companies that are very close to sort of having to make these life or death decisions and laying off significant amounts of their people.
I mean, theoretically, you can't only carry, I mean, theoretically, what you want to do if you're Darden, which we have up on the screen, you want to be able to go to a bank and say, look, I need a letter of credit, and go to the Fed and get it guaranteed. I need the money to be able to hold things open. And now the question is there a triage, just like we have to do, unfortunately, with Corona? Is there a triage where we just say, you know what, we'll go out to dinner at new places in November? And David, I don't know. We've never really had to, maybe that's what happens. We just don't go to the same places we did. And I think that that's going to lead to very high unemployment. And you're going to have to put people on unemployment rolls that may end up being more expensive than just throwing a line of credit to Darden.
Jim, these are the questions that a lot of people are asking right now, far beyond the markets, of course, which we're so focused on, and the dislocations that are occurring there. But yeah, you're right. It gets back to the real economy, and we don't have the answers at this point. We can only hope that a lot of people are thinking very creatively about a way to go about trying to maintain or keep as many jobs as possible in these industries. And these are massive industries, right? I mean, we're talking about millions upon millions of people who work in these jobs.
Absolutely. Well, David, thank you. It's sobering, and it's one of the reasons why when you get these up openings that are so darn stupid, you do get a chance to reliquefy and sell the bad. Oil breaking down again. Oil's really one of the danger points of this economy because they're the people are going to have to be laid off as the production and the exploration budgets go down dramatically. Carl, again, Carl, this is what I don't like. I mean, you have this market go up. People think it's recovered. Yeah, it's just an opportunity to get out of the bad ones.
Yeah, you mentioned oil. Down 14 cents, but we did get that notice from Exxon yesterday.
Wow.
After a slew of smaller players do guide, obviously, lower on CapEx and production. Jim, the other thing that we'll talk about for the next several months, at least, is, all right, you got industries that are systemically important to the national economy. Airlines is the perfect example, but that spent 96% of their free cash flow on buybacks for the past decade. How much responsibility did they have to build a rainy day fund for unforeseen situations like this?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that and the moral hazard and the notion that they spent the money wrong. They were under tremendous pressure, obviously, from the shareholders to return the capital. They thought it was the right thing. It would be highly unusual for a company to just sit there and say, you know what, one day we're going to have just some sort of just real bad event that we can't think of right now, so we got to keep the money on hand. I think that what that cuts to, though, is who has to pay for it. And do the executives, do we tell them, listen, you earn $1 a year because you did that, but we're going to let it so that the shareholders, you came to the nuisance, but we're going to make sure that the workers are paid and the airlines are. I mean, that's what, I know that sounds draconian, but that's what I think an administration might be tempted to do, which say, you know what, we need American Air, but you guys make nothing because you really kind of didn't do the right thing. Your employees make their full price, and the airlines stay in the air when we get through with COVID. We don't want to have all new companies and wipe out the capitalist system because of an illness that is going to be conquered by American ingenuity. You can imagine, let's say that Nordstrom, which I think is a terrific company, good balance sheet, they have to close their stores. I mean, should Nordstrom be punished because they almost took the company private when it was at 50? That would have been foolish. I say, you know what, Nordstrom's a good institution. We want to keep them alive, but there's nothing in the Constitution which says we pledge allegiance to Nordstrom.
Indeed, Jim. I want to ask you about a piece you wrote I think last night, about 6 totems to watch. Do you have a name? Do you have a list of names that you think are critical at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at this market, you really got to say, well, what stocks have great balance sheets that could easily ride through this, but maybe you've got to see where. Oh my, geez, the market's down already. But you know, I look at. Let's start with the big elephant in the room. I look at Boeing. Boeing is a national treasure. Boeing must be saved. Boeing has a double whammy of its customers in trouble, and it's not able to make the plane that is that's the most important plane in its arsenal. We can't let Boeing fail. Boeing's been in that situation one other time. So, I mean, what we need to hear from Treasury is, okay, look, we have a protect list. We're not going to let these companies fail. They're national treasures. We have no choice. We need them for national defense. And just build it like a national defense issue, so it's not a commercial issue. And anyone who's needed for national defense, they're gonna save. Anyone who's needed for the fight against COVID, they got to save. And everybody else, we're going to try to get to, but it may not work. Realistic approach.
Yeah. I mean, looking at Boeing at 120, Jim, we know where it was in the mid-400s. This BAML, I should say B of A fund manager survey today. Sentiment going down to 08 extremes. How much do you think sentiment actually is being washed out right here?
Well, not yet. You know, I have Regeneron on tonight, and George Yancopoulos, the man who conquered Ebola, will be on. And if I get the sense, frankly, that he's talking about, you know what, this is not a problem that is impossible to solve, I'll feel good. Then the other thing, Carl, we just don't talk about enough, which is that when you look at the data out of China, and particularly look at the data out of Italy, you can see that we may, I'm just going to be a little bit more blunt here than I'd like to be, but we may be sacrificing the economy for the people who are between the ages of 70 and 90. And those are treasured people to us. Obviously, this is our parents. Hey, for heaven's sake. But I know that the younger people, they come home, they're at the beach, the spring break. I hate those pictures of them on the beach. They don't have a care in the world. Oh, callow youth. This is like, you know, this is literally one of those situations like Conrad when you read Youth. But great short. It won't take long to read. And I look at these numbers and I say, is this what we're sacrificing the economy on for the people who are older? Why don't, if they would stay indoors, if we had a quarantine of them and we get through this, then we wouldn't be talking about closing 2/3 of the. Remember, we're a service economy.
Which is why, Jim, and we'll get to Pisani quickly. There was a sense yesterday that the president, for the first time, got real with the American public in that presser, saying that July, August is a marker in his mind. When asked about it, said it's bad, said a recession may be. After 52 days between the first case and declaring an emergency.
Yeah, you know, you have to think. I know that 60 Minutes a week ago was a wake-up call with Dr. Fauci, really talking very honestly up front. He's always been honest the whole way, but he's just saying, listen, it's not so good. Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner. Rudy, the player who was the biggest didn't handle himself that well, and said that we had to created a shutdown. And I come back and I say, listen, I am told without a doubt that there are going to be things from the Treasury Secretary this morning that are going to answer a lot of what we're talking about. Obviously, these problems are too big for the private sector. We heard from Chuck. We know Chuck Robbins. But it has to be from Treasury, it has to be from the president, and it has to be within the next 24 hours.
Well, our eyes will be peeled, Jim. Obviously, Dow's hanging on to an 18-point gain. Let's get to Bob Pisani this morning. Good morning, Bob.
Bouncing between positive and negative. Boeing's a problem, down about 9%. That's about 80 points on the Dow. Let's just take a look at the sectors right now here. Consumer staples have been up all morning, so a defensive tone. Banks were up, now down. Healthcare has been up all morning. Energy's been flat. So you see the banks deteriorating a bit, even since the open here. If you look at some of the Dow movers, Boeing not here, but Boeing's down about 9%. Dow Inc. bouncing. Walmart got an upgrade over there at Oppenheimer. Pfizer, defensive C. Banks, fractionally up. This was up a lot more at the open. McDonald's, of course, they've been announcing that a large part of their restaurants are essentially doing drive-through delivery and takeaway only here. If you take a look at what we've been doing here, we know what's going on. Speaking of McDonald's, the full-service restaurants, what's been going on, quite a horrible situation. This is just in 1 month. But we have been emphasizing consumer stocks that have been rallying rather noticeably. Kroger, Clorox, Campbell Soup, for example. We put up the next full screen. You see those consumer stocks that have all been rallying rather notably here. Kellogg is up 4%. I'm sorry about that. Rite Aid is down 4% on the month. So most of these consumer names have been dramatically outperforming the overall declines in the market. Surprisingly, there's been a lot of upgrades in the last 2 days. I've been cataloging them. People have been coming out. Walmart upgraded Oppenheimer, calling it a place to hide. Pepsi upgraded over at Evercore. Price declines. Procter & Gamble upgraded at Deutsche Bank, saying it's an attractive defensive name. JD.com, a China stock, upgraded over at Bernstein, and they announced a $2 billion buyback program. A buyback program from a Chinese company, JD.com. That stock trading up as well. If you take a look at the fund manager survey, we had a discussion with that, and Carl mentioned that recession odds at 50%. That's way up, obviously. Equity allocations down 2%. Cash levels at 5.1%. The point about this, these are very high levels, but they are not quite at the 2008 extremes. Not quite yet. These are all elevated, particularly this recession. It went up to 80% recession odds in 2008. Obviously, that, in fact, happened. So keep an eye on that. Finally, just, is there any sense of maybe this volatility will ease a bit? Well, I'm a little hopeful about the quadruple witching expiration. It is this Friday. This is that quarterly options expiration, quarterly expiration of stock index futures and options and individual stock futures and options. It's 4 things here. It's the 3rd Friday. And there is a lot of money that's rolling over at this point. And the question is whether or not this will ease some of the volatility. I can't make a guarantee about it, but I can tell you this. The cost of buying protection, the cost of buying options, it's through the roof. Look at the VIX. Over here, these numbers, it is astronomical to buy protection now. And so maybe some people will decide it's not worth it to spend so much money on options at this point. That might tamp down some of the volatility. It's just, Carl, a little way of saying maybe some of this volatility will drop a bit in the next few days. Who knows? Back to you.
We'll see. Let's check in with Rick Santelli this morning as well. As Rick, we're seeing stories on Reuters again citing sources that the Fed will reintroduce the commercial paper funding facility as soon as today. We'll wait for word.
Yeah, you know, I have no problem with these special facilities. I thought that was, in the past, a big success with regard to the credit crisis. What I, of course, always have had a problem with is just mindlessly writing checks. You have to have plans. And whether I listen to Jim or David, they definitely have good plans. And ultimately, the money hopefully will catch up with the strategic insertion of them where needed most. Let's look at the yield curve, shall we? 2-year note yields, well, they're basically unchanged. They haven't really moved much. Actually, now they're up a couple. If you look at 5-year, they're up 3. Look at 10-year, we're up 8. Look at 30-year bonds, we're up 9. So A, we're getting some curve steepening. B, we're distancing ourselves from some of those intraday lows that we established. Look at a 2-day of 10s. But on 10-year, especially yesterday, open the chart up to February. Yesterday was the second lowest close ever for 10-year notes. And the issue here is we had 54, of course, was the low close on the 9th, Monday. The intraday low that day was historic at 31, and now yesterday's 72 was a low close. However, it is coming back a bit. Let's look at bond yields. They were as high as minus 37 earlier today. Look at this chart. 4 sessions, they've gone from basically minus 80 to minus 40. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lot. Spread continues to contract with U.S. 10s. You know, here's something we don't talk about enough. Commodities, emerging markets, the default appetite for more dollars, all this is kind of the same picture. Let's look at the last time the CRB was this close to 130. I'll tell you when. About 1999. Look at this. It is unbelievable how commodity prices have gone down. You know what's going on with energy, how hard it is to move various commodities. In the end, it's demand, it's supply, it's all of those. But it's especially difficult for some of these economies as the dollar continues to move higher in the combination with commodities. Let's look at the year-to-date of the dollar index. You realize it is just getting very close to that high you see on the left side there, which was a whisker shy of 100. Well, open the chart. We haven't been to those levels since April of 2017. Telling you, the default of the dollar index is strong, and it isn't necessarily representing a good thing in that strength. We would like it to moderate a bit. And of course, the demand, along with everything you're hearing, Carl, about various markets, I'm sympathetic to that. But does anybody really think out there that we should be looking for markets, especially in the fixed income space, to be trading normally when everything else is so abnormal? Back to Carl and Jim.
All right, Rick, thank you for that. Rick Santelli. Faced with the unique challenges presented by the coronavirus pandemic, ServiceNow has just released 4 free emergency response apps to help their customers and governments navigate this crisis. Joining us this morning is ServiceNow CEO Bill McDermott. Bill, it is always good to talk to you. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, Carl. Thank you very much.
You want to talk about what you announced this week?
Yeah, Carl, we announced 4 applications. Emergency response operations was the first big one. And I want to credit the state of Washington, the Department of Health, and Jennifer McNamara there did a great job building on top of the Now platform a way in which they can deal with incidents, and they can also take all the activities that they've done that require federal funding and immediately optimize that in a workflow. So they get things done, they also get things funded, and they execute beautifully. Today, that app is now a open source app that we will make free all over the world to anyone that wants it. The second app was an emergency outreach, so people can, in fact, be engaged in the workforce. We know where they are, we know how they're doing. Of course, self-reporting, if you've been exposed to the virus, is very important. That's another app, and how you deal with the self-reporting rules in a workflow. And finally, the emergency exposure management. If you have been exposed and you need to be quarantined, we want to make sure you're safe. We also want to know who you've been around so we can make sure they're safe, so business goes on and goes forward. So these are 4 applications, and I want to be clear, they are free. They are available on ServiceNow.com, and they are available whether you're a customer or you're not a customer. ServiceNow is all in on helping beat back this terrible, terrible virus.
Yeah. Bill, how much coordination is there between you and the federal government? Even you mentioned Washington State, but state governments at large. And do you think that efforts like this from yourselves, from other members of corporate America, need some kind of national webbing or glue to have these responses be more broadly coordinated?
Yeah, I think, the first thing we wanted to do was make sure everybody was safe in our company. So we've been working from home and enabling all digital operations, and we've encouraged our customers to do the same. That's the beauty of digitally transformed businesses. You can operate in a highly agile way at the speed of thought. Secondly, we really wanted to maneuver these best practices, such as the ones I've just announced today. And that's really key because we can't keep score on what everyone else is doing. We have to take charge of what we're doing and make what we're doing available to everybody. And we're doing this at the federal, state, city, and local level. For example, just since last night when we launched these applications, I get a report out instantaneously of the number of downloads and the number of people moving on these apps. And they're literally in record numbers. And I expect that to continue. We are aligned with the federal government. We are working with many of the agencies and, of course, the states and local cities and municipalities. So I feel that the outreach has been very good.
Audience, people may not understand who you are in the sense that this is so you. You've got something that's really great. It's about public health, public service, and you make it free because that is Bill McDermott, and that's the Bill McDermott we know. Bill, I think the country needs your help here. When you ran your previous company, SAP, and when you're at ServiceNow, you're in touch with small, medium, large businesses, all the great leaders of our time, public, private, entertainment even, corporate. What would you do if you were the president?
Well, I think the most important thing is to make sure that everybody is safe. Then you have to really take a public and private partnership approach to all of these operations. So we recognize that none of us is as smart as all of us, and the best ideas tend to come close to the ground You have to get those ideas up top so you can scale them in a best practice orientation. So innovation, rewiring the splitting of the value chains that have gone on from 20th century technology and reorienting those value chains into workflows that are seamless, that are technology driven, and that can scale across the world is incredibly important. So we got to run the country, but we also have to collaborate with other parts of the world. And finally, I would make sure as president that you have to have a clear purview on helping customers help their customers. You know, Jim, you'll remember well the financial crisis of 2008, and this too will pass. But the reason that passed is everybody got focused on doing their job and running their business, because customers have businesses to run and they have to win in the marketplace. So I think that's the key. So I would make sure there's plenty of capital available so the wheels of capitalism go full speed ahead. Whatever has to be funded in the short run to make sure that we come out of this with a hockey stick in the end would be done, and keep people relaxed and focused. There's no sense in being anxious and panicking because it's not going to help. So keep them focused on the prize. We're all in this together.
Bill, one last question. Would you invest in America right now?
Absolutely. The American dream is an unstoppable force. America is amazing in its resilience and its grit. And there's nothing like American innovation. There's no country that I'd invest more in than the United States of America, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bill. That's Bill McDermott, Chairman and CEO of ServiceNow, which is a fabulous company that we all know has helped so many companies just try to figure out how they're going to be able to do their business better. Now we know he's doing the same thing with the healthcare and public service. Carl, I've got a special show tonight. I've got Sheryl Sandberg, which is, here's a company that's stepping up $100 million. I'm going to try to get them to do another couple $100 million. That's one of the things that, why not? Why the hell not? Why not just say, hey, listen, Sheryl, that's good. How about $500 million?
You know what you should do, Jim?
What?
You should do, yesterday was the anniversary of Jerry Lewis's birthday. You should do a telethon in which you get American business to call in real time and offer solutions, money, you name it. But it needs to be you, and I'll be there obviously to help, but you're in charge.
As I touch my face like an idiot. Yes, yes, I would do that in a second, and we all know that business is the greatest source of social change. If we could do that, Carl, I'd be there. I would love to do it. I'm sure Sheryl Sandberg will stand up because what she's doing for 30,000 small businesses. How about Regeneron? Regeneron actually giving us some hope, and it's not false hope. The guys who conquered Ebola, they've obviously been around. Maybe they have a clue of what to do, and I think that's very. It's not just. Well, let's just say it's exciting. They're my main guests. And then, of course, I'll be doing the telethon. Can I not wait till Labor Day? Can I do that one?
Exactly.
Can I do that one on St. Patrick's Day, which we forgot? How do you forget St. Patrick's Day? Can we just remember that there's bigger things?
I know, but the good thing is no one's going to pinch me. I know that. No one's going to get close enough to pinch me, Jim. Happy St. Patty's Day.
Same to you.
Stay healthy. We'll see you tonight. Good Tuesday morning, everybody. Well, I'm Carl Quintanilla, live at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange, along with Mike Santoli. We did lose Dow 20K, and are still below by about 10 points. First time since February of 2017. And we got some economic data crossing the tape on this Tuesday. Let's get to Rick Santoli for those numbers. Hey, Rick.
Openings, labor turnover. This is always 2 months in arrears, so this is a January number, and it's stronger than expected by a wide margin. We were looking for a number around 6.4 million. We're just a whiskers high of 7 million, 6.963 million, and an upwardly revised last month, December, moved from 6.4 to 6.5 million. This really is good news, but of course, everybody watching and listening is going to say, well, that's January. But it still was a vibrant January on jobs. Remember, initial jobless claims last Thursday were down several thousand, down 4,000 or 5,000 if I recall. So we really want to pay close attention to the job scene. And remember, with respect to JOLTS, we had 19 months in a row, 7 million or higher. That ended in November. So November, December, now January are under 7 million. And as I said, this is getting pretty close. Now, business inventories for the month of January were down 1/10 exactly as expected. And for the National Association of Home Builders Housing Market Index, I'm going to go to Diana Olick out east. She's going to break that number. Diana?
Rick, homebuilder sentiment fell 2 points to 72 in March, according to the National Association of Home Builders. Anything above 50 is considered positive. Now, one important note on this, half of the builder responses in the March survey were collected prior to March 4th, so the stock market declines and the fast-growing economic impact of the coronavirus are not entirely reflected here. Sentiment levels have been in a tight range in the low to mid-70s for the past 6 months. Sentiment was at 62 in March of last year. Now, of the index's 3 components, current sales conditions fell 2 points to 79. Sales expectations in the next 6 months dropped 4 points to 75. And traffic of prospective buyers decreased 1 point to 56. We know that one is going to change. And the NAHB also asked about supply chain disruptions relating to the coronavirus. 21% of builders reported some disruption in supply due to virus concerns in other countries such as China. The incidence higher, 33% among builders who responded to the survey after March 6th. So this is clearly an emerging issue. Back to you guys.
Reuters is reporting that the Fed is set to reinstate commercial paper funding facility. Let's get over to our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, see what you make of that report this morning, Steve.
Yeah, very much in line with my thinking and some of the reporting that I've been able to do, Carl, over the last several days. About a day or so ago, I did say I expected the Fed to do this. And that's because what I'm hearing from a variety of sources in investment banks is that the credit markets are simply not functioning well, even after the Fed came in with that large package of emergency stimulus measures, including cutting the rate to zero and doing $700 billion of purchases. On the upside, one guy said it may take time, but additional acts are needed. Let me tell you some of the things I'm hearing. One is that there's concern about outflows from money market funds. One person told me the commercial paper market is shut. And of course, repo is pricing well above Fed funds. That's a big problem. Let me go through the commercial paper market problem and show you where the pressures are. The companies, those who borrow in the commercial paper, it's a short-term funding market for corporations and financials and hedge funds as well. They need to issue to raise short-term cash. If they don't do that, then they have to go draw on bank credit lines. That will create additional pressure there. And the money market funds, they're the lenders. Well, they need to sell to raise cash ahead of expected withdrawals. So that's a pretty big deal right there when the borrowers need to borrow more and the lenders need to lend less or otherwise get out of these positions. Bank of America yesterday, and remember this is yesterday, came out with a research report saying the Fed needs to signal that these programs are coming as soon as possible to reduce credit concerns and calm funding markets. A statement today would help, and that was something they said yesterday. I don't know that a commercial paper funding facility is going to cure all of the problems, but certainly it's something I hear from many, many people in this market that it would certainly help. When the Fed last did this in the fall of 2008, it loaned $738 billion of loans in commercial paper to, I don't know, dozens of companies. It actually made some money because it did charge a fee out there. $900 million, I think, was the number. So we'll see if they're going to take a blueprint from that. And we'll also see, Carl, if that's it. There may be additional facilities that the Fed has to do to principally provide balance sheet space for the dealers or the banks to come in. Keep hearing that there's different problems throughout the market. Look, it's an economic problem. It didn't start as a financial problem, but what the Fed needs to do here is to make sure it doesn't become a deeper financial problem. Carl?
One thing, Steve, is we're getting unscheduled announcements, that's for sure. That's going to be the new normal for a while, I would imagine.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did it today, Carl. I'm just, watching my email here. It would not surprise me if it happened today, certainly no later than tomorrow. The Fed has a lot on its plate. And by the way, this has to be done, I believe, in concert with Treasury here. So that's two agencies. I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if other of the bank regulators have to get involved in this as well. I got to go back and look at my banking regulations, but it may be that other banking regulators would get involved here. This was paired last time with a program from the FDIC as well, although that was not necessarily commercial paper.
Right. And then finally, Steve, before I let you go, 8 banks accessing the discount window. That's the kinds of thing we want to see, right?
It is. I don't know how much they took down. It's probably out there someplace or it'll be reported by the end of the week. I think it was more symbolic. Remember last time, Carl, they created the term auction facility. There's a blast from the past, the old TAF. And the TAF was essentially the discount window under another name. Why? because the discount window has this stigma, and that's what the banks tried to do yesterday, was show people, hey, we're borrowing, we're not insolvent, we don't have problems, but we are borrowing from the window. There has always been a stigma attached to this. The Fed has long tried to get rid of that stigma. We'll see if what happened yesterday with the banks banding together and all going to the window removes that. But remember what they did. They lowered the rate, lengthened the term on the discount window to make it more a more palatable place, or an easier place to go get term funding for the banks. And we'll just see if that ends up working.
All right. I'm glad we have access to your eyes and ears, Steve. We'll talk to you in a little while. Steve Leisman. Meantime, Goldman's out this week saying they see zero U.S. economic growth as the coronavirus spreads. Firm also publishes a new note today declaring a global recession. Joining us on the news line is the man behind the calls, Goldman's chief economist, Jan Hatzius. Jan, it's good to talk to you. Let's see. We're downgrading our forecast sharply. You're talking about global GDP for 2020 falling to just 1.25, less bad than the deep recessions of 81-82 and 08-09, but worse than the mild recessions of 91 and 01. Can you expand on it?
Sure. We have made some sizable downward revisions to growth forecasts in the U.S., in the euro area, in China, mostly related to the spreading of coronavirus and the responses to that. In China, also related to the exceptionally poor numbers that we got for January and February, which to us say that the GDP numbers are going to reflect the very sharp deterioration that we've been seeing there to a much greater degree than we thought. So this is going to mean global GDP numbers, clearly in recession territory. A lot of people use something like 2.5% for global GDP as a recession criterion, and we're going to be well below that. The one other thing I'd add is that these annual averages, of course, hide quite a lot of variation through the year. It's really going to be the first half of 2020 that's going to see significant contractions in many economies, focused on Q1 in China, focused on Q2 in most other economies, including the U.S. and Europe.
Well, let's talk about Q2 in the U.S. JPM's down 3. I mean, others are down 6.5. Some go double digits from some smaller firms. You're at 5. What assumptions are you using to get there?
We're assuming that the mitigation measures that are now being put in place very rapidly are going to lead to a sharp drop in activity in the remainder of March and in April. And, in the worst affected areas, or the areas that institute the sharpest lockdowns, are, we think GDP falls by, the level of GDP falls by something like 6 or 7%. And that is where a lot of places we think are going to be in April. After April, our assumption is that the virus situation gradually starts to improve and activity starts to normalize. That's based on what you've seen in Asian countries such as China and more recently also Korea. And that then holds the overall pace of contraction to 5% on a quarter-on-quarter annualized basis. However, I think even in the last few days, we've seen quite a bit more aggressive move towards lockdowns in the U.S. and in many states and cities. And so I think the risks to these numbers are still on the downside. And it's certainly possible that the pace of contraction is going to be bigger. In Europe, we are expecting a more rapid pace of decline that is double digits if you convert it into quarter-on-quarter annualized terms, because we've seen these full lockdowns in the major European countries at this point.
Jan, just in terms of offsets, obviously you don't assume any fiscal stimulus, anything happening necessarily to try and buffer what we're seeing in the next few months in the U.S. But as we now hear about these proposals, what do you think is reasonable to expect, and what would have an immediate impact in terms of scale and type of fiscal stimulus?
Well, we do assume that fiscal policy is going to loosen significantly to the extent, to the tune of maybe 1 to 2% of GDP. So if you look at that over a 2-year basis, that would be $400 to $800 billion. And I think the risk to that is, to the higher side as the outlook for the economy deteriorates. There is more focus on counteracting it. I think a key focus is going to be basically tiding over firms and individuals who are hit by this downturn. So it's really income support for households, via the unemployment insurance system, but maybe more importantly, via pay for people who are out sick or who can't work for other reasons, and then support for companies that are directly affected by this crisis. And the economic problem is basically that we have a deep decline in activity in some sectors that is probably going to be relatively short-lived. Of course, we don't know exactly, but it is very much an exogenous black swan type of hit to activity that will pass. But I think the key is to be to make sure that you don't have a lot of people and a lot of firms going out of business because of this short-term hit.
And then, of course, I guess to be attentive to sort of secondary effects or unintended kind of log jams in the financial system that might be tightening financial conditions well in excess of just the downturn in actual real economic activity. And how do we filter that into our expectation for how this goes? Because obviously that's one of the things the Fed is now being, kind of bringing its power to bear on.
I would say that is the other key priority on the fiscal policy side. I think it's cushioning the impact of the income loss and the revenue loss. On the monetary policy side, we've gone well beyond conventional monetary policy. Cutting rates by 150 basis points was the right thing to do, but it's not the most central part of what we're seeing. So I think the QE announcement on Sunday was important. It was definitely larger than I think most people had expected, but helpful. And now I think the challenge is to focus on the liquidity facilities, the commercial paper funding facility that seems to be coming back, and other ways in which the Fed can help market functioning. And I think that's something that's still work in progress. Chair Powell said in the conference call on Sunday that while they didn't have any specific announcements on that, these facilities are very much part of, and we're going to see just how much they're part of the playbook over the next few days and weeks, probably.
Indeed. Jan, as you're talking, McConnell's on the tape now, saying the Senate will not adjourn until it passes bold measures that go beyond the House economic relief bill. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. I did notice Dudley this morning, Jan, said that sending checks to households is, quote, one good idea. Can you give us some definitive answers on how much of a household check would make a difference, and how would you weigh that policy response versus, say, a payroll tax holiday?
Well, I think it is it is certainly stimulative. It could go out relatively quickly, and I think it would help the situation. I think it's still being discussed in terms of how big those numbers are. In the past, you've done $500 or $1,000 a house. I think that's still unclear whether that is going to be included or a payroll tax cut is included. For me, the most important issues are probably more on the side of supporting revenues and incomes for people who are directly affected by the crisis, which is sort of separate from whatever you do on payroll taxes or on rebate checks. So for me, that would probably be the first priority, but there are other things that could also be helpful for supporting activity.
We will see about policy and how how you implement it, Jan, and keep the checks. Households like yours, perhaps, and definitely mine, do not need that money. It's going to be difficult to decide which households do. Jan Hatzius, thank you for that. Dow's holding into some relatively contained ranges, Mike Santoli, even as we're getting hit by a slew of stories on the tape regarding possible responses. All eyes will be on Congress, and this note from McConnell now is interesting, too.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's the market is very sensitive to any sense of incremental progress on a fiscal response here. I do think that, you know, we saw the futures all over the place overnight, and it makes sense in a way just how agitated this market is. There's tons of air pockets in other parts of the capital markets, but right now you really feel as if when you have a washout Monday, you should get some kind of more springy bounce on Tuesday. It seems as if a lot of the policy static is not necessarily allowing for that right away, but it's a twitchy tape.
Yeah. And Boeing chart is definitely hard to look at 106, nearly an 18% decline today on Boeing. Let's get to Steve Leisman. Steve, what are you watching?
Yeah, another announcement from the New York Fed of an extraordinary unscheduled repo operation. Again, we talked earlier this morning about the repo market trading wide from the Fed funds, or well above where it should be. The Fed saying it will come in with an unscheduled $500 billion repo operation in the afternoon, just like it did yesterday. It did a morning operation of $500 billion. 142 was taken down. And people should just caution, it's not the amount taken down versus the amount offered. The Fed is offering 500 because it believes that that number is well above what the market would want at that particular time. So don't say that things are good because they're only taking 142. 142 billion is a lot of repo to be taken down from the Federal Reserve. So there'll be another operation in the afternoon as we await these stories out there, Carl, that perhaps the Fed takes an additional step when it comes to the commercial paper funding facility.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Let's now get to our Eamon Javers with more on the D.C. response to the virus. Eamon.
Yeah, good morning, Mike. One thing to bring you up to speed on, and this shows you just how some of this is hitting home for White House officials. I'm told now that outgoing White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney is now in self-quarantine for the coronavirus in South Carolina. That's his home state. I'm told that Mulvaney's niece, who shares his apartment here in Washington, D.C., has been very ill. She made a full recovery, but she was down for about 3 or 4 days last week. She has tested negative for the ordinary flu. Mulvaney got tested and was negative at that time last week. They're still waiting for her coronavirus test to show up. So that puts the outgoing White House Chief of Staff in some sort of limbo here. As to any risk to the President of the United States from this, what I am told is that there is zero risk. Mulvaney had no contact with the President after Thursday morning. Mulvaney left Friday morning because of the incubation period. He had no contact with the President of the United States after that test. White House doctors were involved every step of the way in all of this, I am told. So that gives you a sense of just how close that chain of contact is to the President. But I'm being told now by a senior administration official, no danger to the President from that situation. Mulvaney continuing to be under self-quarantine voluntarily in South Carolina. Now, to review the bidding on where we are on all of this, take a look at what we've passed so far in terms of congressional action and where we still need to go. $8.5 billion signed into law last week. That seems like small potatoes as we gear up for what's going to happen this week. The House passed bill, Arilan Moy confirms, the Joint Committee on Taxation has been looking at that. The $105 billion now is the estimate for the paid sick leave piece of that, and the rest still unscored at this point. So we'll wait and see what the total dollar figure is for that House-passed bill. The Senate is expected to do even more, Mitch McConnell says, just within the past few minutes. The White House is going to be proposing later today a measure that reportedly could be up to $800 billion. White House aides not confirming the specific amount just yet, but Treasury Secretary Mnuchin set to go to Capitol Hill and make a large ask to them. A lot moving here in Washington. We'll continue to follow it throughout the day. That White House briefing now rescheduled for 11:30 a.m. East Coast time, guys.
Just about in an hour, Eamon. We'll talk to you maybe before then, our Eamon Javers. Let's get to Kayla Tausche as well, as we see multiple pots cooking this morning in Washington, D.C. Hey, Kayla.
Hey, Carl, I've been talking to my sources who say that regulators here in Washington are likely to pursue more regulatory changes to free up liquidity for banks to be investing to keep the markets functioning more seamlessly than they are right now. One change that is under consideration right now is the OCC, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, is considering relaxing its 2013 rules over leveraged lending. Now, this is essentially a way to take some of these barriers or guardrails off of the banks that would prohibit them from making loans to companies that are being perceived as risky companies, as some of these energy companies, for instance, slide down the credit scale and their capital or their balance sheet becomes less healthy. In this case, if this were to happen, banks would be able to continue extending credit to them. I am told, though, that there is a significant amount of resistance to making this change, largely because when these rules were put in place in 2013, from then until now, they've been seen as effective, and they've actually been seen as keeping banks from extending riskier loans that would have put them in a more precarious position right now. I spoke to a bank executive this morning about what this change, if it were to happen, would do. And in addition to that, what the Fed's announcement earlier today that it would be relaxing banks' liquidity buffers would do, he said those two actions together would be more effective than the Fed even going to negative rates. Capital that it would free up. As for that announcement this morning, a real-time example of what that could potentially do for banks. For instance, if a company, and a mutual fund company, a money market company like BlackRock, were to go to a bank and say, customers are wanting redemptions, we need money on hand. If a bank were to make them a loan to be able to fulfill those customer requests, the bank would have to hold 100% of that money as liquidity to back that up. With the change the Fed made this morning, they would no longer have to do that. So that's one example of how this could play out in the real world by freeing up some of this money and trying to inject some of that in the market as lending, in some cases, tries to return to normal. Guys?
Yeah, Kayla, it's remarkable. All these efforts to keep risks off of banks' books, did not get rid of the risks, and now revising things on the fly. It's kind of fascinating.
It is, and it is going to definitely, Mike, open up some political blowback, too, for especially Democrats who say we need these rules in place and they should not be adjusted. There should be workarounds, but certainly banks are in touch with the administration regularly to try and tell them what they need to happen to free up some of this capital.
All right, Kayla, great stuff. We will talk to you again soon. Appreciate it. The coronavirus is putting pressure on retailers with shortened hours and store closures, but it also might push some names past the point of recovery. Courtney Reagan has the latest on some of these already struggling chains. Courtney.
Hi, Mike. That's exactly right. So there are a number of retailers that have been, frankly, flashing warning signs for some time. So now you add in the coronavirus pandemic, and these distressed retailers just may not survive much longer. As quarantines are issues, stores close, consumers practice social distancing, and more. So sources I spoke to use various stress test measures, for lack of a better term, to evaluate whether a retailer has the ability to cover its financial obligations over the next 6 months to 2 years. So things like debt to EBITDA ratios, interest coverage, cash flow, credit ratings, and even exposure to the pressured mall are among the metrics used. So here are some retailers that could struggle to continue operations in the near future. JCPenney, it hasn't been able to reignite its business, struggling under several different CEOs. Large debt payments loom, sales drop, and many fear JCPenney is just running out of time. Jill, Moody's recently further downgraded its debt, noting approaching maturities and high execution risk for its languishing turnaround. Ascena Retail Group, this one is the parent company of names you are more familiar with, like Ann Taylor, Loft, Lane Bryant, and others. S&P Global points to the likelihood of a conventional default or a broad-based restructuring in the next 6 months. Though an Ascena spokesperson tells CNBC, quote, bankruptcy is not being considered, and that it, quote, remains in full compliance with all of its obligations under its financing agreements and intends to remain so. GNC Holdings, on Monday, it said it is operating under going concern, or that it believes it is financially stable enough to continue its business for the foreseeable future. But many aren't so sure. Sears' parent company, Transform Holdco, just this morning said it sold a delivery system to Costco for $1 billion. But it also notes continued losses, declining sales, and says, quote, it is committed to fulfilling obligations to its vendors. Party City, Rite Aid, J. Crew, and Neiman Marcus, those are all also on the number of distressed retailer list, those names that may not recover. Back over to you.
All right, Courtney. Yeah, long-term declines meeting a sudden shock in that industry. Thank you. Oil prices, meantime, falling to their lowest levels in years on the back of coronavirus fears and a potential price war. Let's bring in Sadat Al-Husseini to discuss. He is Husseini Energy founder and former Saudi Aramco executive vice president. Sadat, good to check in with you. Thanks for calling in.
Good morning.
We obviously are seeing the price action and perhaps further declines. Not a surprise given what Saudi Arabia decided to do on the supply front. Do you think, though, that the continuing weakness in demand will do anything to alter that supply decision?
No, Carl, I think this was a very important and fundamental change in strategy on the kingdom's part. We are moving towards a free market kind of pricing, I think. I would say that most companies ought to be reviewing their projects and testing their economics based on these current prices. These will be around for a while. And there's no indication that there's any desire to change the production strategy. There's a need to recover market share. And this is a separate problem from the coronavirus issue, economic recession that's going on in the U.S. This is a strictly oil commodity kind of strategy.
You say producers should get used to these prices. Do you think these prices or further declines in prices from here?
Well, I think I would hope to see a slightly stronger market as demand picks up, but I don't see a very strong price adjustment, upwards adjustment. This is a indication of a long-term demand problem that may take a while to correct itself. The kingdom is going to go to 12 million barrels a day. This will stay for a while. It's not a decision that was taken lightly. I think other projects, very expensive projects, Arctic projects in Russia's Arctic seas offshore, heavy oil crudes, sand oil from Canada, other more expensive crudes will have to back out to rebalance the markets.
Are you seeing a supply response yet? In other words, are you seeing that capacity go away, or is it not yet? Has it been too soon, I guess, to see that response?
I think people are watching to see whether the kingdom is determined to continue with this strategy. And as I say, the kingdom was confronted with a choice between one of two strategies: either keep cutting supply to make room for other producers, or turn around and go for market share and protect its market position. So I believe many companies maybe were watching this, not sure how confident and determined the kingdom's leadership is, and they are quite determined.
Given that determination, Sadat, what's trough? What's a trough price in your mind, say, over the next 6 months?
If you mean the bottom price, I think it's already been achieved. I don't see it going much further. We may see volatility for sure, but I think WTI at maybe $30. But again, companies should take contingencies, make plans on lower prices, just to make sure that they're funding the best project that they have in their inventory. You know, if you look at the offshore projects like Exxon or Hess in Guyana or Brazil's offshore, those are good projects and they'll survive. But as I say, the costly projects will have to probably get deferred as far as the near term.
All right, yeah, perhaps some would consider that pretty good news if, in fact, we don't go down too much from here. We'll see. Sadat, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Let's get to Sue Herrera with the latest on the coronavirus headlines back at HQ. Hi,
What are you
Sue.
talking about?
Good morning, Mike. Good morning, everyone. Here's what's going on right now with the coronavirus. Confirmed cases have now topped 185,000 with more than 7,300 deaths. Both of those numbers are up significantly since earlier this morning. Here in the U.S., cases 3,700 as testing ramps up around the nation. In Ontario, Canada, the most populous province there, it has declared a state of emergency to help slow the spread of the coronavirus. Bars and restaurants will be closed and gatherings of more than 50 people have been banned. And for the first time since World War II, the Kentucky Derby will not be run on the first Saturday in May. Churchill Downs has moved the nation's premier horse race to September 5th due to the coronavirus pandemic. You can get live updates anytime on the coronavirus outbreak. Go to cnbc.com. Carl, back to you.
All right, Sue, thank you very much. Coronavirus cases nearing 5,000 now in the United States, with many beginning to worry about a potential shortage of medical supplies and hospital beds. Joining us to discuss, Jenny Spisu is the CEO of UCLA Health, which oversees one of the largest hospital systems in California. Janice, thank you for your time today on what's obviously a very tough week. I appreciate it very much. Help our viewers understand the level to which shortages are a near-term concern right now.
Okay, well, first of all, I really want to acknowledge that this is an unprecedented time for healthcare systems in our country. Here in Los Angeles, we've been actively preparing and really activated our command center several weeks ago to begin to prepare for the anticipated arrival of additional patients. We've really been focusing on three key things that are important in any disaster preparedness activity, and that is making sure we have adequate staffing, adequate supplies, and adequate surge space. So that's meant a lot of changes for hospitals. First of all, we've had to roll out intensive additional training for our staff so that they know how to properly put on the personal protective gear to protect them and patients from the virus. The second thing that we've had to do is really work with our supply chain to make sure that we had adequate par levels to really sustain the level of burn rate that we had in using supplies. And third, we've had to work quickly to create additional surge space in a health system that is already pretty much running at 100% occupancy. So the things that we've done is we've some additional tent-like structures outside of our emergency departments so that we can see more patients in that venue. We've begun telemedicine visits through our 180 clinics throughout Los Angeles so that ideally we can see patients in the least intensive setting. We've also begun to reschedule or cancel elective types, working with our physicians, our patients and their families to postpone any type of surgery that really could wait a few weeks. That allows us to preserve staffing and also our personal protective equipment.
Right. Governor Cuomo here in New York, who's on the tape right now, says he expects the virus peak in New York State in about 45 days, would put you toward the end of April or so. He's also called for some powers to enlist the Army Corps of Engineers to remedy some of the real estate shortages that you're talking about. Would that help in California?
Yes, definitely. We could use any type of help in that area. Well, there's also been a lot of other unintended consequences that arise with doing all the right things that we have to do. We want to really continue with the social distancing. We know that's worked, but that's resulted in school closures. So now many of our healthcare workers have childcare issues, and trying to make sure we're getting our vital workers to work, having alternatives for childcare, having alternative places to live so that we can keep them near the hospital. All of those are important factors in any type of pandemic like we're seeing.
We're starting to hear from companies like Roche, who said yesterday that they have begun shipping 400,000 test kits per week, and they do expect that number to be repeated week after week. It's a huge relief for those who need tests. Are you seeing or feeling that the supply of kits is getting better, not worse?
So we were fortunate at UCLA Health that we were able to begin our own COVID-19 testing thanks to the incredible lab and pathology department that we have at UCLA Health. We initially were able to do 40 tests a day. We wanted to dramatically increase that number. This next week we should be able to do 100 a day. But the limiting factor has been the equipment, the reagent, the amount of supplies we have to do that, and also staffing. So we're really hoping to get as many tests done as soon as possible and really appreciate the cooperation of the national companies in making this a top priority.
Finally, when people ask you, are you hopeful, what do you tell them?
So I'm confident in the amazing and remarkable efforts that our healthcare teams are making. I wish the viewers could see the work that's happening 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think that would be very reassuring to them. We've been through these types of emerging infectious diseases in the past. I think thanks to a lot of our great research institutions like UCLA Health, we're working really hard to understand this better and to figure out how we can combat this.
Johnny Spisu, thank you for your time. Our viewers, thank you too. Appreciate it very much. The Fed, meantime, announcing it will come in with another $500 billion repo operation this afternoon as the central bank looks to calm the market. Dow's down 54 points, right above 20,100. Joining us today, Randy Krosner is former Federal Reserve Governor, Deputy Dean at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Randy, good to talk to you again. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so let's talk about the responses we're seeing both from the Hill, from the executive branch, from the Fed. How much of this is keeping the pipes open as much as possible?
A lot of it is about the plumbing. You're exactly right. And people don't think about the plumbing because normally it works. But when it doesn't work, everything clogs up and it stinks. Whether it's for the economy, the financial system, and the markets.
The best solutions you've heard so far are the ones that you have not seen that you want to see.
So I think it's really good that the Fed has been.
Oh, that's part of television in this episode that we're in, Mike Santoli. We're relying on people who are not at work, not at a television studio, and we're going to have conversations like that get interrupted. But that's okay. We can deal with that. I will point out just a couple more headlines out of Cuomo. Mike, I don't know if you've been able to see this, but he is talking again about peak in 45 days in New York State. No plans to contain any city. It says no city can quarantine without state approval. So people in New York City who are thinking you're going to see a lockdown a la Italy, that is not in the cards, at least at this point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, hard to say if that's partially responsible for the firming in the market, but obviously, in yesterday's, presidential press conference when the July-August timeframes were thrown out, it didn't seem to go over well in the markets. We have so little to go on quantitatively in terms of tracking this that it does seem as if the market is pretty hypersensitive to any changes in the perceived timeline.
All right, let's try Krosner again. Randy, are you with us? Dare I ask again, Randy, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you see me?
I can't. I don't know if I can see you. Oh, but we definitely have you. Let's try this again. I had asked you about solutions that you think you've seen so far that are helpful and others that you think are still needed.
So I think it's really important that the Fed has tried to take a shock and awe strategy, bringing interest rates down to zero, trying to provide a lot of liquidity into the system, not only domestically but globally. I think things that they can still do, because the Fed is not out of ammo, they can do a commercial paper program like we did when I was at the Fed back in 2008, because there are a lot of disruptions in that short-term funding market. Also, the Fed has additional powers to be able to make loans to a whole variety of types of corporations. And so it's possible that one of the things that the Fed with the Treasury together would be working on is thinking about a way to provide lending to a broader set of firms, perhaps providing lending to small and medium-sized business. And so there are a lot of things that now, in conjunction with the Treasury, because the reforms post-2008 required approval of the Treasury, that they potentially could do to get credit directly into the system.
All right, so now you're referring to things that our viewers can read about in the editorial page of the Journal today, the Section 13.3, the ability to create a new facility that could lend directly to other industries. In their words, the best thing is to let government lending stop the liquidity panic from becoming a solvency crash. So how high of a hill would that be to climb to start to make that happen?
Well, the Fed's never done that, the direct lending before. We've done the commercial paper program before, and so that should be relatively straightforward to set up since it's been done before. We actually had 3 different programs so they could choose.
All right, we're going to try to get Randy back, Mike Santoli. But between the measures that we're starting to talk about, like that one in the Journal op-ed page, I don't know about you, I was struck by Sadat al-Husseini saying he thought that the lows for oil had already been achieved. Yeah. In his words, striking when you consider sort of the political dynamics between the Saudis and the Russians in this price war.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a pretty rapid price adjustment that happened after the Saudi announcement. But if we, don't in oil prices go back even to the early 2016 lows, I mean, I think it would be considered a net win with the caveat that all markets right now seem to be very prone to overshoot one way or the other.
How about Morgan Stanley? Mike, I haven't been able to bring this up with anybody yet, but they did say that objectively, and they're looking at a range of this percentage of new lows, yield curve, objectively, this is as bad as it gets. They think the recession we're heading into, and that is their base case, will be the end of the cyclical bear, which they think has been going on for 2 years. Yeah. Not the beginning of a new bear. And as a result, they suggest investors start legging in, given all the caveats about how long this would take to repair.
There's a lot of ways to frame it, what we're going through right now, to what degree it was continuous or a sudden break from the trend that we were in. But I do think if you just look at the equity market adjustment, if you look at investment-grade credit spreads, you've quickly got into a zone of largely, if not completely, pricing in recessionary conditions. I do think a lot of that work is happening. And then you can point to the technical stuff where it just looks so beaten down and washed out day to day. I don't know if you need a time element in there or we really need to get a grasp on exactly how quickly the economy can pull itself up from here. But I do think you see a lot of the market-based indicators flashing in that direction right now.
Yeah. We're keeping an eye on the VIX, now below 80. Of course, had an all-time close yesterday. We would remind you that in 2008, it did get to 89 intraday. So we haven't actually seen the all-time intraday high on the VIX, but obviously this incredibly elevated levels. We are going to get to some news, and I think we're going to toss it over to Steve Leisman. Steve?
Carl, thanks very much. The Federal Reserve, in the first use of its Emergency Powers Act during this coronavirus crisis, launching the commercial paper funding facility, very much modeled on what it did during the financial crisis. The CPFF, as it would be called, will be available to purchase or lend against commercial paper out there from corporations, from autos and mortgages. The Fed's saying it's been under considerable strain, and it's hoping to do this to help lending for households and businesses. This was effected with a $10 billion credit support from the Treasury, which is coming in essentially backstopping the Federal Reserve or providing credit support to the Fed for this facility. Fed will take in the commercial paper, lend against it, and it will charge a 3-month spread of plus 200 over OIS. It's effective immediately. It runs for a year through March 17th, 2021. We'll see if that's it from the Fed today. Somebody said to me the Fed was running at warp speed here. It's been called for a couple days. We expected this to happen. And now we have to sit back and watch credit markets and see if this helps really relieve some of the strain that's been out there, that the Fed will come in and provide this financing and provide some space on maybe dealer balance sheets that are out there. Carl?
Steve, before I check in with Randy Krosner on the phone, I mean, we do have some viewers who might be working from home. They follow the markets, but not as granularly as we often do when it comes to the Fed and plumbing. How do you make this simple to understand?
Well, there's this commercial paper. It's a short-term funding market where companies go, or you have a special purpose vehicle for auto loans, for example, and you finance it on a short-term basis. Really, it's financed by money market. So if you have your money in a money market, what do they do with that money? They go in and lend it in the commercial paper market, among other places. And so it's a very important short-term funding market that is one of the pieces of the plumbing of the financial system. It had been severely strained because of concerns of withdrawals from the market by money markets, which are husbanding cash. They were afraid that big institutions like, forget your money market fund, what if you're like a big company and you have short-term cash, you would put that in a money market fund, concerned that that would be withdrawn and therefore companies could not get the funding. So this is a place where we'll provide the funding that is now necessary for these short-term loans that really grease the wheels of the financial system and keep it moving. really what it's another market where borrowers and lenders find each other, but it's an absolutely critical market, a foundation of the financial system here, and it had become severely strained. One person told me earlier today the commercial paper market is shut. So there was no ability to lend there. This could potentially avoid, I didn't want to say it earlier, but potential defaults by money markets, or even a cap or a gate that could have been put on by a money market, not letting any money come out. Look, what happens is there are runs on banks, and Randy can talk, I think, at length about this, that happen not like lines at banks, but they're scrambles for high-quality collateral out there, which is the same as the big institutions having a run on the bank. This is something the Fed is hoping it will stop through this process, and maybe, as Randy was talking earlier, other processes, other programs as well. This is the first 13.3 authority, that is their emergency authority they have to act, and there could yet be others.
Yeah, Randy, I'll invite you in to leapfrog off of that, and maybe you could address not just this, what we just heard, but also the sequencing that Steve references, not just the proposals they're offering, but the order in which they are offered.
Yeah, and so this is perfect because I was just talking about this. I don't know how much had come through, but saying that they really need to do the commercial paper facility stand up exactly the kind of thing that we were doing when I was there in 2008, 2009, and they are doing that, and I think that makes sense. Exactly as you and Steve were talking about, this is a crucial market for basically short-term borrowing by companies. And if you don't get this short-term borrowing, you can't make payments out, you can't pay your employees, you can't pay your customers, and so if this freezes up, it's a real problem. And so it's very important in the financial markets, very important for many companies. And so I think it's crucial if they've stepped in. It doesn't surprise me they would do it because we've done that before. There are potential that they could do more types of lending, something that we did not do during the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, was use these emergency powers, these are called Section 13.3 powers, to be able to do lending to a broader set of companies. But in principle, a structure could be set up where the Treasury would provide some support, like they did for this commercial paper facility, and then through perhaps a Small Business Administration or through another institution, get money out to small and medium-sized businesses that might be finding it difficult to access that credit. There'd be a parallel to what they're doing now for the commercial paper market, which tends to be medium to large-sized business. In principle, they could do it for small and medium-sized business.
Randy, when people ask you if the Fed has learned lessons from 08 or 9 and the degree to which they are implementing those hard-earned lessons now, what do you say?
I think they're doing their best. I mean, I think they tried to be proactive and reduce interest rates and an intermeeting meeting or between the regular meeting, and then they reduced rates down to zero, or effectively to zero, before the actual meeting itself, providing $1.5 trillion worth of liquidity into the market over a longer term than is typical. So rather than just overnight or 1 week, for longer, which is exactly what we did during the financial crisis, to extend the maturity, because people are worried about institutions existing not just tomorrow, but a few months hence. Reviving the international provision of dollar liquidity through central banks around the world. And so I think they're taking the lessons out of the playbook. I think they've learned a number of things to be able to do these quickly, proactively. And then my guess is we'll see some new things, perhaps along the lines of what I was describing.
Randy, obviously, so the Fed has invoked the financial crisis playbook, utilized some of the same tools, and obviously is attentive to the way you can have these kind of unforeseen effects of, going after parts of the economy that aren't directly impacted by the crisis. But I'm wondering, are you personally surprised that the liquidity has essentially dried up in all these areas so quickly under stress?
Guys?
Unfortunately, I think this is, when people get scared, what do they want? They want safe liquid assets. So they're going to run right to those. And so it's no surprise that in a highly uncertain and volatile environment, they would want that. But I do think that there have been some unintended consequences of some of the rules that have been put in post-crisis. People were trying to make the system more resilient, and so I think the motivations were of some of the liquidity requirements, capital requirements, and some of the restrictions from the Volcker rule on making markets have made this a little bit more fragile than a little bit more deep. I think we'll be able to draw some lessons on reforming some of those regulations down the line. Right now, that's something we'll worry about later. Right now, we've got to get the liquidity into the markets, and the Fed is doing its darndest.
Well, they got to this with something else. This is just a place to bring your paper.
Yes, and you have to have the paper. That's right, and so that's why this is what the Fed can do is necessary but not sufficient, as a number of you have said before. In 2008, 2009. There was a scramble for dollar liquidity. The main problems were in the financial markets and the financial institutions themselves. Here, and there, the Fed had the tools to directly address that. Here, it's related to the virus. So it's related to broken supply chains. It's related to restrictions that make people unable to either get out to buy things or to get out to work. There's no Fed policy that can possibly directly address that. And so that's where the health authorities and fiscal authorities have to come in.
Although, Randy, I have to imagine that somewhere deep within the closets of the Fed, there was a playbook that asked the question, what would happen if a global biological event took place? And that book is clearly being opened. I mean, I would assume there is some level of emergency planning that is now relevant and being enacted because of this.
Oh, of course. But as I said, with something like this that's is coming from outside the financial system, the Fed can't directly solve it. They can directly solve liquidity problems, and they're trying to do that. And in 2008, 2009, that was a large source of the problem. Here, the source of the problem is something that is far outside of what the Fed can directly do, and so they can provide a foundation for recovery, to try to find a foundation for preventing things from going too far south. But it's the health authorities and fiscal authorities that have to act on top of that. The Fed can't cure the virus. The Fed can't repair broken supply chains.
Steve?
Hey, guys. Yeah, hey, Carl, thanks. I wonder if Randy can stick around because as I've reported this issue here, I think there's a problem we're not recognizing here that perhaps this facility will not address. Obviously, this does need to be done because commercial paper is gummed up. Let's be clear, the Federal Reserve is taking A1, P1 paper, is taking the highest quality paper. This is very different from the financial crisis, where the financial crisis created economic problems. And by solving the financial problems, you got rid of the economic ones. This is one where a coronavirus with self-isolation is creating economic problems. And that undermines the paper, perhaps, that could be brought to this facility. So I just want to throw at Randy. Randy, I don't know exactly how the Fed solves this problem, but again, the Fed protects itself by accepting only good paper. What if the paper is not money good? What if there's a problem with the paper itself, or that there's a vast need for issuance below investment grade or the highest quality paper, Randy?
No, for sure. So the Federal Reserve Act requires that the Fed can lend against good collateral solvent organizations. So that's something we followed back then, and the Fed is obviously following the rules now. But it doesn't mean that you can't take losses, because if things turn out that there could be a loss, that could happen. That didn't happen in the financial crisis. The Fed didn't take losses, but it could. Going forward, what they need to do is work with the Treasury Department, I think, as they have, money from the Treasury to, I haven't seen the details, but that may be in sort of a first loss position in case there are losses associated with this. And so potentially that could allow them to take paper that has a different initial quality associated with it. It could allow them to go into other areas where there may be more risks, but they can only do that jointly with the Treasury Department. So I think that's one of the reasons why some of this is taking a little bit longer, partially because of the post-crisis changes in the Fed's powers that now require the Treasury consent in order to do it. That wasn't the case before. as well as they're going to go into these other areas. They, because of the requirements in the Federal Reserve, that the Fed board members have to be satisfied that they are lending against good collateral to solvent organizations, and that they will have some protection. Treasury money can help to provide that protection for them.
As you're saying that, Randy, a statement from Mnuchin. I've just sent Chair Powell a letter confirming that I approve the establishment of the CPFF to provide liquidity to the financial system pursuant to Section 13.3 of the Federal Reserve Act. Randy, we were lucky to have you. Thank you so much for sticking with us today.
Of course.
Randy Krosner, Steve Leisman, our thanks to you as well. Mike?
All right, let's get out to Rick Santelli at the CME in Chicago. Rick?
Thanks, Mike. I'd like to welcome Chief Economist at Deutsche Bank Securities, Torsten Schlock. Torsten, let's get right into it. Here's what I noticed today in the markets. The euro-dollar swap out to about 120-plus basis points, the widest I've seen in years. The dollar is soaring because of demand overseas for a lot of different reasons, not the least of which is dollar funding. Can you address that? What are you seeing with regard to dollar funding?
Yeah, so when you look at LIBOR-OIS and FRA-OIS and also the basis, they have been widening, but it's still not quite at anywhere near levels where we were in 2008 and 2009. When you look at some of the indicators of the daily measures of financial conditions, they're really still only near the levels of where we were in 2011. So the commercial paper funding facility that was just announced is a very important step in trying to ease some of those stresses. But generally speaking, we are not near the levels in 2008 and 2009. Of course, the situation is not good, but this should definitely help in getting the basis down and also the LIBOR-OIS and FRA-OIS to also begin to come in again.
Yes, Torsten, I couldn't agree more. I mean, obviously, markets aren't going to trade like they normally do because these aren't normal times. And with regard to that facility, I think it's a great idea. You know, when Lehman went out, when Drexel went out, they had tons of assets. They just had no liquidity. You need funding right now. Another issue that you've been writing about, securities that are more than 1,000 basis points over treasuries. We define those as distressed. And also, not nearly as bad as it could be, but it is deteriorating. Can you address that?
Yeah, so as you also just talked about, this issue is essentially something in the corporate sector. So that's why a lot of attention is being paid to what's happening in corporate bond markets across the whole stack of credit quality. High quality credit has generally been trading, generally speaking, okay. It really is further down in credit quality that there's more worries, and then there are more worries about also fallen angels issues. And that specific issue is that when you have a significant amount of corporate bonds that are beginning to trade at distressed levels, then of course that does begin to open questions about what does that mean? What are the risks inherent in that? So absolutely, Rick, this is an issue that markets are paying a lot of attention to. But again, both this commercial paper funding facility, also if we do get a term auction facility, a similar way of trying to provide liquidity to markets and make sure that essentially companies can keep their doors open would certainly be steps forward to make sure that the corporate sector doesn't experience too much stress as a result of this.
Excellent. Torsten, thank you for your thoughts. We're running a little light on time. We will have you back as this progresses. Carl, back to you.
All right, Rick, we'll see you in a little while. Rick Santelli. Good Tuesday morning, everybody. I'm Carl Quintanilla here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Morgan Brennan with us from CNBC headquarters. John Ford helms our coverage from the floor of the NYSE. Compared to yesterday, obviously, relatively stable action. No circuit breakers taken today, although we did lose 20K just briefly. Let's get to Bob Bassani. We'll start there this morning. Hey, Bob.
Not only is it no circuit breakers, but the volume is also a little bit lower. And the key event this week is going to be that quadruple witching expiration at the end of the week. Normally, you do get increased volume Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and maybe a little calmer after that traditionally. So we'll see if that calms things down. Take a look at the S&P 500. We were briefly negative a little after 10 o'clock Eastern time. The key level, technicals don't mean an awful lot here, but 2351. Remember, that was the December 24, 2018 low. Everybody's sort of using that mentally. We didn't get close to there right now. As you can see, we're not far from the highs of the day, which was just after the open. That announcement of the Fed to establish a commercial paper funding facility, I think is certainly welcome news, but didn't do a lot to impact the market. It had been lifting already prior to that. Banks, for example, modestly did the the downside throughout most of the day. So U.S. Bancorp, most of the regional banks on top of Citigroup and some of the super banks were also down modestly, and they remain down modestly. The big story continues to be Staples continuing to rally. There's been a core group of names. We've been bringing them up for the last 3 or 4 days. Clorox, Walmart, which got an upgrade today, Kroger, Campbell Soup, Procter & Gamble. These have generally been all notably outperforming the market positive for the most part. The other story is the opposite end. We mentioned this last night on our special at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, is the destruction going on in the retail area continuing today. These are not typos. L Brands down more than 27%. Guess, Kohl's, Abercrombie. So the free fall continues there as there are concerns that the consumer obviously is not going to be shopping if and when the stores close, and many of them are closed in the tri. I'd also note we have gotten a little bit of a retown in some of the metals names today, Carl. So Nucor, U.S. Steel, Reliance Steel, as well as Dow Inc. here, which is also a material name rebounding a little bit. Still very, very tentative. Carl, back to you.
Bob Pisani, I will take it. And now let's bring in David Katz. He is Chief Investment Officer at Matrix Asset Advisors, along with Sam Stovall of CFRA. Guys, good morning to you. David, in this market, which has been just so volatile, stocks down quite a bit, of course, it is time, you argue, for those who have anything but a short time horizon to think about buying. Who should buy right now? Who should sell?
Well, basically, if you have a 1 month to 3 month time horizon, what you've learned is that this market is entirely unpredictable. It's moving 5 or 10% on the upside and the downside, and no way to know which it's going to go. If you have a 12-month time horizon and you are an investor and you don't mind the volatility, we think there's a great likelihood that there's going to be some sort of clarity that the economy, which might very well go into a recession, surely is going to have an earnings recession, will be on the mend, and we think stocks are going to be a lot higher 12 months from now. The key is to buy very good businesses with very good balance sheets under 12 times earnings. You're very likely going to make a lot of money.
And now, Sam, I want to question what a lot higher means. You also subscribe to the idea that we are in for a V-shaped recovery. But I'm looking at what New York's mayor and New York's governor are saying about the need to get cash in the hands of consumers here because of the shock that they're experiencing because of these coronavirus social distancing measures that have closed restaurants, bars, all kinds of businesses. They're saying it's important to get cash in hand. And I wonder, if the consumer is not ready to come back, can the markets really have a sustained V-shaped comeback when this is all over?
Or we'll find out in retrospect. But I think that when you look to second quarter GDP, which we expect to show a decline, but then to see a recovery in the third quarter by more than 1%, because we believe that the self-quarantine will be done, there will be a lot of pent-up demand. That our belief is that maybe we see 1 or 2 quarters of GDP or earnings declines, but our belief is that the consumers are going to want to come back. They are certainly going to have cabin fever and want to get out and to do some spending.
David Katz, you just mentioned the opportunity to buy strong businesses with great balance sheets at great prices. Like what? And I ask that because the selling has been so broad-based, and we have seen even some of those traditionally more defensive names sell off by double digits recently.
That's exactly it. You don't have to buy names that are in the travel industry that are down a lot. You can really buy a lot of businesses that probably are not being that effective. Companies like AbbVie and Merck, AT&T are not being that effective. We also like Duke, Facebook, Home Depot, which is getting shellacked today on the retailer sell. If they have a better mousetrap, they are a good long-term business. They've got a great balance sheet, so we like it a lot here. We also like the banks, PNC and Wells Fargo. And the last thing to point out, you definitely are starting to see a lot of insider buying in a lot of places in the market. Insiders generally are investing for the longer term, and if they see an opportunity, they're stepping in. They've done this many times when you've had bear markets. A year later, people kick themselves for not having followed them.
Yeah, Sam Stovall, you're a man who likes to put the numbers and put them within historical context. I'm seeing a lot of comparisons right now to things like World War II. This idea that we're at war right now where the coronavirus is concerned. From a numbers standpoint, does that make sense?
Well, from a numbers perspective, I think it made sense when we were trying to ascertain the killing of General Soleimani and why we thought that the market would recover quite nicely from that, which it did. Unfortunately, with the coronavirus, history did not serve us well, because if you look to 1 month, 2 months, 3 months after SARS, swine flu, MERS, Ebola, and Zika, the market was higher in every single observation. It was even higher 1 month after the first U.S. case of the coronavirus, but now in the second month, we're down 29%. So history has not served us very well. And so I think what you have to do, as David is mentioning, look to historical valuation, look to financial, healthcare, industrials that are trading at double-digit discounts to their relative PEs. And many of these are not only trading at double digits, but 20, 30% below their absolute PE historical averages.
And David, because you guys seem to be arguing that fiscal stimulus and the right kind is key to the kind of recovery that the market hopes to see, I wonder how gig workers and freelancers are affected by this. We've seen quite a rise in that. I would even bring in, waiters and waitresses into that group who might not see a benefit from a payroll tax cut that we expect to see recommended by the administration here. What type of fiscal stimulus do you think would be most effective, and perhaps even include those workers, the Uber drivers, the taskers on TaskRabbit, waiters and waitresses who maybe don't receive a paycheck by those traditional means?
Well, in terms of addressing the virus, the government got it very wrong from the beginning. They're finally starting to get their act together in terms of the health issues with the quarantine and with the test kits. In terms of the fiscal and monetary policy, the monetary policy we think is exactly where it wants to be. And we think the government's going to be pretty aggressive in getting the fiscal policy right. And that's basically going to be throwing a lot of money in a lot of areas of the economy. We think, the payroll tax could help. We think there are going to be a lot of other resolutions in the next 2 to 4 weeks that really address some of the areas that you just mentioned that are being hit, that are not being properly protected. We think that's going to happen. We think you have everybody in the government understands this is a really, really major problem, and major problems get major solutions, and that's what we would generally look toward. And that will help the market recover when things start to bottom out.
Yeah, we'll see if they can figure out how to target that money. David, Sam, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Meantime, former Wells Fargo CEO Dick Kovacevic joins us this morning. Dick, it's good to see you again. Good morning.
Good morning.
So the guys in that prior segment were talking about insider buying, and we now know that Charlie Scharf bought some Wells on Friday at 28 and change. Are you doing any buying?
I'm buying a lot of things, including bank stocks, although I own a lot of banks. I do think it's an opportunity. I think we're going to have we're likely to have a recession, but I think it's going to be V-shaped. This is all about the virus. I mean, we're talking about markets and so forth. But job number one is we have to get this virus under control. We know how to do it. Other countries have done it, and it's and it can be solved relatively quickly. It maybe a lot of disruptions in our lives to do that, quarantines and so forth. But this is not a financial crisis. It's not a banking crisis. It's a health crisis. And once that is solved, the need for people to go back out and live a normal life and have the money to do so is going to have a booming economy once we solve this problem.
It's such a good point, Dick, because you look at the price action that we've seen, especially in financials, and then you look at the experience that obviously different types of countries in China and Singapore and Taiwan and South Korea have had. They have peaked out. And it seems like the bear argument right now is not paying attention to that dynamic at all, or even that possibility.
Well, and even you guys, you're still talking about all the issues in finance and markets and so on.
Because we're heading into
it. We should be talking about is these health providers and so what needs to get done, and talking to South Korea and so forth, what happened there. And I think it was interesting that the mayor of New York City said he could see an end 45 days from now. Now, I don't know whether that's an accurate prediction. I certainly wouldn't believe a mayor. But the experts that are out there, and the experience that's happened, I think that's where the communication should go. And, of course, there are vaccines being worked on, too, which is a longer-term situation. But it sounds like there's some interesting things going on there with people that know the business, the scientists that know the business, that think that they are going to find a vaccine.
Yeah, Dick, I mean, 45 days from now sounds pretty good, especially when President Trump is talking about this potentially stretching into August. And certainly with everything we're seeing play out in South Korea, I do hope that that becomes something of a template, given the fact that we are seeing the numbers come down there for what plays out here in the U.S. as well. In the meantime, some of the steps that have been taken, particularly in the last couple of days, where credit is concerned, where the banks specifically are concerned. I mean, Kayla Tausche is reporting that the regulators are looking to loosen some of those rules governing the bank industry to basically free up liquidity right now. Are these the right steps? Do they go far enough in the meantime?
Well, let's talk about what aren't the right steps. The monetary bazooka has been triggered. It will have no impact, in my opinion, on improving the economy, and certainly doesn't do anything about the health issue. And it has a negative psychology that happened in the financial crisis, quite frankly. They decreased the Fed funds by 50 basis points. The market went down 1,000 points. They said, okay, let's do double that. The market went down 3,000 points. They also said, like they said in the other crisis, that we'll keep interest rates low forever. Well, that doesn't build any confidence. Every 6 weeks, the Fed came out during the crisis saying, oh, things aren't very good. We're going to keep rates at zero. How does that help the confidence of people and the investors? They also said they're going to do QE on long-term bonds and so on. That didn't help even the financial crisis. What they should emphasize, and they did, but not enough, is that this is a liquidity crisis, not a financial crisis. We got to make sure that we get through this by giving the liquidity necessary to do so. And if there's any parts of the market that seize up, like what happened in the financial crisis, and it's happening now, like commercial paper, they'll fix it. Those are the two things that they should be emphasizing, not the stuff that didn't work in the past. Now,
Dick, I hear you. But I want to ask you about something that you just said. You talked about this being a health issue. Agree with that, but it also seems to be a policy issue and an economic issue for a certain type of worker. Workers who are perhaps getting paid in cash, workers who are freelance. What needs to happen to make sure that that worker, who is also a consumer, is able to be tided over for these 45 days and it doesn't turn into a real financial crisis for that segment of the economy?
Well, that's what I was going into. I would call this fiscal policy. We have to, for whatever time is going to be necessary, we have to support the people, those kinds of people, particularly at the lower income, particularly that are the ones that are going to be laid off or already being laid off because we can't go into bars and restaurants and the whole hotel and hospitality area and airlines and so forth. And we're going to have to supplement them and be sure that they're getting unemployment insurance and whatever other necessary things to hold them over. It's very important. And I call that fiscal policy. And we also need to ensure that whatever small businesses who have very little access to loans and capital are able to get through this. But what's important, and we haven't learned our lesson, is that best industry to help these things get done is the banking industry. They know how to do credit. They know these businesses. In fact, they're probably already customers. We need to make sure that they have the liquidity to make loans. And the Fed is decided, and we all said this is the problem with the Dodd-Frank bill, that the capital can now be used, not set aside for, I don't know, what do you need more capital for other than to be available in a crisis like this? The capital can be used to make loans. They don't need to keep 20% of their capital in unliquid, liquid assets that they never can use. Use those assets, and the Fed window is open. This is a very important factor. And one of the reasons that some of the markets are seizing up is because banks aren't allowed to trade. They aren't allowed to take any risk on their balance sheet with securities. Well, that's how markets seize up. Maybe people will learn a lesson that what we thought were positive things become negatives if you don't use them in crises like this.
Exactly. Finally, Dick, for our viewers who are small business owners, maybe they're watching from home this morning, and they are thinking to themselves, what is forgiveness going to look like regarding my mortgage, regarding my line of credit at the bar or health club that I own or help run? What will forgiveness look like?
Well, I think for sure, you're not. Forgiveness is you won't have to pay your monthly interest cost and so forth. You will be allowed to extend that in some form. You will get, if indeed you have healthy assets, you will be able to get a larger loan with that. But the entity that can make that risk decision is your local banker. But the banker has to have the liquidity to do that, and that's where the Fed and the Treasury and other activities go on. And you have to do these fiscal policies. That, we're talking about putting $8 billion in, and now it's up to $100 billion, and now we're looking at $840 billion. Let me tell you something you shouldn't do. And California is usually the one who does things that we shouldn't do. They just passed a bill that makes it that seizes up the gig economy. You cannot be a gig. You cannot work in the gig economy in California now because of a bill that was passed last year.
Yes.
I mean,
we've been around that block.
You can't make this stuff up, and they still haven't rescinded this. And they're doing all kinds of other things, and all of these workers cannot even work anymore because they're not allowed to do so, basically.
I imagine we'll be looking for the unwind of a lot of legislation.
That is being restrictive on the gig economy should absolutely be eliminated right now.
Thank you for the fire, as always, Dick Kovacevic. A lot of good information there. Guys, session highs, up almost 600 points on the Dow, up 111 points on the S&P Morgan, which doesn't seem like much. A month ago, that would have been an enormous move.
I know. Isn't it amazing? Well, we have no decision yet, meantime, on a potential domestic travel ban from the White House. It's been a tough few sessions, more than a few sessions for airline stocks. Our next guest says if all flights do end up being halted, the major airlines would exhaust their cash reserves in less than a year. Citi airline analyst Stephen Trent joins us now. Stephen, thanks for being with us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Is that the case? How'd you get to those numbers in terms of the airlines and what could potentially be a cash crunch, especially as we see this, if we see this continue to get worse before it gets better?
Yeah, certainly. So, one of the things we did, the analysis assumes all commercial air traffic. So under those circumstances, the only revenue coming through would be credit card revenue, which incidentally did not exist during the previous crisis. And in Delta Airlines' case, you have an oil refinery. Well, certainly with oil markets where they are, there still could be some revenue coming through from that. And then when we look at the cost side, you have somewhere 25 to 35 some odd % of costs that are fixed. So some of that cost can be deferred. And the U.S. majors, for example, have a little bit heavier fixed cost than the discount carriers. So once we get past what the expected cash burn would be in the event that all flying stops, then the next layer of the analysis pertains to how much liquidity on hand do the various carriers have. So the numbers we looked at were statements by and large made in March.
All right, got it. So we're starting to get reports, we're starting to get some headlines that a potential relief package or bailout from the federal government could be something like $50 billion for the airline industry. How much would it take? Would this be enough?
So certainly when we think about, you know, what that means if we apply all $50 million to, you know, the kind of largest four and then dole out smaller amounts to the regional airlines, I think this is all going to boil down to a determination of how far this coronavirus thing has spread. So one of the things that I think has been spooking markets, of course, is the lack of data. Wall Street and Main Street dislike the lack of information and the lack of clarity. So the $50 billion certainly is material. It's well beyond the monthly cash burn we forecast for any of the 5 carriers under our coverage. But I think in terms of whether that's adequate pertains to what the coronavirus looks like when we have a better data feed. Is this something where the curve of new infections means that we're going to be locked down for a couple of months, or do we see the curve flattening out, which all else equal might imply you know, a return to normalcy in a couple of months versus 2021 or what have you. So I think the adequacy depends on where the bottom is in this thing, which we don't really know at this point.
So, Stephen, how do you model a consumer return to just discretionary travel, vacation, and whatnot? Are there historical events that you look back to that suggest once something happens, once the infection rate begins to decline significantly, whatever it might be, then it starts to return to normal and it's back at normal levels in, I don't know, 1 month, 2 months? What are you modeling?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So this outbreak is so very different from anything we've faced before, but the two things we looked at fairly closely, how did the industry respond to SARS, and how did it respond to September 11th? So what I would say in terms of what we're thinking at this point, we see pretty heavy downward decline in 2Q. Probably that's not going to surprise anybody, but we see unit revenue falling almost 20%, which was almost, it was actually as bad as we saw during September 11th. And then in the third quarter of this year, what we're thinking at this point is we'll still get declines on a year-on-year basis, but the cadence of those declines we think is going to begin moderating sometime in 3Q. Now that, of course, is predicated on the view at this relatively early juncture that we get at least a mild return to, or at least the start of a return to normalcy, you know, sometime in June perhaps, which we don't know at this point.
Stephen, on that front, really quick, I don't have much time, but operationally, when consumers are ready to fly, what will the experience of flying be like? I mean, we saw after 9/11 the changes in baggage and TSA and the security of the cockpit. What would make a customer want to get on a plane again?
Yeah, sure. That's going to take a while. So first of all, one should not expect capacity to just snap back to where it was in January. That's not going to happen. The other thing that's probably unlikely to happen is what routes would be available. So if the coronavirus data says this is widespread, this all takes a long time to recover. Or is it isolated and we have a couple of hot zones where there'll still be no flying? That would mean in the non-hot zones we have limited capacity. We possibly have an on-board experience where on a 6-seat row and an economy class on a plane, maybe they're going to be required to keep the middle seat empty for some modest social distancing to keep load factors at a relatively low level and keep people somewhat separated versus the common flying experience. All that being said, it's going to get back to normal. However, I think the street is going to start to look forward at some point later this year on what seems to be the industry poised to come back and have better gains. So if the So if the street starts to efficiently read into these things and we have the disinformation, the lack of information at least largely gone, Yeah. We think that sets up stocks to react before load factors and demand actually react.
Okay, Stephen Trent of Citigroup, thanks for joining us today in what is a mixed session for those airline stocks. Well, more and more Americans, meantime, are turning to telemedicine as health officials advise a self-quarantine. Doctors on Demand CEO Hill Ferguson joins us now by phone. Hill, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Morgan.
So I'm looking at this headline, CNBC.com story. Telemedicine companies are struggling to serve extreme volumes of patients as coronavirus calls surge. Are you seeing extreme volumes?
We absolutely are. We're seeing demand up 50% week on week, and it's growing exponentially to the point where, you know, we have a major supply and demand imbalance, which has existed in our overall healthcare system, and it's especially true now of all of telemedicine across the country.
I think one of the key questions as we see more and more people turn to the internet and go online for more and more of their needs right now, including telemedicine, is can your infrastructure handle it?
Well, our technology infrastructure is standing up. The real issue is really, can we bring enough doctors online fast enough to meet patient concern and demand for the service? And so we're hiring and adding doctors fast and furiously, but we're also looking at ways to enhance our triage technology to make sure that we're sorting appropriately so the patients in most need of care are actually getting the care they need. And so this is one case where getting to the front of the line and having the ability to skip the line is actually critical. And so we're fast developing new AI and new technologies to do that. We have a free assessment on our site, which has been used about 150,000 times, and we're doing more there to try to process the volume.
Yeah, one of the questions that certainly gets raised a lot that I've heard as more and more people turn to telemedicine, especially now in this time of coronavirus, to get a diagnosis or to, check in and about their health. How effective is it to be able to do this over video?
Well, it's incredibly effective. It's obviously the right thing to do in this time where you've got massive contagion and you don't want to be infecting others if you think you might be at risk. So being able to have these consultations remotely from home is absolutely the right setting for care.
Hill, I get how telemedicine can certainly help for people who have symptoms for other things that are not related to coronavirus right now, because so many hospitals, emergency rooms, et cetera, might be overloaded. But I wonder if someone has symptoms that could be related to COVID-19, what can a telemedicine doctor do? I mean, doesn't that person need to get a test? What then is the process of moving this from online diagnosis to offline care?
It's a great question, Carl. I think that's what we're working on today, which is better triaging of patients. So ultimately, our doctors can do a wonderful job of assessing the probability of a patient with COVID-19. From there, the next step is to go get a test, and that's where our healthcare system is broken right now. We don't have the lab infrastructure and the testing infrastructure set up to where we can create a really simple handoff from a doctor visit into, say, a drive-through testing facility. These things are being stood up every day. We've had calls, for the last couple of weeks with industry leaders of all these companies to try to do this together, but it's, we're not prepared for it as an industry.
Yeah, it's going to be really fascinating to see what kind of changes actually take root from this entire situation, whether it's on the technological side, whether it's on the regulatory side. Hill Ferguson, Doctor on Demand CEO, thank you so much for joining us today.
And meanwhile, we are moments away from an update from the White House Coronavirus Task Force. Sue Herrera is also with us from HQ. Sue?
Indeed, I am, John. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Here's the latest on the coronavirus. Iran is warning its citizens millions could die if people continue to travel and ignore government health guidance. This just hours after hardline Shiites stormed several holy sites that had been closed to curb the outbreak. France has implemented new restrictions and called out the army to help move the sick to hospitals. People are being urged to stay home unless they are buying food, going to work, exercising, or seeking medical care. 100,000 police will be deployed to enforce the lockdown. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling for the Senate to pass a stimulus bill today so that the president can sign it into law. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is calling for bold steps that go beyond the House bill. He says the Senate will not adjourn until a bill is actually passed. And McDonald's and Starbucks have decided to close dine-in areas at many of their U.S. locations, shifting to takeout and delivery instead. Dunkin' also limiting service to takeout only, and it is encouraging its customers to use its app for mobile ordering. You are up to date. You can get live updates on the virus by going to CNBC.com. Carl, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Sue Herrera. Let's get to some news on Facebook. Julia Borston has this. You know, Julia, we really didn't get to mention the theatrical window as much as we could yesterday because there's just so much other news, but this Facebook...
Yeah, Carl, that's right. Facebook will give every employee $1,000 to help them during the coronavirus outbreak. Now, Facebook employed 45,000 full-time employees at the end of the year. This news was first reported by The Information this morning. We've confirmed it according to a source close to the situation. Now, Facebook will also give all its employees top ratings for their first 6-month reviews of 2020. This will qualify employees for bonuses. So this is part of a little coronavirus as an extension of that. Now, this follows the announcement this morning that Facebook will offer $100 million in cash grants to small businesses and as well as free advertising to help them during the pandemic. Now, as for those bonuses for employees, it's unclear if they will apply to contractors, but they will apply to the 45,000 plus full-time employees at Facebook. Guys, back over to you.
All right, Julia, thank you. And meantime, stocks are floating around session highs. Joining us now, former St. Louis Fed President Bill Poole on the CNBC Newsline. Bill, great to have you with us. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Now, Bill, as we are awaiting various conversations and decisions around the fiscal stimulus needed to tide over workers and prop up the economy during this time, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on exactly what is the most efficient way to get that money into the hands of people, and is it possible to target it to the people who need it most?
Well, the most efficient and easiest way to do it is just to send out checks or deposits in direct deposits in bank accounts where the IRS would have the numbers. That would be the easiest way to do it. So it could be targeted to all of those who filed tax returns below a certain threshold. That would allow it to be targeted to only the lower income people. That could be done. I don't know about the logistics of doing that.
So is that what you would recommend, or do you think that kind of a basket approach of many different measures would be needed?
I think I'm uncertain about all this. One of the problems I have is the duration of any fiscal program. Are we going to have $1,000 per quarter, per family, something like that? And what happens if we put all this in place and then our scientists are successful in coming up with a vaccine, and then the issue is how to get people vaccinated quickly, not anymore how to get money in their pocket. So sometimes these fiscal changes can be, once instituted, can be very difficult to turn off. So I think that has to be looked at very carefully.
Yeah, it certainly, can be a tricky situation. I'm curious what you think, though, about the actions, the very big and aggressive and quick actions that the Fed overall has been taking in recent days. There's been a lot of talk about the possibility that we could need to see the emergence of some sort of emergency lending program as well, given what is actually playing out in the economy and what is of concern, liquidity, credit, et cetera. Do you think that that is something that's going to manifest?
The Federal Reserve has put a lot of money into the system and has cut rates down to essentially zero. So that's what the Federal Reserve can do. And what the Federal Reserve also can and has been doing is to make sure that the banking system is safe and solid. And that means that banks will be able to provide loans to creditworthy borrowers on a very, very decentralized basis without the Federal Reserve having to get involved at all. We should understand that these huge numbers, billions of dollars that the Fed is putting in, makes a very big number, but it does not directly treat the virus. The monetary policy cannot deal directly with this problem because it's not a monetary problem.
Yeah, and on our screen right now, we're showing a video of the White House. Vice President Pence is expected to speak on the latest around the coronavirus efforts. And we will bring you that in just a moment. In the meantime, Bill, though, I want to get your thoughts on the dollar and the fact that we have seen it continue to strengthen in recent days. There's been a lot of talk about this idea of it being a safe haven trade. Nonetheless, and actually with that, Bill Poole, thank you for being with us. We're actually going to bring it right back down to the White House as this task force gets underway now. All right, well, I believe we're awaiting Vice President Pence right now for this task force to get underway. You can see Treasury Secretary Mnuchin there, Alex Azar of HHS, Anthony Fauci, Dr. Fauci is on stage as well as we await the latest on the federal government's efforts, latest data, et cetera, around the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, Morgan, and we have seen a marked change in tone, particularly from the president and the way the administration has been talking about the virus. And so it's going to be interesting to see today, as there are so many different issues to whether it is the availability of tests, whether it's economic impacts. Here's the president.
Thank you very much.
Weren't sure whether to expect it.
Progress being made. And I appreciate you all joining us. Last night, the FDA announced groundbreaking new policies to further increase testing, very substantially so. All states can now authorize tests developed and used within their borders in addition to the FDA. So the states are very much involved. They have been involved from the beginning, but we're stepping it up as much as we can, and the testing procedures are going well. And within a short period of time, all of the private labs will kick in. This has never been done before, and it's going to be something I think it's going to be incredible if it's done properly. And these are great companies. These are among the greatest companies in the world, actually. So the state's going to be dealing through themselves and with local government, local physicians, local everybody. They're also dealing with us, but we have a tremendous testing capacity. Today, we're also announcing a dramatic expansion of our Medicare telehealth services. Medicare patients can now visit any doctor by phone or video conference at no additional cost, including with commonly used services like FaceTime and Skype. A historic breakthrough. This has not been done before either. In addition, states have the authority to cover telehealth services for their medical patients. And by doing patient is not seeing the doctor per se, but they're seeing the doctor, so there's no getting close. During this time, we will not enforce applicable HIPAA penalties so that doctors can greatly expand care for their patients using telehealth, so the penalties won't be enforced. We urge everyone to maximize use of telehealth to limit exposure to the virus. It's been a very successful method of communication, but never used on a scale like we're going to use at telehealth. And you'll be able to also better maintain hospital capacity by doing this. Earlier this morning, I spoke with executives from America's fast food industry, Wendy's, McDonald's, all of the big ones, Burger King, and they were great. We're talking about the pickups in light of yesterday's guidance you heard. To avoid eating or drinking at bars, restaurants, or public food courts, we discussed the important role that the drive-through pickup and delivery service can play in the weeks ahead. So that's happening, and they have been fantastic. They have been absolutely fantastic, and they've been doing it already, but they're keeping it open, and smaller staffs, very capable people and very capable companies, and they're doing it, pickups. Our guidance yesterday urges Americans to take action for 15 days to help stem the outbreak. So it's a 15-day period. I guess now we'd say it's a 14-day period. It's 15 days from yesterday, and we're asking everyone to work at home if possible, postpone unnecessary travel, and limit social gatherings to no more than 10 people. By making shared sacrifices and temporary changes, we can protect the health of our people, and we can protect our economy, because I think our economy will come back very rapidly. So it's 15 days from yesterday. We'll see what happens after that. If we do this right, our country and the world, frankly, but our country can be rolling again pretty quickly, We have to fight that invisible enemy that I guess unknown, but we're getting to know it a lot better. Today, the Senate has taken up coronavirus legislation that includes free testing for those who need it, as well as paid sick leave and family medical leave for workers affected by the virus. We're also committed to getting small businesses the support that they need. In fact, one of the things we talked about with the fast food operations, we spoke to the chairman and CEOs of all of the companies, but one of the things we discussed is exactly that, getting small businesses support and flexibility that they need for themselves and for their workers, and that's being worked on right now. At my direction, Secretary Mnuchin is meeting today with on additional stimulus packages. I can tell you he was meeting with them late until the night last night, and for a big part of the day yesterday, and tremendous things are happening. There's great spirit, tremendous spirit, and I can say that for Republicans and Democrats. I can say that with respect to Governor Cuomo, we had a great talk this morning. We're both doing a really good job, and we're coordinating it. And we agree, different states need different things, and we agree on that 100%. But we had a very good talk, and I think we're right down the same track, and it's going to be very successful. New York has a pretty big problem. I guess would be the #1 hotspot. It's no fault of anybody. It's just the way it is. But we're working very closely together. We're also getting FEMA very much involved. They've been involved, but now we're getting them to a different level, and we'll have everything ready. We're dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers should that be necessary. We have them working in some cases, on standby in other cases. But my conversation with Andrew Cuomo was a very, very productive one and a very good one. I appreciate that. We're giving relief to affected industries and small businesses, and we're ensuring that we emerge from this challenge with the prosperous and growing economy, because that's what's going to happen. It's going to pop. One day we'll be standing possibly up here. We'll say, well, we won. And we're going to say that. Sure as you're sitting there, we're going to say that. And we're going to win. And I think we're going to win faster than people think, I hope. Later today, I'll meet with the leaders from the tourism industry, as well as industrial supply retailers and wholesalers, to discuss their critical roles. As you know, I met with the department store people, all of the retailers, the big ones, including Walmart and others. And it was a great meeting. They're stocking up their stores like they've never stocked them before. We're trying to get people to actually buy less, if that's possible. Buy less. Don't take everything, just buy what you need for a while. They're going to stay open all hours of the day, and they've been fantastic. We're taking aggressive action now as one nation and one family so that America can rebound stronger, frankly, stronger than ever before. And we recognize that while many American workers can work from home, many others cannot. Many of our healthcare providers, first responders, and men and women in the food service and manufacturing are showing that they're showing up and standing up to provide us with the goods and services we need. So we want people to stay home where they can, but in many cases, when you talk about food service and manufacturing, particular, they're going in and they're practicing all of the safety rules and regulations that we talk about. So with that, I'd like to just introduce our Trade Vice President, Mike Pence. He'll say a few words, and then I'll make some other introductions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. It should be very clear to the American people that President Trump has initiated not only a whole-of-government approach, but a whole-of-America approach. And the President's interaction even today and through the course of this day with leaders in industry around the country reflects that we're not only bringing the full weight of the federal government to bear, but the full weight of the American economy. And I know I speak on behalf of the President when I say how inspired we are at the way the American people have stepped up and the way that American businesses, large and small, have stepped up. It's truly been inspiring. Our task force met this morning. We continue to focus on President Trump's priorities of testing, prevention, President just indicated, through the swift action of the FDA at the encouragement of governors around the country, now state health authorities can authorize labs in their state and expand existing testing capabilities. But also in connection with the FDA's action, which you'll hear more about in a moment, we now have continued to expand the public and private partnership that the President forged with vast commercial laboratories around the country, increasing access to the high-volume, high-throughput coronavirus testing that is greatly expanding access even as we speak. Also, our task force received a report this morning on the progress that the U.S. Public Health Service and FEMA are making, working closely with state governments and also partners in the private sector like CVS, Target, Walgreens, and Walmart to expand remote testing sites around the country, and we'll have a full report later this week as those come online. It's important the American people understand that testing is happening all over the country, but all of our health experts wanted me to tell the American people, you don't need the results of testing to know what you should do. And President Trump's 15-day coronavirus guidelines are advice for every American in every community. They're the result of the best guidance of CDC and our health experts. And as the President said, we continue to urge every American over the next 15 days to put into practice the principles in the President's coronavirus guidelines. By every American practicing these principles, we believe that we can slow the spread of the coronavirus. In fact, our experts have told our task force that if every American acts on the President's coronavirus guidelines, we could see a substantial reduction in the spread of the coronavirus. But as the President said, it will take all of us to do it. So if you feel sick, stay home. If someone in your house tests positive, keep the entire household home. Especially if you're a person with an underlying health condition, we urge you to stay home and practice social distancing from people. No social gatherings of more than 10 people. Use drive-through, as the President discussed with leaders in the industry today, and every American, especially practicing common sense and good hygiene. For the American people as a whole, the risk of serious illness remains low, but we're asking every American to partner with us in this effort to slow the spread of the virus and especially to be mindful of seniors or others with serious underlying health conditions for whom the threat of the coronavirus can be very significant and very real. As I said, the President has continued to push our task force to bring a whole of government, a whole of America approach, and we continue to be inspired the way our nation's governors and nation's businesses are responding. We spoke just yesterday with the leaders of every broadcast network in America that will soon be unveiling a public service campaign using CDC guidelines. And specifically, as we work on the issue of supplies, meetings yesterday with Department of Defense officials about excess supplies. The President and I will be meeting today to speak about the supply chain for hospitals. We would make one specific request, and that is we would urge construction companies to donate their inventory of 95 masks to your local hospital and forego additional orders of those industrial masks. Because of what the president asked to be included in legislation moving through the Congress today, those industrial masks that they use on construction sites are perfectly acceptable for healthcare workers to be protected from a respiratory disease. But we're asking construction companies that our president knows very well from his background, we're asking them to donate their N95 masks to their local hospitals and also forego making additional orders. At the president's direction, we will continue to do whatever it takes. We'll continue to marshal the best of the American people, the best of all the people behind me, the people behind them, our state and local officials, and we will get through this, and we will get through this together. Thank you, Mr. President.
I want to thank Chad Wolf and Homeland Security. The job they did at the airports was really incredible. They screened thousands and thousands of people. O'Hare got backed up a little bit, but they got him out. But everybody was screened and screened very carefully. They didn't want to rush it. I think it was 13 airports, and it was an incredible thing. Then they had a big surge also from the UK and Ireland, and that went very smoothly. But they did a fantastic job. They worked long hours, and they did a fantastic job. I'd like to introduce Steve Mnuchin, and then I'm going to ask Steve to leave because he's going to the Hill. He's been working very hard with the Senate and with the House on a very, very big, bold package. It's going to be big and it's going to be bold, and the level, again, of enthusiasm to get something done, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. So, Steve Mnuchin, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce some very significant actions that the President has approved today. The first I would say is earlier today, I sent a letter to Fed Chairman Powell approving his request to use 13.3. And what that will do is the Fed will be setting up a special purpose vehicle, which the Treasury will invest $10 billion in from one of our funds. That will enable the Fed to guarantee the purchase of A1, P1 commercial paper going forward. That is a $1 trillion market and is critical to American workers, it's critical to American business, and it's critical to American savers who have a lot of that money in money market funds. So we heard loud and clear there were liquidity issues. This is very significant and will create, I don't think we'll need to use it all, but we have the ability to have the Fed purchase up to $1 trillion of commercial paper as needed. That has already created significant stability in the market today. The second thing I would say is, we've previously talked about deferring IRS payments. The president earlier this morning authorized me to announce this program. I have previously announced we would defer $200 billion. The president suggested we increase that to $300 billion, which we will be doing. Now, let me just be clear on the specifics. We encourage those Americans who can file their taxes to continue to file their taxes on April 15th, because for many Americans, you will get tax refunds, and we don't want you to lose out on those tax refunds. We want you to make sure you get them. Many people do this electronically, which is easy for them and easy for the IRS. If you owe a payment to the IRS, you can defer up to $1 million as an individual. And the reason why we're doing $1 million is that covers lots of pass-throughs and small businesses, and $10 million to corporations, interest-free and penalty-free for 90 days. All you have to do is file your taxes. You'll automatically not get charged interest and penalties. Now, of course, any American has the right to extend their taxes. We're not taking that right, but the president has asked us to go up to $300 billion. That's also an enormous amount of liquidity in the system. The third thing is the president and I worked on a very significant economic stimulus. Thank you for being available last night and throughout this morning, and I will be presenting that to the Republicans in the Senate this morning and also discussing that with the House. We look forward to having bipartisan support. We're now working with the Senate to pass this legislation very quickly, and these will be payments to small businesses. We've talked about loan guarantees to critical industries such as airlines and hotels, And we've also talked about a stimulus package to the American worker. You can think of this as something like business interruption payments for the American workers. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for the Secretary of the Treasury?
When you say a stimulus package for American workers, do you mean direct payments to Americans, or are you talking about a payroll tax holiday?
Although the president likes the idea of the payroll tax holiday, I will tell you what we've heard from many people, and the president has said we can consider this. The payroll tax holiday would get people money over the next 6 to 8 months. We're looking at sending checks to Americans immediately. And what we've heard from hardworking Americans, many companies have now shut down, whether it's bars or restaurants. Americans need cash now, and the president wants to get cash now. And I mean now, in the next 2 weeks.
How much?
I will be previewing that with the Republicans. There's some numbers out there. They may be a little bit bigger than what's in the press.
Go ahead, please. Please, wait, please.
What help are you going to give to airlines specifically?
I've had discussions with all the airline CEOs this week. The airline CEOs have had conversations with the Senate and the House. As the president said, I was up with a subset of the Republican senators last night. I've discussed that with them. I think, as you know, this is worse than 9/11. For the airline industry, this is, they are almost ground to a halt. The president wants to make sure that although we don't want people to travel unless it's critical, we want to maintain for critical travel the right to have domestic travel.
$60 billion, is that enough?
I'm not going to comment on the specifics. I will tell you we're very focused. There's a lot of workers. This is strategically important to us, and we'll be working with Congress on this.
The airline industry will be in good shape. Yeah, go ahead, please.
There's been talk about $1,000 checks to every American, increasing support among Republicans and some Democrats for that. Would you support that going to everyone, or would you support some sort of income restriction on who gets a check?
Well, I think it's clear we don't need to send people who make $1 million a year checks, okay? But that's one of the ideas we like. We're going to preview that today, and then we'll be talking about details.
I think we're going to do something that gets money to them as quickly as possible. That may not be an accurate way of doing it, because obviously some people shouldn't be getting checks for $1,000. And we'll have a pretty good idea by the end of the day what we're going to be doing.
Mr. Secretary,
Yeah, John,
can you tell how would the mechanics of this work? I mean, we've been talking about a payroll tax holiday. Some $500 billion worth was floated to me today. But so how would this idea of sending people a check work? Would that be sort of advance on what they would pay in payroll tax?
Again, we want to make sure Americans get money in their pockets quickly. We want to make sure small business owners have access to funds. We want to make sure that hotels, airlines, we have an entire package. We'll be laying out those details later today.
Yeah, I have to say this. There are 4 different ways you can do it. That's okay. 4, you can hear me well enough, I imagine.
Sorry.
Okay. People at home, you're right. Those are very important people. Come to think of it, especially you people. Look, we have 4 or 5 ways we can do it, 4 ways in particular. I think there's a 5th possibility, but there are some very good ways of getting the money out and getting it out quickly. Payroll tax is one way, but come over a period of months, many months, and we want to do something much faster than that. So I think we have ways of getting money out pretty quickly and very accurately. Okay?
Can you talk about the timeline, please? How quickly do you think you can get this done?
The president has instructed me we have to. So this is now.
By the end of the week?
We are going to work with the Senate, who's in session right now, actively. We will continue to have conversations with the House. I've already spoken to Speaker Pelosi once today. This is stuff that needs to be done now. The president has instructed me that this is no fault to American workers. For medical reasons, we are shutting down parts of this economy, and we're going to use all the tools we have, as I've said, and what tools we don't have, we're going back to Congress. I got to go back to
$50 billion to those who might be concerned that's too expensive.
We don't want to talk about it, but it's a substantial number. We're going big. The expression, we could do it 2 ways. We could keep going back every day or every week. We're going big, and that's where Mitch McConnell, that's the way he wants to go. That's the way I want to go. I think we want to get it done and have a big infusion as opposed to going through little meetings every couple of days. We don't want to do it that way. We want to go big, go solid. The country is very strong. We've never been so strong, and that's what we're going to be doing. We don't want, with this invisible enemy, we don't want airlines going out of business. We don't want people losing their jobs or not having money to live. when they were doing very well just 4 weeks ago. So we're going big, and that's the way it'll be, and that's the way everybody seems to like it on the Hill. Any other questions for Steve?
In addition to airlines and hotels, you had a call with restaurants today. Was any type of emergency assistance discussed on that call? A lot of restaurants have to close. Even if they are doing delivery, they're not making as much money as they would with a full house.
Well, let me make 2 comments on the restaurants, and the president understands this. This was emphasized this morning. First of all, we want to make sure that the states allow the drive-through portion of these fast foods to stay open, particularly in a time period where we're telling people don't go to restaurants. These companies feed a big part of America, and I expect they're going to feed a bigger part of America. The second thing they asked me to emphasize, I wasn't going to do it now, but as long as you asked, many of these companies have apps. You can order ahead of time. That way, when you get there, it's as simple as they'll have it packed. They can give it to you with social distancing, and it'll be very fast. So we expect that they will be able to feed a large part of the population. And in regards to support, I will say a lot of these businesses are small businesses, are companies, franchisees, 500 or less, and we have a specific program we'll be unveiling that helps all businesses, small and medium-sized businesses of 500 and less.
Secretary, also a question regarding Marriott Corporation. It announced that it is furloughing thousands of individuals because of the impacts of the coronavirus. Will your legislation help those individuals?
I hope so. That's one of the reasons why we got to act very quickly, because we understand whether it's the airlines, hotels, for good reasons, to protect the United States on medical issues. These businesses are shut down, and the president wants to make sure, as I've said, we will use all the powers we have. You saw this today, $1 trillion of potential liquidity into the market, and the powers we don't have, we're going to Congress, and I will say there's a lot of bipartisan support for these issues. So I'm going to apologize because I have to go deal with some other things, if that's okay, Mr. President.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, I do want to comment on this, okay? We absolutely believe in keeping the markets open, okay? Americans need to know they have access to their money. After September 11th, the only reason why the markets were closed was because the technology was disrupted. I've been on the phone with the major banks, with the New York Stock Exchange. Everybody wants to keep it open. We may get to a point where we shorten the hours if that's something they need to do, but Americans should know that we are going to do everything to make sure that they have access to their money at their banks, to the money in their 401ks, and to the money in stocks. So I want to just be very clear, we intend to keep the markets open.
And the banks are record-setting strong, so we have that, which is a much different event than what we had not so long ago. John, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you mentioned the Army Corps of Engineers. That you've had a conversation with Governor Cuomo. He believes that New York is going to run out of hospital beds. Are you prepared to mobilize the Army Corps?
We've been asked to
increase capacity?
Yes, we're starting to. We're starting the process, and it's a process. We hope it's not going to be necessary, but it could be necessary. The state is working on it very hard themselves, but we'll probably supplement what they're doing.
And given that many of the precursors for our pharmaceuticals come from China, and there have been supply disruption, that supply chain has been broken to some degree. Do you expect that we could run into a shortage of prescription drugs?
No, I don't see that at all, and I think China has every incentive to make sure that things work well. China wants to make sure that things work very well. They have every incentive to do so. John?
Mr. President, the governor of Ohio has called off the election that was supposed to happen today, the primary election. Do you agree with that decision, and what steps are you taking to ensure that elections going forward, if this pandemic continues, that elections will be able to happen, including, of course, the big one in the fall?
Well, the governor of Ohio is doing a great job. He called that off, and we'll see what happens. There's a court case, and it hasn't been fully determined yet. But if he called it off, I could understand that, because he's definitely somebody that knows what he's doing. We'll be seeing what very soon. They're going by the rule of 10 as opposed to 50, and that's pretty tough. I would say probably you could violate that if you wanted to for an election. I just think an election is a very special going to choose a different date, I think a date sometime in June. But that would be a decision that would be made by him. He felt it was necessary. The courts somebody's challenging it, so the courts will ultimately decide.
But what are you doing to ensure that further elections, if we're still in this situation a month from now, 2 months from now,
what I'm doing, John, is very simple. We're getting rid of this virus. That's what we're doing. That's the best thing we can do. By the way, for the markets, for everything, it's very simple solution. We want to get rid of it. We want to have as few deaths as possible. This is a horrible thing. You look at what's going on with Italy. We don't want to be in a position like that, but a much larger, because we're a much larger country. We don't want to be there. And I think we've done really well. I think we've done well. I think the states have done well. We're all working together. The best thing we can do is get rid of the virus. Once that's gone, it's going to pop back like nobody's ever seen before. That's my opinion, but I think it'll pop back like nobody's ever seen before. Please.
Just to follow up on John's question, specifically how many new hospital facilities could the Army Corps of Engineers build? And also, what specific measures are you taking to try to increase the number of ventilators in the stockpile?
Right, we've ordered massive numbers of ventilators. We have, by any normal standards, we have a lot of respirators, ventilators. We have tremendous amounts of equipment, but compared to what we're talking about here, this has never been done before. And yesterday I gave the governors the right to go order directly if they want, if they feel they can do it faster than going through the federal government. Now, we've knocked out all of the bureaucracy. It's very direct, but it's still always faster to order directly. And I gave them, that was totally misinterpreted by the New York Times on purpose, unfortunately. But it's very important. Yes, Mike?
I could amplify.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. Our president directed us to work with the Department of Defense. There's two ways that DOD can be helpful in terms of expanding medical capacity. I know the governor of New York has asked us to look at the Army Corps of Engineers, which could perhaps renovate existing buildings. But the president also has us inventorying all would understand as field hospitals or MASH hospitals that can be deployed very quickly. We spoke with Governor Inslee yesterday in Washington State. We have resources in that part of the country that we could move. And as governors make these requests, we will process them, bring them to the president. But there are two different lanes that DOD can provide, in addition to many medical supplies to augment our national reserves. And the president has asked us to evaluate, make available, and to consider every request from governors for either field hospitals, expanding facilities, or the Army Corps of Engineers that could retrofit existing buildings.
The Army Corps is very prepared to do, as we say, and we're looking at where it's going. But, and they do call them MASH hospitals, but the field hospitals go up very quickly. We have them. We have all of this equipment in stock. And we're looking at different sites in a few different locations. And we're not going to need them in West Virginia, where so far I guess they have none. Still none? Still none, right? West Virginia. Big Jim, the governor's, he must be doing a good job.
Or is that just reported?
That's what's reported.
No, but is that a reporting issue, or is that they have no cases?
Well, that's all that, I just see West Virginia is the only one that has no cases. So obviously that's being treated differently than in New York or California. Different parts of California. I do say this, though, the Army Corps of Engineers is ready, willing, and able. We have to give them the go-ahead if we find that it's going to be necessary. We think we can have quite a few units up very rapidly. I'm going to work with Governor Cuomo. I'm going to work with a number of the governors. Governor Newsom has been very generous in his words, and I'm being generous to him, too, because we're all working together very well. And I think a lot of very positive things have taken place. We're talking to California about different sites, but we can have a lot of units up fairly quickly if we think we need them. I think what I'll do is I might ask Seema to say a few words on the telehealth, and then we can get back to this. Please, Seema.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as the President announced earlier, we are doing a dramatic expansion of what's known as telehealth for 2 million Medicare beneficiaries who are amongst the most vulnerable to the coronavirus. And we're acting in accord with the appropriations bill that was signed on March 6th, as well as the President's emergency declaration last week. And this action is a part of our broader effort to ensure that government requirements, rules, and regulations don't get in the way of patient care during an emergency. And today's announcement builds on the significant progress that the president has already made over the past 3 years around telehealth services. And while we have allowed for virtual check-ins, full telehealth benefits have been restricted to those living in rural areas, established patients, and just for those brief visits. But no longer, Medicare beneficiaries across the nation, no matter where they live, will now be able to receive a wide range of services via telehealth without ever having to leave home. And these services can also be provided in a variety of settings, including nursing homes, hospital outpatient departments, and more. And thanks to the leadership of HHS, we'll also be temporarily relaxing certain HIPAA requirements so that doctors can provide telehealth with their own phones, and we'll be using enforcement discretion when it comes to collecting copays so that cost won't be a barrier. This is a part of our larger efforts around mitigation, and as we are encouraging Americans to stay home whenever possible, we don't want our Medicare policies getting in the way. And so consider the implications of this. Perhaps an elderly patient with diabetes needs a routine checkup, and this has nothing to do with the coronavirus. And so with our new telehealth benefits, this person who's not really, who's at risk for the coronavirus doesn't have to venture outside their home. They can talk to their doctor via Skype, and they don't have to risk exposure to the virus, and they can receive that care from the safety of their own home. It could be another Medicare recipient who's experiencing mild flu-like symptoms, and instead of leaving the house and sitting in a waiting room full of other vulnerable people, they can also receive advice from their doctor from their home. And this shift is very important for clinicians and providers who over the coming weeks will face considerable strain on their time and resources. And now Medicare patients who don't absolutely need to come in to an office won't have to, and this allows the healthcare system to prioritize for care for those that are that have more needs or in dire need, and preserves protective equipment as well. State Medicaid agencies can also provide telehealth services without federal approval, and so we're asking all states to make this available as well. And we've also asked private insurance companies to expand their telehealth benefits and make it clear to their providers and their members what they cover. As our nation seeks to balance the twin imperatives of getting Americans the care that they need during this outbreak and limiting the spread of the virus, the impact of this historic action simply cannot be overstated. In an emergency, those on the front line shouldn't have to worry about federal rules and red tape, hamstringing them when they need flexibility above all else. And we're doing everything in our power to make sure that that doesn't happen. I also just want to briefly mention that because of the president's emergency declaration, we do have the ability to provide a lot of Medicaid waivers, and Florida was the first state to be approved. We were able to do that in a matter of days. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Where do senior citizens go for instructions on how to do the telehealth?
They should call their doctor's office, and their doctor's office can tell them how to do that. Also, there may be some of our Medicare members that may not have access to equipment, so we're asking family members to help with this, but also respecting the requirements around social distancing, and if any of those family members or neighbors have symptoms, they should obviously stay away.
Will you be posting numbers also?
That's correct.
That might be the easiest way to do it.
Yes.
If you post in ads, if you post some numbers.
And they can also call our 1-800 Medicare number, and they can also get information. Those phone lines are open.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Admiral, if you'd say a few words about where we're going, and then I'd like to ask Dr. Birx to say a couple of words about how the system's working.
Well, thank you very much. As we talked about earlier this week, the commercial system is rapidly advancing in the testing capabilities. As of today, our public health laboratories, meaning the CDC and the public health labs, have reported out 1,878 tests, so almost 32,000 tests. The clinical laboratories, the Association of Clinical Laboratories, have reported out about 27,000 tests, and most importantly, of those 27,000 during the cumulative period of time, 8,200 of them were yesterday. This is showing the dramatic ramp as the high throughput comes in. We don't have the numbers this morning from the American Hospital Association, which means all the individual hospital laboratories. We will have that upcoming in the next day or so, and then Ambassador Birx will have this whole process fixed with the legislation that everything will roll up into a common reporting probably by the end of next week. In terms of our drive-through laboratories, again, these are blossoming all over the country by individual states. The ones that we are heavily involved in and really pushing equipment to, we expect over the next few days to begin setting up 47 of these in approximately 12 states. The material is already palletized and being shipped to the locations. Most cities have the specific locations. Some do not, but it's still going receiving, and we know that we'll be deploying at least 140 Commissioned Corps officers. About half of the sites have reported their requirements. About 140 officers will be going. We expect that to go up. So this is going on the way we expected. We did a trial site yesterday with a full mobile unit for drive-through with full PPE. We had a lot of kinks in the system, as you can expect. That's why we do a test before we go out into the field. Don't expect these to be 100% perfect the moment they come. They're going to be adapted to the state and the local situation, but we're very confident that these will add testing to the already very robust healthcare system and commercial system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Admiral. And this has never been done before, and it sets a great roadmap for future. Should we have something like this in the future? I hope we don't. But it's never been done before, and they've done an incredible job. And again, we're working with the states and relying on the states. We have to, because they have, it's point of sale, it's point of sight, and we're in, I think, just about every instance getting along really well with the states. If I could, Dr. Birx, if you could say a couple of words, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So I think what you've been hearing from us is to find solutions that are high quality and sustainable based on the frontline workers and governor's requests. And those come in on the governor's call. We've been immediately responsive to those. And that's the level of red tape and bureaucracy that we have removed. I think that point about sustainability and quality is very important because, as the president says, we're creating a roadmap for a different level of functionality for future pandemics. Our flu pandemic preparedness plan was a plan. Now we're seeing where we have to create new avenues of research, new avenues of work to really ensure that the need of the American people can be reached. We were adamant about having a high-quality test based on our commercial vendors. Over the next few months, you will begin to see that other tests that were utilized around the world were not of the same quality, resulting in false and potentially false negatives. These tests were studied and studied by the FDA to really ensure that they are that level of quality, and we've given the states the permission to ensure that same level of quality. Now, I wanted to say 1 minute on the testing. Testing should not be used as an assessment of your risk. We're asking every single American, no matter what your generation, from Z and up to X and millennials in between, to really ensure that you're following these guidelines. We hear every night of people who are not in work, moving that time into bars and other areas of large gatherings. If we continue with that process, we will fail in containing this virus. So every single generation has a role to play. We're asking our older generation to stay in their homes. And we're asking the younger generations to support them in social contacting through videos and other Skype-type functions, or just the simple telephone. We're asking the younger generations to stop going out in public places, to bars and restaurants, and spreading asymptomatic virus onto countertops and knobs and grocery stores and grocery carts. I heard an innovation last night and this morning again on the news. I really want to applaud the private sector who are now creating senior-only shopping times. I think that's extraordinary. I think that shows what America brings, and I think other countries will learn from us about how to really protect seniors in this type of way. I'm hoping it carries through to next year when we have our flu epidemic, where we can really have a very different profile of the amount of mortality that we have during flu that we never talk about. Anywhere from 15,000 to 45,000 individuals are lost every year. If we learn how to do this well, and sustain some of those core changes, we can change the way respiratory viruses, not only for this, but the future, affect Americans.
It's a big thing. Doctor, maybe a couple of questions.
Yeah, so a question on the clinical data. So we've had now roughly 5,000 people test positive. We've had 90 deaths or so. When are we going to know the data of who those people are, who has been infected, what the ages are, what the pre-existing conditions are, how serious it was, both for those who have been tested positive, but also those who have died?
Well, you are singing my sheet of music. I'm very data-oriented, so thank you for bringing up this issue of data. I really want to applaud HHS. We had a discussion about this several days ago. They've made calls into Seattle and California to really understand that, and also importantly to understand how many of their patients needed ventilators, how many of them needed oxygen support, how many of them needed and what they needed. Could we predict early someone who was going to have a more difficult course? These are all the questions we're asking and answering right now. We did get an early report back from Santa Clara and Seattle. We're digesting it. We just got it this morning. We're looking at that carefully because we think that roadmap is very important to other communities. We have not discussed this with New York yet. We do know from other countries, and that all is available online, that profile. You can see that mortality under 30 is extraordinarily low. The mortality across the board outside of Wuhan is now settling somewhere around 0.7, but that should not be reassuring because it's much higher in people with pre-existing medical conditions, even if young, and people that are older with pre-existing medical conditions. And so we still want every American focused on doing what they can do today to change the course of this pandemic.
Committed to making that data public so we will all know.
We're committed not only to making it public, but to have a website that everyone can see in real time.
Dr. Birx, if I could just follow up. You all are signaling a much more aggressive posture toward containment mitigation now. And many states have been very aggressive. But there is a small number of states that have not issued public guidance to their residents. Is it important for the success of the effort that 100% of the states be forward-leaning on this? And if so, Mr. President, what would be your message to those states that have not? Okay.
So that's why the Vice President and the President yesterday issued those critical guidelines. As I said this morning on Fox and Friends, you can look at them as guidelines, you can look at them as requirements, and you can look at them as the president asking every American in every state to follow those. That's why we put them out at the federal level. We wanted to make sure every American knew what they could do today to change the course of this epidemic. I think it's empowering. I think it says all of us have a social responsibility to each other, and that's why we believe that every mayor and every governor should be instituting these guidelines that came from the White House and the President of the United States.
And we've been very tough on those states. I know exactly who you're talking about. We've been very tough on them. Thank you. Please, go ahead.
A follow-up question on the testing. You've been telling us for days now that millions of tests have been sent out. So why have fewer than 60,000 people actually been tested?
I think you will see different numbers this week. You heard just at 8,000. Remember, all of these tests, the high-speed tests, were approved last Friday night, and last Thursday night. I think if I could talk to Thermo Fisher and the other groups that have these platforms out there, do not rely on a pull technology, push out those tests. Because we can only make them available. Groups have to order them. So we've been talking to Thermo Fisher, one of the key platforms, to push out tests based on need and not wait for orders.
And is that where the issue is, getting the tests out, or is it getting the tests conducted?
That's a great question. I know part of it is getting the test out right now. I think the Admiral and others are working on getting the issues related to getting the test conducted. Obviously, that does take time. He is working on innovative solutions that are creative and sustainable, that will be a game changer in testing, but we don't have the data yet. This is a critical comparator. Can you do it yourself? Can you actually sample yourself? These are the kinds of things we're working on right now, and he's getting the data for us.
And the states are actually doing a lot of it. The governors and the states are doing a lot of it, with even our tests. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you give us a sense of how long these tough new restrictions will need to be in place until we start to see the rate of this virus going down? And also, can you speak to this study that as many as 2.2 million people in the United States could die if there weren't this type of action by the government taken? To what extent did that prompt what we saw yesterday?
I think, models are models, and they're based on input, and they're based on infectiousness without any controls. I can tell you we've never seen that level of infections that modeled up to that 2.2 million in mortality. So we are looking at that. We are having a particularly model meeting tomorrow. I think that's really going to be important. I've dealt with a lot of modelers in my time. They're wonderful people. But they all have their favorite inputs and they all have their favorite integration functions. So we're evaluating all of those so we can integrate and create the best model for the United States based on the best data. And that first set of recommendations you saw were based on what we could do today to prevent anything that looks like that. If I could just say one other thing to the hospitals and dentists out there. Things that don't need to be done over the next 2 weeks, don't get it done. If you're a person with an elective surgery, you don't want to go into a hospital right now. There's a lot of distraction. There's a lot of people doing a lot of other things to save people's lives. So let's all be responsible and cancel things that we can cancel to really free up hospital beds and space. And then let's do everything that we can to ensure that we don't need the ventilators because we protected the people who would have needed to use them.
And are you looking at the possibility of more actions like, for example, limiting travel within the United States? Are you looking
It's possible. It's possible. We'll see how it goes. I think there's been great cooperation with local governments and states. We'll see how it goes. It's going right now pretty well. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Can I follow on that, Mr. President,
Please,
very quickly?
yeah.
Just very quickly. Do you need to invoke the Defense Production Act to get more of those medical supplies to different
Well,
hospitals?
we're able to do that if we have to. Right now, we haven't had to, but it's certainly ready. If I want it, we can do it very quickly. We've studied it very closely over 2 weeks ago, actually. We'll make that decision pretty quickly if we need it. We hope we don't need it. It's a big step.
Need more help from the federal government
Well,
when it comes to those supplies.
When you say the
to
states,
those governors?
in particular, 3 states need some help, and some states, have 2 people, 3 people, no people. In the case of, again, West Virginia. So we're looking at it very closely. We've taken it apart 15 different ways. It's a very difficult thing to do. It's a very big step, and if we need that step, we'll take it. Okay?
Quick follow-on, Kristen, first question. A lot of people have got travel to places that are considered hotspots, Caribbean, Mexico, that sort of thing over the next few weeks. Would you recommend that they follow through with those plans?
I would just say enjoy your home. Stay. I would just say right now. We have to get this problem fixed, and then we'll get back into business really quick. We'll open up our country, we'll open up our society, the world will hopefully open up. We see areas of the world that are well, and we see areas that are doing very well, and I would put us in the category of doing very well for a country so big. I think that I would recommend that they just enjoy their living room. John. Yeah, go ahead, please.
What do you say to people who are not heeding these guidelines from the White House? And then also I have a question on asymptomatic people and Dr. Birx.
I'm not happy with those people if they're not. But, those people are being shouted down by other people. They know it. They're being, it's almost like self-policing. The people went in. There are a couple of instances, I guess, probably more than a couple, where people are not happy when they see others doing what they're not supposed to be doing. We have to get rid of this. We have to win this war, and ideally quickly, because the longer it takes, it's not a good situation. And I'm not even talking about the economy. I'm talking about the lives of a lot of people. Yeah, please. Did you have one?
Did the White House put any restrictions on corporate bonuses for companies that do get bailed out, like airlines?
I'm going to ask, I think I'm going to ask Mike to answer that.
I think it's all a work in progress. What President Trump has made clear to industries around the country is that we're going to do whatever it takes. We understand this is an extraordinary moment in the life of our nation. It's the reason why the president brought in leaders of the financial sector, airline industry. He'll meet with all additional industry leaders today in tourism and hospitality. But he has tasked the Secretary of the Treasury to work with members of Congress in both parties to make sure that we construct the kind of economic support that will allow those industries to weather the period of the coronavirus and then to come back stronger than ever before.
Question for Dr. We've had such incredible. I don't know. It's almost the word spirit is the best word. It's like a spirit. The banks have come in, and the banks are doing things that they would have never done. They're working on extensions and lots of things that they wouldn't have done. Co-pays with regard to the insurance companies. I mean, for them to be doing what they're doing, you know all about the co-pays. They would have never done that, and they did it. They were in my office. They, I would say, the 11 biggest in this country. I guess probably the 11 biggest in the world. The big ones, all the big ones, and they did things on co-pay that nobody would be doing, that they wouldn't have done in a million years, but they're doing it. There's a great spirit going on right now in the country. So you want to, yes, please.
Dr. Fauci, you've said you like being accused of overreacting because that is an indication we may be doing things necessary to beat this, bend the curve. Right. How long do you think it will take for you to be confident that, yes, we're bending the curve, or no, we're not?
You know, I can't give you a firm number on that because the dynamics of outbreaks in some respects are predictable. This and that. We don't know because this is really unprecedented. I mean, of all the outbreaks that I've been involved with over the last at least 36 years and then going historically back, we've never had a situation where the mobilization of all the different components, travel restrictions, internal containment, mitigation, financial assistance, public health assistance, testing. So we don't really know. But the one thing I do know that if you look at models with all of their vicissitudes of models, is that when you have input into the kinds of mitigations and things that we're doing, we're going to see a hump instead of a peak. I would be really surprised if all the things that we're doing, and this is really a comprehensive approach. I was struck as I was listening to everyone make their presentations that, you know, I'm a scientist, I'm a health person, and I'm a physician who sees patients. So I look at it from one particular standpoint. But what I'm being impressed by is that this is really a comprehensive thing that has multiple components to it. All of them got to succeed if we're going to get to that end point that I've described multiple times from this podium. So I hope that if everyone does their job, we're going to be able to give you a number and say, you know, we've seen that inflection and we're coming down. I would hesitate to do it now, to be honest with you, because it might be misleading, and I don't want to be misleading. I just want to say one other thing, because I heard Dr. Birx say it, and I think we need to say it over and over again. When I was young, a long time ago, I felt that I was invulnerable, the way I think many of us feel we're invulnerable. And when we're asking the young people to help us with this mitigation strategy, by staying out of the bars, staying out of the restaurants, really trying to distance yourself. Don't get the attitude, well, I'm young, I'm invulnerable. You are, well, in some respects, you're certainly less vulnerable than I am. However, what you might inadvertently do, and I know you don't want to do that, you don't want to put your loved ones at risk, particularly the ones who are elderly and the ones who have compromised conditions. We can't do this without the young people cooperating. Please cooperate with us. Thank you.
Dr. Fauci, and I'm going to read my notes so I get this right, but there's apparently a new study out of China. It found that the vast majority of cases, 86%, were in untested patients with mild to no symptoms. So what does that say about the impact of testing, and does it mean that testing should actually go beyond the sickest patients?
You know, that question keeps coming up, and I'm not going to evade the question, but I want to make a point. We tend to think that we're not going to be able to mitigate or contain without testing. They complement each other in some respects, but they're separate channels. Even if we had no testing, we should be doing what we're doing now. The question you're asking, so I won't evade it specifically, would it be important outside of a doctor-patient coming in together, of knowing what's out there, what might be under the radar screen? The answer to your question is yes. So let me tell you what the CDC is doing right now. They're going out there, and part of their program is to get a feel for what is there that wasn't initially thought to be coronavirus. That was thought to be something else. When you do that, you're also going to get a feel of what the penetrance is in society. So we are heading with the high throughput things that you've been hearing about to get an answer to your question.
Dr. Fauci, Governor Cuomo said this morning he believes that we'll see a peak in terms of infection in 45 days. Would you concur with that?
You know, it's possible. I mean, I know the governor has been really, I believe, doing a really good job of trying to stay ahead of this. 45 days is not unreasonable. You have to be careful. When you get a number, you own the number, and then if the number doesn't come out, you're in trouble. And that's the reason why, from our standpoint, from the federal government, we're talking about a range. So within that range, I mean, it isn't like you want to be correct for the sake of being correct, but you don't want to be wed to something and have to back off.
Go ahead, please.
When is the soonest that we'll know that these new guidelines are actually bending the curve or actually working? And is there a point in time where in the next couple of weeks, where you'll be able to tell the president more draconian measures are needed?
Well, okay, so what's happening, I mean, if you look as a metaphor, it's kind of like a race against the virus. If left to its own devices, we'll do this. And us trying to somehow blunt that. Now, you could see the virus going up and up, and your effect, your work, what you're trying to do, may actually be having an effect, but you may not see it because it'll still be going up. And as you're trying to implement your interference with the virus, you may not realize that you're actually interfering, and you'll say, wait a minute, it's still going up. What's going on? You've done nothing. But you don't know whether it would do this versus that. So the answer to your question, it probably would be several weeks and maybe longer before we know whether we're having an effect. It may be at the end of the day, we'll see a curve that would have been way, way up. But I wouldn't put us to task every few days. Well, wait a minute, it's going up. Is it working or not? That would be really misleading if we do that.
Dr. Fauci, I have a question regarding the 15-day guidelines which were announced yesterday. One of those guidelines was a recommendation against gatherings of 10 or more people. And today, the governor of Alabama issued her own guidelines, and it was a recommendation against gatherings of 25 or more people. What is your recommendation for people of Alabama, people across all of the country, as far as the guidelines that were announced yesterday by the federal government?
Okay, so the one thing we don't want to do is to get hung up on the difference between 10 and 25. I think you might agree with that. When we give guidelines, they're only guidelines. We sit down, we look at the data, as Dr. Burke said, we're data-driven, and we say, on different models, 10 looks good. If someone wants to do 25, we're not going to fault them, but if someone wants to come to us and ask us what we think the best is, we stand by the numbers. It isn't perfect, it isn't precise math, it's assumptions and it's data that make you get your decision.
But would it be more effective if every state and every city in the country was playing by the same rules instead of different?
Of course. But this is the United States of America. There's a lot of free enterprise there. People do their own thing. And quite frankly, I don't think there's a big deal difference between 10 and 25. We got many, many more important things to worry about than that difference.
Mr. President, thank you. Going back to supply chains and then talking about preparedness for the future, yesterday Larry Kudlow said that there's an idea floating around the administration to cut taxes for companies who would be bringing their supply chains back to the United States. He said he specifically liked immediate 100% write-offs for structures, equipment, but he said you hadn't endorsed that yet. Would you endorse an idea like that?
We're looking at many ideas. That's one of them, frankly, and we're looking at creating incentives for companies, not only that type of company, but other companies. We're also looking to help companies such as the airline industry within the airline industry, and we'll be doing that. We will be doing that. This is not their fault. And they've been very understanding, actually, and we're going to be helping them. We will have a very powerful airline industry, and it'll start up as soon as this is over. We'll have those planes ready to go. So we have to help them during the short term. We're very important. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to know, have you taken a look at some of these models, such as the Imperial College London model, that kind of poses a very difficult choice, whether it's shutting down society or overwhelming the healthcare system. Is that something that
We've
you
looked at every model. We've relied on the very talented people, and there's no better team than the people behind me. And I will say that all of the people that have done those models are all in constant touch with Dr. Birx and Tony and everybody that you've been hearing so much from over the last couple of weeks. We've looked at many different models, and the model we have is we want to save a lot of lives. We want to save a lot of lives. If we get too steep on that curve, you're going to lose a lot of lives, perhaps unnecessarily. Now, we're going to find out. Everything has a risk. We're going to see. But if people do what we're telling them to do, what we're asking them to do, you're going to see the saving of a lot of lives. Now, Boris in UK yesterday saw what happened. It looked like they were going a different way, but then he went away of similar, I don't know exactly, but I would say we had a conversation yesterday similar to what we're doing. So a lot of people seem to think this is going to be, we are looking to save the maximum number of lives. Everything else is going to come back. A life is never going to come back, but everything else, our economy is going to come roaring back. You're going to know, we're going to know, we're going to all know that day. If somebody was asking about the day, when will you know? When will you know? We're going to know. All of a sudden, we're going to say, wow, that's looking good, that's looking good, that's looking good. And we're going to be on the other side of the curve. And that's a day that we look forward to, okay?
Something, sir, that you saw this week, though, that made you decide that, yes, now is the time to implement these much more stringent social distancing measures.
No, I don't think so. This is where we were going. I really think from the beginning, this is where we were going. This is what we had in mind. We're just going step by step. That was the next step, the next logical step. As Dr. Fauci said, and I think very importantly, one of the most important things when you write the history of this was we closed it down to China, the source, very, very early, very, very early, far earlier than even the great professionals wanted to do. And I think in the end, that's going to be, that will have saved a tremendous number of lives.
Follow up, one on the economy and the broader picture here, but just to follow up on my colleague, some people did note that your tone seemed more somber yesterday. You talked about that August timeline. Did you see a projection? Some people thought perhaps that 2 million potentially that could die maybe prompted part of that. Was there a shift in tone?
I didn't think, I mean, I have seen that where people actually liked it, but I didn't feel different. I've always known this is a pandemic. I felt it was a pandemic long before it was called a pandemic. All you had to do is look at other countries. I think now it's in almost 120 countries all over the world. No, I've always viewed it as very serious. There was no difference yesterday from days before. I feel the tone is similar, but some people said it wasn't.
Your former economic advisor said almost 100% chance of a recession. Do you see it that way?
It could be. I mean, I don't think in terms of recession. I think in terms of getting it out, because when we're finished with the virus, we will win. We will win. And when that victory takes place, our economy is going to go through the roof. It is so pent up. It is so built up. It is so ready to go in an upward direction. But we have to knock out this enemy. This is a really tough enemy, but we have to knock out all of us. That's all of us. So I don't think in terms of recession, not recession. It's words. We have to knock out this, and we will have an economy. I actually think we'll have an economy like we've never had before. It's all pent up. Did you have something to say, Mike? Yes.
Well, I think the question about the actions that the president's authorized, beginning in January, when he took the unprecedented step of suspending all travel from China, the efforts to issue travel advisories for portions of Italy and South Korea, and then to begin screening all the passengers. The efforts regarding suspending travel for Europe and what went into effect at midnight last night, adding the UK and Ireland to that, have all been informed by the experts that are surrounding us. What the president's asked us to do from the very beginning, as Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci often say, is let's follow the data, bring the president the best options in response to what is actually happening on the ground. But with regard to yesterday's 15-day slow the spread plan, our team unanimously brought to the president these very strong recommendations for every American, because we truly believe we are at a point in this epidemic in our country when we can reduce the number that actually are exposed to or contract the coronavirus. But we'll continue to bring the best data, the best evidence, and the best recommendations, frankly, of the best health experts in the world, and the President will continue to make decisions that put the health of America first.
In other words, reduce the number of people that die. That's what we're trying to do. And when you do the steep curve, a lot of people are going to die. A lot of people. You know, the worst ever, they say 1918. And I don't have to go into the numbers, but they were unbelievable numbers. Had they known and had they done what we had now, it would have been a very much different story. It would still be tragic, but it would have been a very much different. But that was the one that people write about. That was an incredible pandemic, like we haven't seen. But we have done something that I hope. Hopefully, we will all have made the right moves. We're all in this together, and we want to see fair press. And I tell you what, it's been generally speaking, I think it's been a great thing to see. It's been very, very getting along with Democrats, getting along with Republicans, for the Democrats themselves. There's been a lot of spirit. There's been a lot of things happening that I haven't seen happen in the first almost now 3.5 years. It's been very nice to see. That's one of the good things. But what really the good thing is we have to knock it out. We have to win. And we want to keep that slope as low as possible because that's a lot of lives in there. Let's go back there for somebody that didn't get one, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, this has had a huge impact on China's economy as well. Have you received any indication from officials there that they're going to have trouble meeting the purchase agreements, part of the phase 1 deal, particularly the agricultural side?
Well, they need our product very badly. And no, I haven't received any. Good relationship with China. I have not received anything to that. No, we have a signed agreement. They're going to be buying, and they have been buying a lot of product. Yeah, please.
Earlier today, Dr. Birx was talking about the possibility of our hospital system being overburdened, overtaxed, and she talked about certain options that are available to the United States if that happens, including VA hospitals, Department of Defense medical treatment facilities, and even hospital ships. At what point do you tap into those options?
Well, I'll know the point, and by speaking with Governor Cuomo and other governors, we're going to know the point. It's going to be different for New York than it's going to be from, Iowa, or from Idaho, or from West Virginia, frankly, or for, it's different. New York has got a big problem. The state of Washington has a big problem. California has some big problems. Everyone's doing a good job, but we're going to know when it will be, and I believe it'll be more spot than it will be. It's not going to be the whole thing. It's going to be spots. There are some hot spots that are in trouble, big trouble, and there are other areas that are in no trouble at all. They watch it on television. They don't know. It's just not affecting them, and they're lucky. They're lucky, but there are areas of the country that don't have much of a problem, and some that don't have any problem. They're not going to have a problem with hospitals, but some areas like New York, California, state of Washington, they're going to have some difficulty. And when we see that coming, we're going to be in there. We're already making preparation for it.
Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, your trade advisor, Peter Navarro, have been recommending an executive order that would ensure that the raw materials for pharmaceuticals and medical devices are manufactured here in the United States. We were getting some indications last week that you were close to signing this executive order. Can you tell us?
Well, we're looking at different things, John. I don't want to say exactly. Right now, China's been sending us everything we need. But we're looking at some alternatives, yes. We are looking for alternatives. And we have other places. Ireland does a lot of work for us. You know that in that world, in the pharma world. A very tremendous producer. And we are looking to bring a lot more back home. And I've been, you know me for a long time. I've been talking about this for many years. Long before I decided to run for president, I've been talking about this. And we have to be able to take care of our country. And that was one of the many things on the list. So we'll be talking about it. But we are discussing it. And Marco is very much involved. And Peter is very much involved. A lot of people are involved. And a lot of people feel that way. But we'll be discussing. Let's go, please.
Thank you, sir. You said Canada has closed its border to non-citizens. Are you considering...
Not to the United States.
Not to the United States, of course. Are you considering closing the land borders in the United States? And also, you've discussed...
Well, Canada has not closed it to the United States. So we're working very closely with Canada. And But they have not closed it. They have closed it to the world, but they have not closed it to the United States.
Considering closing the U.S. land border.
I don't want to say that, but we are discussing things with Canada, discussing things with Mexico, quite honestly. And again, the relationship is outstanding with both. Outstanding. We just signed our deal, USMCA, and the relationship is very strong. Go ahead, please.
China and others have criticized you for using the phrase Chinese virus. How do you feel about that? Are you going to continue using that phrase?
Well, China was putting out information which was false, that our military gave this to them. That was false. And rather than having an argument, I said, I have to call it where it came from. It did come from China. So I think it's a very accurate term. But no, I didn't appreciate the fact that China was saying that our military gave it to them. Our military did not give it to anybody.
Critics say using that phrase creates a stigma.
No, I don't think so. No, I think saying that our military gave it to them creates a stigma.
Mr. President,
Please.
when you speak to travel and tourism executives today, what specific help are you going to offer to them, if at all, or is it still vague?
Well, we're going to help. They need help. Look, let's face it. You know, they go from having record-breaking years. This is the third year of record-breaking years, travel and tourism, airlines, everything. They were doing record numbers, ordering new planes, building new hotels. Everything was really hunky-dory. And then one day, we hear about this rumor in China, and then we find out it's much more than a rumor. And then all of a sudden, we make a great decision to close it up early. It would be a whole different world. It would be a whole different world, but we make a decision to close it up to China, and all of a sudden tourism, and then we close it up to Europe, which, you know, people never heard of this before. I'm not sure that that's ever been done. I know that when I made the decision to close it to China, people told me that's never been done before, but it was a great decision. We make good decisions. So I'll tell you my best decision. The people behind me are total pros all over the world. They're respected. Dr. Birx, Anthony, who's become become a major television star for all the right reasons. No, he's just so professional, so good. The people that we have working here have been incredible. And they're totally respected. The Admiral has been incredible having to do with the testing, incredible. And he's viewing this as testing also for the future. We're building a platform. When we took over this platform, first thing the Admiral said was, this was not designed for what we're talking about, millions of people. It wasn't. And it's nobody's fault. It's not like, who could have ever predicted a thing like this? But we broke it down, and it's really going to be an incredible system. And it is now a great system. I just want to say these are incredible people standing behind me, most respected in the world. Every country that you've mentioned today so far has called them, and they call them all the time for advice. There's nobody better than what we have.
Mr. President, why haven't we seen Dr. Redfield?
Say it?
Why haven't we seen Dr. Redfield the last couple of days?
I don't know. I can't
he's
imagine.
in Atlanta, running the CDC.
I can tell you he's doing a good job. We're very happy with him.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please, you have it. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday we were being told that the payroll tax was going to comprise the lion's share of fiscal stimulus.
Right.
We also had the markets fall quite dramatically yesterday. And did that inform?
It wasn't about the payroll tax.
Did that inform your decision? What made you make that change, and when did you make that change?
Well, I didn't make a change. We're looking at payroll tax, and we're looking at various other forms of getting money to people. And the payroll tax is something that I've always liked. The problem is it does take a period of time, months before they really see something. And we don't really have months in terms of people living. A lot of these, you have people that work on tips. You have people it's a large number of people. It's a tremendous, who would think this, right? And they do nicely. They work very hard, but they work on tips. We have to take care of our people. We don't want to have people suffering during this period. It wasn't their fault that this thing all of a sudden was upon us. So we're looking at we're also looking at payroll tax. It's possible. It's also possible we'll do a percentage of payroll tax and then other things. But we'd like to be able to get money to people. We're very lucky. Our country's doing so well. We can do this, and we can do it easily, but we have to do it. And I have to say, Mitch McConnell, if you look at Kevin and the whole group, and it's been it's been incredible how they're reacting, how Congress is reacting, how whether it's the House or Senate, how they're moving. And I'm talking about Democrats and Republicans, but we've had tremendous leadership meetings, and they want to see it done right. And they do want to go big. I think going big is important. I don't think we want to go up there every day with a different idea, different concept. Oh, gee, let's worry about the airlines. Let's do this one. You have a big problem with the cruise ship industry. It's an industry that was setting all sorts of records 2 months ago. Then all of a sudden, there's nobody on the ships, okay? So we have to help these. These are great industries. These are going to be taking care of people and passengers and for years to come and paying tremendous taxes for years to come. So we have to make sure that this is done. Yes, John?
So, Mr. President, I want to bring up what you referred to just a short while ago about politics. In your address to the nation, you said we have to put politics aside, stop the partisanship, and unify together. This morning, you criticized the Democratic governor of Michigan. Yesterday, it was the Democratic governor of New York. You've attacked Obama. You've attacked Biden. In fact, every day except one since that address, you've lashed out at a Democratic leader. Are you going to set the example?
I only do that when I have to respond. I watched her on television. She said something that was false, and therefore I did do that. And I will continue to do that. If they're not going to play fair, because, you know, they have the media on their side, I don't. I just have me. And if they're not going to play fair, I'm going to do that. If they are going to play fair, there's going to be nobody better than Donald Trump in terms of bipartisanship. But if they're going to say things that are false, like the story that was written yesterday, a lot of people, I don't know, somebody